Well, thank you, Bruno. Thank you for that kind introduction, and it's a great pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honour to be giving these distinguished lectures. When thinking about these lectures, I thought about Frege, and I'm in no sense an expert on Frege at all. I've never worked on Frege. I'm not an expert in logic or the philosophy of language, I would say. But I realised when preparing for these lectures that actually there are some insights of Frege's which help me to frame some things I want to say about the question of intentionality or mental representation. And so that provides me with an opportunity to explain something of the picture that I've been working out over the last few years. The first lecture today is going to be on intentionality, the state of the debate. I'm going to give you an introduction to how things stand in the study of intentionality in analytic philosophy. But let me first explain, before doing that, I want to explain the overall theme of the lectures. I don't think it's good to keep people in suspense. I'd like to explain what I'm going to be saying in the next few days. So Frege had a principle which he expressed very, very clearly in his Grundlagen of 1884, which is this principle that you should always separate sharply the psychological from the logical and the subjective from the objective. I think that analytic philosophy of mind, despite Frege's importance in analytic philosophy as a whole, analytic philosophy of mind, I think, has ignored this advice. I think most of the analytic philosophy of intentionality in the last 60 or so years has not separated sharply the logical from the psychological. The objective from the subjective, I think that's something else. Let's stick with the logical and the psychological. And what I'm going to ask in these lectures is what happens to the study of intentionality or the study of the mind if we take this advice seriously. I think that we emerge with a view which I have called, in other writings, which I have called psychologism. Of course, the word psychologism was used in Frege's time and since for the view that logic and mathematics are psychological sciences, that they are sciences of about the laws of thinking, or that numbers are the constructions of the mind, or something along those lines. And psychologism is widely regarded to be a gross mistake. Psychologism about logic or mathematics. There's also psychologism about the semantic, about the study of meaning. And that's a less controversial doctrine, perhaps, but nonetheless one that's been rejected by analytic philosophy. The doctrine I want to defend is what I call psychologism about the psychological. So you might think that, if psychologism about logic is the view that logic should be explained in psychological terms, then psychologism about the psychological is the view that the psychological should be explained in psychological terms. Now, what could be more obvious than that? What could be more obvious than that? But actually, I think that analytic philosophy has rejected psychologism. And so my big picture view that I want to try and defend in these 4 lectures is that part of the problem with the current state of philosophy of mind, in particular in its thinking about intentionality and about consciousness, is that it rejects psychologism in a sense I'm going to explain to you. And I think it's because of this that it's unable to treat satisfactorily consciousness and intentionality. And I think a lot of the problems that philosophy of mind has encountered are due to among other things, are due to its failure to take psychologism seriously. So that's going to be my background theme, but I'll just briefly run through what the lectures are going to be about. In the first lecture, I'm going to give a little bit of the historical background to the study of intentionality. I'm going to talk about the propositional attitudes, and then I'm going to say something about consciousness and how consciousness is supposed to fit in with that whole picture. And finally, I'll say something about the recent ideas or recent movements or research programs known as cognitive phenomenology and phenomenal intentionality. This afternoon in lecture 2, I will talk about thoughts. So this will be thoughts in Frege's use of the word, and I will be talking about Frege's famous essay, The Thought, his distinction between thoughts and what he called ideas. I will talk about the very idea of propositional content, or the proposition, what it's for. What is the proposition for? And the distinction between the semantic and the intentional. So that's by way of talking about the standard picture of the proposition, the theory of the proposition, and what that has to do with mental representation. In lecture 3, tomorrow, I will then explain the psychologistic alternative, or parts of it. To cut a long story short, those who know Frege's distinction between ideas and thoughts, I say that we should concentrate on ideas rather than thoughts in investigating intentionality. This helps us understand consciousness in an intentionalist framework, and in particular perception comes out as much more tractable than in recent work on this subject. And I'll say something finally about how we can apply these ideas to the unconscious, not just to the conscious, but also to the unconscious. Finally, in my final lecture, I will broaden the focus to talk about the mind-body problem as a whole, what psychologism has to do with the mind-body problem, how we should think about the mind, what it means to talk about the mind as opposed to the subject, the mental capacities, the relationship between the mind, the subject, and the person. I'll finish with a general conception of the mind and the subject. There'll be no surprises about the mind-body problem in connection with this. I'll say that this is largely independent of the metaphysical distinction or debate between dualism and materialism. So psychologism is not committed either way on the question of dualism or materialism. But I would like to commit myself to a certain view on the relationship between the self and the person and the mind, and how those groups of concepts fit together. So let me start now. In my first lecture, these are just to remind you what I just said, these are the 4 things I'm going to talk about this morning. My topic here is intentionality. It's customary to introduce the modern or 20th century discussions of intentionality with reference to Brentano's reintroduction of the concept of intentionality, or reintroduction rather of the terminology of intentionality, since the concept, as I think of it, the idea of the mind and its objects, the idea of the mind-world interface was present even in the gap when the scholastic terminology of intentionality was out of fashion. Brentano, who had a scholastic training, introduced the terminology of intentionality, which he defined as the direction upon an object, a relation to a content, to characterize what he called mental phenomena. So this was supposed to be the distinguishing mark of the mental, of things that are mental. Everything mental is an act or phenomenon that has itself a phenomenon as its object. In the idea, something is conceived. In belief, something is believed. In desire, something is desired, and so on. In love, something is loved. So there's always an object for every state of mind. That's the basic thesis that he put forward in his book, Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint. And it's sometimes called Brentano's thesis. I'm going to call Brentano's thesis the view that all mental phenomena are intentional. Sometimes people use the term for the view that all and only mental phenomena are intentional, but although I believe that too, I'm not going to talk about the only bit. I'm just going to talk about the view that all mental phenomena are intentional. If something is mental, then it is intentional, then it is something that has an object. That's Brentano's thesis. Now, Brentano, of course, was famous for, but not just for that thesis, not just for his other work on ethics and so on, but he was also famous for his students. He had some very distinguished students, including Husserl, who was, of course, the founder, I suppose, of the phenomenological movement, Edmund Husserl, Alexius Meinong, who's famous for his theory of objects, in particular objects which have no being, Kazimierz Twardowski, who was one of the founders of the Lvov-Warsaw School of Logic. Among also Brentano's other students was Thomas Masaryk, who was the first president of Czechoslovakia. Some very distinguished students, and he was clearly an inspirational teacher and spent a lot of time with his students, which is perhaps why a lot of his works were unfinished, including psychology from an empirical standpoint. In the phenomenological tradition, intentionality is, of course, a fundamental concept, a very important concept, and it's a concept that dominates Husserl's work through his various changes of mind. Also, Meinong and Twardowski, who distinguished, as Brentano did not, between what he called the content of a presentation and the object of a presentation, in his very usefully titled book on the content and objects of presentations. I like this phrase, self-transcendence, to think of what intentionality means in this tradition. Self-transcendence meaning that in experiences, in intentional experiences, there is the self transcends itself. The self goes outside itself, as it were, and takes on board the world, or at least the appearance of the world, or the phenomena. And the question of the self and its place in the world then was put under scrutiny by the later phenomenologists, in particular, of course, Heidegger, if you count Heidegger as a phenomenologist, and Merleau-Ponty, to develop the idea of intentionality in different ways. In analytic philosophy, there also, I think, was a concern in the beginnings of analytic philosophy with intentionality. It's not put in those terms, but if you look at the famous rejection of idealism, from the famous paper by G.E. Moore, which is called The Refutation of Idealism, I think it probably would be better titled The Rejection of Idealism, since apart from its use among journalists, refute means show to be false. Journalists use the word refute to mean dispute. This is one of these regrettable facts, that a distinction is being eroded by in language. But nonetheless, we have to follow. Meaning is use, after all. But at the moment, refute means show to be false. Moore said that he was refuting idealism. In fact, he was rejecting idealism. He didn't have a refutation of idealism. And he influenced Bertrand Russell in this. Moore and Russell had both been brought up as idealist philosophers, as most of the British philosophers in the 19th century were, late 19th century. The dominant tradition there in the British universities was idealism, a kind of Hegelianism. The rejection of this tradition involved a number of elements. One central element was that truth had to be absolute. So that truth could a proposition could be simply true or false. And that truth was not a matter of degree, as the idealists had thought, that things could be, so to speak, more or less true. Russell and Moore insisted that truth was just on or off. And that they thought that truth had to be determined by what was independent of the judging mind. And this is the other part of the rejection of idealism. So you needed something which was true, which they thought was objectively, absolutely true, independent of the judging mind. And that thing they came to call the proposition. They were interested in the nature of judgment, and the objects of judgment had to be things which are objectively absolutely true, and those things are the propositions. Now, I'll say more about propositions in a minute, but as I think of things, this is also a preoccupation with intentionality. If intentionality is self-transcendence, the mind-world interface, the relationship between the mind and its objects, or between thought and what thought is about, then the theory of judgment that you get in Russell and Moore is also a theory of intentionality in this broad sense. So analytic philosophy, I think, also had its began with concerns about intentionality. We have a meeting point between Brentano's ideas and analytic philosophy in the work of Chisholm in the 1950s, who translated, translated, I mean, by translated, I mean transformed Brentano's criterion of the mental into an analytic idiom. He tried to identify the marks of intentionality in terms of the marks of certain kind of linguistic contexts, those that are these days called intentional contexts with an S. Now, the relationship between intentionality spelt with a T and intentionality with an S is a very interesting relationship for many reasons, not least because it's a testament to the ability of philosophers, who are, on the whole, very intelligent people, to completely wrap themselves up in knots because of verbal disputes, and because they have not kept a grip on their own terminology. The more authoritarian side of me thinks that we ought to have a terminological convention where all terms are defined. I mean, like they do with standard units of measures and things like this. All terms should be defined. Of course, you couldn't do that because all these terms are contentious and complex, and they can't really be defined. But if you've never come across discussions of intentionality with an S before, then you could ignore what I'm saying here. But all I want to say is that these are very different phenomena. This intentionality with an S is a phenomenon of logic. Intentionality with a T is a psychological phenomenon. But in the analytic philosophy of the 50s, these things were not distinguished because there was a tendency to do philosophy talk about philosophical problems by examining the language or the semantics or what they sometimes call the logic of sentences describing the phenomena. Unfortunately, this led to a certain amount of chaos, which was perhaps perfectly exemplified in Quine's Word and Object, one of the most influential works of philosophy of language and of the last 60 years, where Quine says a number of extraordinary things in this famous passage. He says, the scholastic word intentional, now that's true, it was a scholastic word, or it's a translation of a scholastic word, was revived by Brentano in connection with the verbs of propositional attitude and related verbs, hunt, want, etc. There remains a thesis of Brentano's, illuminatingly developed of late by Chisholm, that there is no breaking out of the intentional vocabulary by explaining its members in other terms. Now, if you've ever done a course in analytic philosophy of language, you will know that passage. It's a famous passage in Word and Object. This passage is so hopelessly confused, or I don't know if it's even confused, it's just ignorant, that it's hard to know where to begin. Brentano did not revive the word intentional in connection with the verbs of propositional attitude. He was not distinguishing verbs, he was distinguishing phenomena. What he meant by phenomena is an interesting question. We can come back to that in discussion, but there's a difference between verbs and phenomena. Phenomena basically appearances. He wasn't distinguishing verbs of propositional attitude. The term propositional attitude was introduced by Russell in 1904. That it was invented by Russell, and maybe it was 1921 he introduced it, but Russell called something propositional attitudes before that. Brentano didn't even think that belief was a propositional attitude. Brentano had no place for the concept of proposition in his system. This is one of the criticisms that Meinong made of his system. Brentano did not discuss hunting. Hunting is not a mental phenomenon. There remains a thesis of Brentano's illuminatingly developed by Chisholm, that there is no breaking out of the intentional vocabulary by explaining its members in other terms. Brentano never said that. I can tell you that because I have read Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint, which Quine obviously hadn't read. So Quine took what he thought of as Brentano's view from Chisholm, directly from Chisholm, and elaborated it in his own way. I mean, the example of hunting as an intentional verb is Quine's own example from his paper, his 1957 paper, I think it was. So these ex cathedra statements are covering up a spectacular ignorance of what he's talking about. Davidson, who was less ignorant than Quine in this respect, nonetheless makes similar confusions when he says that the distinguishing, and this is one of the most famous papers in philosophy of mind in the 20th century, Mental Events, the distinguishing feature of the mental is that it exhibits what Brentano calls intentionality. Well, that's fine. We may call those verbs mental that express propositional attitudes like believing, intending, desiring, hoping, knowing, perceiving, noticing, remembering, and so on. Again, he associates with Brentano's doctrine of intentionality the idea of the propositional attitude. And that idea then became firmly entrenched in analytic philosophy. I'm not saying that in itself is a reason to think that it's wrong, but the strange thing is that what it has meant is that people have ignored all sorts of other ways of thinking about intentionality. So analytic philosophy, the analytic philosophy of intentionality, in the post-war period anyway, has been the theory of the propositional attitudes. That's, I think, fair to say. What is a propositional attitude? This is my the second part of today's lecture. So, as I said, Russell introduced the idea of an attitude towards a proposition. I'm pretty certain, I'd be interested to know if there were early occurrences of this phrase. In a paper that he wrote on Meinong, 1904, belief is a certain attitude towards propositions, which is called knowledge when they are true, error when they are false. So it was obviously much easier to get published in Mind in those days, in 1904, when you could say that true belief is knowledge, false belief is error. But maybe there were fewer academics trying to publish in Mind those days. The actual terminology of propositional attitude comes from Russell's 1921 book, Analysis of Mind. Propositional attitudes are not just beliefs in the usual conception, but any state of mind, and here we want to say that it's attributed in a particular fashion, where you have a subject, a psychological verb, and a sentence, relating a sentence. So P is just a schematic letter for a sentence, V is a schematic letter for some psychological verb. We can say S desires that P, hopes that P, fears that P, intends that P, wishes that P, and so on. Now, that way of describing things, it seems like you relate a subject to a proposition. And this is what Jerry Fodor says in a famous paper in 1986, where he said that propositional attitudes should be analysed as relations. Belief, he says, looks like a two-place relation. So it's a relation between a subject and a proposition. And he said it would be nice if our theory of belief permitted us to save the appearances. So you've got a subject, the thinker, and then you've got the proposition, and they have they judge that proposition to be true, they believe it to be true, or they doubt whether it is true, or they desire that it is true. So there are these various different relations that can stand to the same proposition, and different propositions can stand in the same relation to the subject. So you've got three dimensions of variation in these sentences. You've got the subject term, you've got the psychological attitude, and then you've got the proposition. Now, I'm going to say a lot more about propositions, but I think there's a standard picture according to which propositions are not thought to be material things or or mental things. This was actually Frege's view. I will say something about this in the next lecture. Frege's view was that propositions that he called thoughts are abstract entities, or he didn't use that word. He said that they inhabited a third realm. Third meaning beyond the realm of ordinary material things and the psychological realm. And that's how people think of it today. In fact, they think the propositions are abstract entities like numbers. I suppose one reason for thinking that is that these are not things that go in and out of existence. As you know, you might think that facts go in and out of existence, or objects go in and out of existence. But rather, these are things, propositions, as the bearers of truth and falsehood, are things which are true for all time. And Frege certainly thought that. Before dinosaurs roamed the Earth, it was still true that the sun is 96 million miles away from the Earth, or something like that. When all human life disappears from the planet, it will still be true that these certain things will still be true. So, there has to be something that bears these properties of truth and falsehood, and these are the propositions. Now, some people get very worked up about that idea of abstract objects, and rightly so. Maybe this is not an idea we should take for granted. We need to understand what we're saying when we say propositions are abstract objects. But one particular group of people who get worked up about it are materialists. And by materialist, I mean a physicalist, someone who thinks that everything is determined by the physical nature of things. The physical nature determines everything, or everything is physical, or everything supervenes on the physical. Some version of those sort of doctrines. But if you think that's the way the world is just this material, physical whole, then how can you find a place for relations to things like propositions? So people have thought, and this phrase comes from Hartree-Field's paper from the 1970s, that a materialist must give a materialistically adequate account of the relation between a person and a proposition. So I think the picture is like this. You've got a thinker, and they are thinking something. Let's call it P. That's the proposition. They're thinking some proposition, and let's suppose they're standing in this, belief relation to this proposition. Now, so the proposition isn't in their brain. Here's their brain. The brain is there. Here's this, and this is the subject. So this is the subject standing in relation to some abstract object. Well, you can see that as a materialist, or even if you aren't a materialist, you might think, what the hell does any of this mean? Right? How is that just more than a cartoon image? Right? This abstract proposition and the relationship between you and the abstract proposition, what's that all about? So understandably, Field says you've got to give some sort of account of the relationship between the person and the proposition, something that's acceptable to materialism. So you've got to give a materialist reduction of this picture somehow. You can see his point. I'm not a materialist, but I can certainly see his point, that if you start from there, relations to propositions conceived of as abstract objects, then it's rather hard to see how that can fit into any sort of plausible, natural picture of humanity. This became known after a while as giving a theory of content. So anyone who's old enough to remember the 1980s, you'll remember that the theory of content was one of the things that people did. Content here means the propositional contents of thoughts, or the propositions which are the contents of propositional attitude. So a theory of content was a theory that explained how it is that mental states have contents in purely physicalist or materialist terms. For example, in terms of causation. Now, that was one way in which the investigation of intentionality went in the 1980s and 1990s. Another way was to investigate the proposition. So we've got to the point where we say that there is this phenomenon called intentionality. Mental states represent the world in some sense. What does that mean? Well, it means that there are propositional attitudes, as, to use Russell's term. Thinkers stand in relations to propositions. So one research project then is to investigate the nature of the proposition. And this then you can see how people suddenly felt at home, rather than have this mysterious concept of intentionality. Suddenly we had something we understood, which is the proposition, because we know about that from the philosophy of language and logic. Russell, for example, thought that propositions are made of worldly objects and properties, that they were somehow, the propositions had to contain the very things you were thinking of. And this was part of just a consequence of the rejection of idealism. So he thought that it was necessary, if you were going to reject idealism, that everything you were thinking about had to be something independent of your mind. So if you thought that Mont Blanc was over 4,000 meters high, then what you were thinking had to in some way involve Mont Blanc. Your mind had to get out there and get itself wrapped around Mont Blanc in some way, the very mountain itself. If it was just a representation of the mountain, then there was this fear that you would be stuck behind a veil of representations. And that's a very crude way of putting it, but I think that was the basic thought. And so there's a famous correspondence between Russell and Frege, which I recommend to anyone, not least because it's very short. It's only 2 pages long, and it's in the anthology edited by A.W. Moore, the current editor of Mind, one of the editors of Mind, and the anthology is called Meaning and Reference. And in this anthology, in the selection from the correspondence, Russell says that Mont Blanc, with all its snowfields, is part of the thought that Mont Blanc is over 4,000 meters high. And Frege obviously finds this completely bizarre, that anyone should say that a mountain is part of your thought. Right? Your thought is a proposition. How can a mountain be part of a proposition? Well, that was Russell's view. The proposition was made up of objects and properties. Some people say that propositions are ordered pairs or ordered n-tuples of objects and properties. I think strictly speaking that can't be right, because a pair of objects and properties is just a pair, no matter what else it is. The pair of the object, Mont Blanc, and the property being over 4,000 meters high, that doesn't say anything. It doesn't say that Mont Blanc is over 4,000 meters high. It's just a pair of objects, and that pair exists if the objects exist. So I think more charitably we'd have to say that people who say this mean that you can model the proposition by using the set theoretic apparatus of ordered n-tuples. Now Frege had a different view. His view was that propositions, what he called Gedanken, are made up of senses, or the modes of presentation of objects. Now, the point of this view was to accommodate differences in thinking which were possibly results of error and not results of irrationality. So, for example, the ancient astronomers who believed that Hesperus was not phosphorus need not have been irrational people who believed that Hesperus was not itself. Hesperus is phosphorus, but they didn't know this. So we need to distinguish between believing that Hesperus is Hesperus and believing that Hesperus is phosphorus, if we are going to recognize them to be rational. That was Frege's reason, roughly speaking, for thinking that propositions should be made up of senses, or as they're sometimes called, fine-grained propositions. In the second half of the century, another view came to be very dominant about propositions, which is the view that propositions are sets of possible worlds, a view deriving, I think, from Carnap and Montague. It finds Lewis and Stolnacker its main supporters. The proposition that pigs fly is the set of all those worlds in which pigs fly, regardless of how else they differ. This means, of course, that the proposition will be true in the actual world, just in case the actual world is a member of that set. So it's a very elegant theory. but nonetheless somewhat abstract. And if we're thinking in terms of relations to propositions, then it starts to look even more strange that not only do we have relations to abstract objects, but we have relations to sets of possible worlds. The thing about possible worlds is that there aren't any possible worlds, of course. They don't exist. There's no such thing. This is just a way of talking. Everyone knows that, apart from those people who claim not to believe it, but everyone knows that there are no such things as possible worlds. This is an elegant theoretical way of talking. So if there are no such things, then how can we be related to them in thinking? So I should point out that occasionally I'm throwing out some controversial doctrines in the course of my lecture just to spice things up a bit. Anyway, that was Russell's. Those are three theories of propositions. So what I'm going to call the propositional attitude project, which is analytic philosophy of intentionality, consists of at least four principles. These seem to be the central principles. First is the centrality of the propositional attitudes. Even if you think there are some non-propositional attitudes that are mental and intentional, those attitudes reduce or are explained in terms of propositional attitudes. Second is the idea of relations to propositions, propositional attitudes as relations to propositions. The third is that understanding what someone is thinking, identifying their thought, is a matter of identifying the right kind of proposition, or in general, do people believe Russellian propositions, or do they believe Fregean propositions, or do they believe sets of possible worlds, which is the best account of the proposition. And the assumption there is that one of them's got to be better than all the others, I should say. And the final thing, which I'm not going to talk about much, is the what's called materialist theories of content. So materialist theories of content, by which I mean explaining intentionality in materialist terms. Those are four characteristic principles or features of the propositional attitude project. Now, I suppose the theme of my Frege lectures, the take-home message, is this, that I'm going to reject all four principles of that project. I won't say I'm going to refute them, but I'm going to reject them. I hope I'll refute some of them, or bits of them. I can't claim to refute them all, but I'm going to reject all those four principles. And there's one obvious difficulty with the whole propositional attitude task force, as Daniel Dennett has called it, which is that there are many intentional states that are not propositional attitude, and many of these are among our most important attitudes, our emotional attitudes, however we want to call them, loving and hating, liking, disliking, these kind of things. These are not attitudes to propositions. When we're talking about emotional relations with people, they're attitudes to people rather than attitudes to propositions. It seems like the wrong way of thinking. Desire is something that, although it's often treated as a propositional attitude, it's actually quite obscure why it should be treated in that way, except to make a smoother theory for the propositional attitude picture. Thinking about something, contemplating something, think of a number between 1 and 10. There are many things that we do when we're thinking, imagining, speculating, fantasizing about something, visualizing, which don't seem to have propositional contents. Now, I've talked about that before. I've written about it elsewhere. I'm not going to say anything about that now. I'm going to talk here about something else, which is consciousness and how consciousness fits in. So if we're going to have a complete, or at least aim at a complete philosophy of the mind, we need to incorporate consciousness in some way. Brentano, as I said, thought that all mental phenomena were intentional. If you think of intentionality in terms of the propositional attitudes, this makes Brentano's thesis very mysterious. How could being conscious of something be a matter of being related to some proposition or other? It just seems like the wrong kind of machinery in terms of which to describe consciousness. Now, of course, as I said, Brentano didn't think this because he didn't have the idea of a propositional attitude. He wasn't. He didn't think that actually judgment was a relation to a proposition. But I'm not in the business of defending Brentano. What I want to do is rather look at how people may have got themselves into the position of thinking that intentionality has something to do with consciousness. Intentionality is all about the propositional attitudes. So therefore, we have to think of consciousness as a propositional attitude. David Papineau expresses some understandable skepticism about this in a paper from a few years ago. Propositions are abstract entities. He comes back to that point. There seems something quite amiss with the suggestion that my here and now conscious feelings are constituted by my bearing any kind of relation to abstract entities. And that's easy to be sympathetic to that idea. I think there are two sort of standard responses to this challenge. And one response is basically to just dig your heels in and say, no, what we need is a special kind of proposition. This was the approach taken in Michael Tye's book from 20 years ago now, called 10 Puzzles of Consciousness, or 10 Problems of Consciousness. And he said that if you characterize the proposition in the right kind of way, that it's non-conceptual, and other features, then it'll be more intelligible to you how consciousness can be a matter of having such a propositional content. That's what I'll call standard intentionalism or representationalism. These words mean the same thing. People can stipulate them to mean different things, but roughly speaking, intentionalism, representationalism about consciousness is the view that consciousness is an intentional state, that all conscious states are intentional. Intentionalism about the mind as a whole is Brentano's thesis that all mental states are intentional, including the conscious and the unconscious. What I'm calling the standard intentionalism or representationalism. You distinguish types of content or attitude. The other approach, the second approach, is to distinguish propositional attitudes from conscious states. And conscious states are often labelled qualia in this context, where qualia are thought to be non-intentional conscious states. The standard representationalist view is, well, here's one version of it. This is a strong version that says the phenomenal character of a conscious experience is identical with its representational content. This is a view that's been defended by Tye and other people. On the face of it, this is a very strange view. It's a very strange thing to say. The phenomenal character of an experience is what the experience is like. So as you're sitting in this room now, all those elements of what the experience is like how warm you feel, the various colours that you can see around you, the people around you, the sounds and smells around you. The phenomenal character of that whole experience, he says, is identical with a proposition, because the representational content is a proposition. This seems like the wrong category of things to identify. I mean, the phenomenal character of an experience is a collection of properties. The representational content of an experience is an abstract object, a proposition. It seems to be all mixed up. I think if we're going to be charitable to this view, we have to say the following, that having an experience having a certain phenomenal character is just a matter of its having a certain representational content. It's those things that are being identified. David Chalmers pointed out some years ago now that this view has a problem with the idea that conscious and unconscious mental states can have the same content. If you can believe that P consciously and you can believe that P unconsciously, then it looks like they have the same content, but one of them is conscious and the other one isn't. So this looks like a rather devastating problem. The way to respond for this sort of intentionalist is to build in what we're going to call the attitude as well, that the attitude, consciously thinking something and unconsciously believing it, are different attitudes. So the notion of representational content is not the only thing doing the work. And there are lots of ways to go here, but I think there's something to be said for, it's easy to be sympathetic to Papineau's complaint, into Berger's complaint, that somehow this locates consciousness in the wrong place. The idea that propositional content, something that was designed for a purely classificatory semantic purpose, is something that's going to explain consciousness. It looks like going off in the wrong direction. So what about qualia? What I mean by qualia here is qualia conceived of as intrinsic, ineffable, non-intentional properties. So the doctrine that there are qualia in this sense is controversial. When people like Neil Dennett deny qualia, he's not denying the existence of consciousness, he's denying that consciousness should be understood in terms of intrinsic, ineffable, non-intentional properties. That's what. So qualia does not just mean conscious properties. So rather, the tradition distinguishes qualia from intentional states, and where qualia are thought of as there's a sensory paradigm. If someone asks you what qualia are, you say something like, well, it's the smell of coffee or the look of red or vermilion or something, or it's the particular taste of Vegemite. Or these conscious properties are conceived of in sensory terms. So this makes it rather hard to understand conscious thinking. So whereas I think the standard intentionalism has a hard time making sense of sensory phenomenology, the qualia theory, roughly speaking, has a hard time making sense of conscious thinking. There don't seem to be any qualia of a similar sort in your sudden realization that now it's time to submit your essay or something like that. There's no special essay qualia that come in your consciousness. That seems like the wrong way of thinking of it. So those two attempts, I think, to relate consciousness and intentionality, either by forcing them together or by saying they're just two completely separate things, I think neither of them is particularly successful. And I think there's a reason for that. And the reason is this wooden conception of the propositional content which they're operating with. But thinking of intentionality purely in terms of the proposition, the theory of the proposition, is impossible. It makes it impossible to make sense of conscious phenomenology. Now, recently there have been some attempts to talk about the thing that the qualia theorists can't talk about, which is the phenomenology of thinking or cognition. And this is, in my last few minutes, I'm going to just briefly indicate where I stand on these positions. The two attempts I'm going to call cognitive phenomenology, which is a broader movement, and then the more narrow movement of phenomenal intentionality. Cognitive phenomenology in this terminology means it's just the claim, the doctrine of cognitive phenomenology is just the claim that there is a phenomenology of cognition, that there's something it's like to think something, or there can be something it's like to think something. That when you're thinking through a problem, or you suddenly understand a sound and you realize it's a sentence in a language you understand, and suddenly it comes to have meaning, that there is a particular phenomenology to this. That is to say, I should say something about the word phenomenology. Literally, I suppose, phenomenology is the ology of the phenomena, that is to say, the theory, the logos of the phenomena, the theory of the appearances. But I think the way people use the word phenomenology now, they mean, by phenomenology, they mean phenomenal character. So phenomenal means pertaining to appearances. The phenomenal character of an experience is how the experience seems, something like that. So to say experience has a phenomenology is just to say it has a phenomenal character. That's how I think we should use the word phenomenology in this context. Of course, and that's completely different from the use of the word in the phenomenological tradition, where phenomenology is a theory, it's an approach to philosophy. So to say, is there a phenomenology of cognition, is to ask, does cognition have a phenomenal character? And if it does have such a phenomenal character, is it reducible to sensory phenomenology? So some people think that all there really is sensory phenomenology. So when you're thinking, your thought has a phenomenology because you're visualizing or hearing in your mind's ear or something like that, or your words are running through your head or something like this. And all these things can be explained in quasi-sensory terms. Those who think it doesn't just have sensory phenomenology use the word proprietary phenomenology, which is a bit of a hard word to say, but proprietary phenomenology, which means it's proper to cognition itself. Some of these options are discussed in this excellent anthology by Tim Bain and Michel Montague, Cognitive Phenomenology. Now this is the basic problem, it seems to me, with cognitive phenomenology is the same problem with standard intentionalism, is that they fail to communicate. If they restrict themselves to the apparatus of the proposition and propositional content, then they fail to communicate how that can have itself a phenomenology. This is why then people like Papineau, who are just as baffled about sensory phenomenology explained in terms of relations to propositions, are just as baffled then about cognitive phenomenology being explained in terms of relations to propositions. And similar claims about perception are made in Tyler Burger's Origins of Objectivity in his critique of the idea that perception is essentially conscious. So this isn't supposed to be an argument, this is supposed to be just a summary description of, I think, why people find the bare claim of cognitive phenomenology hard to understand. The second doctrine, and this is the final thing I'm going to talk about this morning, is the doctrine of phenomenal intentionality. Now this is a more specific claim, and it's more of an explanatory claim, that the idea is that there is some intentionality, some mental representation, which derives from the phenomenal properties of mental states. So we have to understand phenomenal property independently of intentionality. So if we say that, when I'm thinking about the Holy Roman Empire, I'm thinking about the history of Europe, and I'm thinking about the Holy Roman Empire, then my thought about the Holy Roman Empire has some phenomenal characteristics which I can characterize, or which can be characterized independently of them being about the Holy Roman Empire. And it's because of these characteristics that they managed to have the content of concerning the Holy Roman Empire. Perhaps you can see it more in the case of perception, how it might work. If you think of a simple sort of view on which there's what Ned Block called mental paint, so imagine that your visual experience is like a canvas. It's a familiar old idea. Visual experience is like a canvas, and there are, if you were going to sort of draw a picture of, or paint a picture of how your visual experience is, you would be painting lots of different shades at different points, and because of color constancies, things that are judged to be the same color would be painted with different shades at different points of your visual field. That's one way of thinking of qualia, as mental paint. Intrinsically, like paint itself, intrinsically non-intentional, but you put enough of it together and you get a representation of the world. It's a very seductive image for visual perception. Now, so Ned Block talks in terms of qualia as mental paint. Qualia as mental paint could be a theory of phenomenal intentionality for the case of perception. The intrinsic sensory qualities are not in themselves representational, but when you put enough of them together, you get something that's representational. Now, the way people present this, the way some people present this doctrine is that this will give us a better theory of content than, say, a causal theory of content. So rather than saying, it can explain how my thought about the Holy Roman Empire is about the Holy Roman Empire by appealing to a causal relationship between me and the Holy Roman Empire, whatever that would be. We say instead that our thoughts have certain phenomenal characteristics, and that those phenomenal characteristics somehow determine what my thought is about. perhaps that isn't a very good example. Perhaps that's not a very favourable example to them, but let's leave it at that. I mean, I reject phenomenal intentionality, although this book here, Phenomenal Intentionality, has some very interesting essays in there, and actually there's an essay by me in that book, but I don't endorse the doctrine of phenomenal intentionality, I hope. I'm talking about something else. I reject this theory because, for me, the notion of a phenomenal property is inseparable. I think properly understood, it's inseparable from its intentionality. The phenomena are how things seem, how the appearances of things. Now, there are the things out there, and then there are the way that they appear to you. The way, if I were to describe the way things appear to me, then that is a way of describing the phenomena. It's true that you can imagine that there might be such a thing, as mental paint. I could imagine that. I don't need to talk in that way, though, in order to describe my experience, the appearances of things. So I don't see a way in general of characterizing the relevant phenomenal properties in ways that don't presuppose intentionality, so I'd rather not take that route. At a sort of more diagnostic level, I still feel that the phenomenal intentionality program is stuck on the idea of a theory of content. And that may be because they're materialists, maybe not. They may be asking the question, what makes your thought about your dog a thought about your dog? How can that be? How can that thought really be about your dog? Now, if you're a materialist, I can see that that might be a question. But if you're neutral on materialism, or if you don't think materialism is true, then I don't see any reason for starting with the theory of content problem, which is the reason I'm not going to talk about it in these lectures. So, let me conclude then. I want to make a few points in conclusion. I think it's fair to say that analytic philosophy of mind, analytic theories of intentionality, have largely been theories of the propositional attitudes. I think that's an uncontroversial thing to say, to the extent that intentional state and propositional attitude are almost synonyms in a lot of analytic philosophy. I think this has led to distortions of the phenomena. In particular, it's led to the inability to connect intentionality and consciousness, which incidentally is not something that is a problem in phenomenology. Whatever criticisms you might have of Husserl's work, it's not that he cannot connect intentionality and phenomenology. The recent attempts to connect them, I think, have been hampered by their attachment to elements of the propositional attitude project. And this afternoon I'll say a little bit more about how Frege diagnosed the problem that they're facing there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very clear lecture. And now we have time for questions.
I want to think about something you just said, actually, which I think quite like the reason why you think that only materialists need a theory of content.
Yeah.
It seems to me that everyone working in physics should sort of give an answer to why Maxwell's about thoughts are about thoughts.
Right. So perhaps I could illustrate this by just talking about Putnam's example of the ant at the beginning of Reason, Truth and History. Putnam has this example that an ant is walking on the sand. Does anyone know? Everyone know the first chapter of Reason, Truth and History? That's a wonderful book. An ant is walking on the sand, and by coincidence, the ant draws something that looks just like or makes a pattern in the sand that looks like Winston Churchill. So here it is. There's the pattern in the sand that looks like Winston Churchill. It's got a cigar. Yeah, maybe. Now Putnam says, quite rightly, I think, that the ant has not drawn a picture of Winston Churchill. You say, well, why not? And he says, because, well, the obvious answer to that question is that the ant has no idea what it's doing. The ant has no intention to draw a picture of Winston Churchill. The ant's just accidentally made these marks in the sand that happen to resemble Winston Churchill. But resembling Winston Churchill is not sufficient for being a picture of Winston Churchill. And the natural answer to Putnam is to say the ant has no mental states that represent Churchill. Now Putnam says that's not good enough, because you can ask the same question about the mental states. How do the mental states represent Churchill? And there, I think, if you think about that, you think, what's he asking? He's saying, which mental states? So, what makes it the case that my thought about Churchill represents Churchill? Which thought? My thought about Churchill. That's how we identify it. The thought about Churchill is, in and of itself, about Churchill, intuitively. So we start off with that idea. Now, it's not that you can point to the thought and say, you know, that thought could have been about anything, but in fact it's about Churchill. Right? The thought is just a thought about Churchill. That's what it is. Now, of course, if you're a materialist, then you can ask about a state of the brain. You can say, how can this state of the brain be about Winston Churchill? Well, that might be a good question. So how do some bits of the brain detect certain things in the environment and other bits detect other bits? But if the thought is just a thought, then by introducing it as a thought, you settle the question of what it's about. Now, there may be another question in the background, which is, how do thoughts come to have their content as a matter of fact? I mean, why is it the case, so it's an example I used in my book, you know, why is it the case that only since Europeans colonized Australia in 1788 that people in Europe had an idea of a kangaroo? Why is that? Well, because they'd never seen a kangaroo before. That's the obvious answer. Does that mean it's a metaphysically necessary condition for having a thought about a kangaroo that you've seen a kangaroo? So I'm very sceptical. So I think that the materialist presupposition makes sense of the question, because it says, look, it's this bit in my brain here. This is my brain, and I want to know what makes my brain, what makes it the case that something that doesn't seem to be a thought actually is a thought. Whereas the thing about thoughts is that they do seem to be thoughts. So that's, I mean, I realize it's controversial, because there is this assumption that this is a problem for everyone, but I've come to the conclusion that it isn't. So. I could say one thing more about that, if you like, if it's just by way of an analogy with Descartes. Because when, I think this happens a lot in introductory philosophy of mind, you look at you try and motivate people to think about the mystery of the mind or consciousness, and you say, look at the brain, you know, it's just this wet, fatty thing. It's just, you know, it's inconceivable that thing could produce, you know, our lives, experience, love, emotion, meaning, all these things. It's just inconceivable. If anyone's ever eaten brains, it's just incredible. They just seem so simple. Fatty, gooey sort of things. Anyway, yeah. So how is that possible? I mean, that is genuinely puzzling. It's really, really puzzling to think how that's possible. So some people generalize. They say, how can any matter think? How can any material substance think? Descartes comes along and says, material substance can't think. Mental substance is what you need in order to think. Now, the standard textbook response to that is, how does it help to introduce another substance? Because you can raise the same question about that substance. But that's a misunderstanding of Descartes' view of substance. Descartes' view is that matter has its characteristic attribute. Every substance has its characteristic attribute. Matter's characteristic attribute is extension. The characteristic attribute of mind is thought, or consciousness, basically. So you can't ask, how can this substance, which somehow we understand in some other way, sustain thought? Because the substance is introduced specifically to have its characteristic attribute as thought. So it's analogous to that. My response is analogous to that. I mean, you might say, that's helping yourself to the notion of to the notion of mental substance, and it's all implausible for other reasons. That may be true, but at least it's not vulnerable to the objection that how can any substance produce thought, right? Because, do you see what I mean? That's the analogy with what I want to say about Churchill, but I haven't figured it all out yet.
Alex?
So I'm wondering about the role of the historical story that you told, the role that it plays in any argumentation.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about the contrast between like internal and external explanations in philosophy of science for its development.
Right.
So you might appeal to,
Right.
you might start thinking that, well maybe, no, forget that.
Okay.
Maybe your description of history functions as a kind of genealogy that's supposed to make us like change the way that we think about it.
Yeah.
So I wondered, so you could have approached this, I mean it might just be a consequence of the format of the lectures, but you could have just approached this by entirely stepping inside the debates about, contemporary debates about intentionality and propositionality and such, and then just participated. But instead you set up this history, and it seems to have a sort of rhetorical effect of making you wonder about, looking at the current debates as hinging upon certain contingent assumptions.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering about the role of telling that history in the way that you want to argue for your position.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. That's exactly what I want to do. It is genealogical in the Bernard Williams Nietzsche sense, I suppose. I think there's this predicament that we get into in philosophy where we feel that there aren't any other options open to us. And we think that we can't think in any other terms except these terms that have been handed down to us. And I think the one role of genealogy in this sense is to trace back to a point where it seemed as if those options were not necessary or obligatory, where we could have gone in another way. That's what I want to do with intentionality in the proposition. Because if you just try and do it straight, then you say, because I got interested in this, I started thinking about non-intentional states. Non-propositional intentional states. And I said they're obviously non-propositional intentional states. And then when you like love, or I think desire isn't obviously an intentional state. You're imagining something. Just imagine a unicorn. You needn't be imagining that the unicorn is such and such. You're just imagining or visualizing a unicorn. Visualize the White House or something. Are you visualizing that there is a White House, or visualizing that someone is in the White House, or that the house is white, right? And I want to say, no, relax, open out your opportunity. Give yourself some other opportunities. You're just visualizing the White House. Now, philosophers being what they are, and they're all very intelligent, most of them very intelligent, it's actually quite difficult to get to this stage. And they will find some way of redescribing visualizing the White House as a propositional attitude. No one's done that with love yet, actually. I think love has failed to be characterized as a propositional attitude. And one of the responses then you hear to that is, well, maybe love doesn't exist. So we've got ourselves into a position that because of some doctrine about the proposition and truth, the truth conditions, mental representations of truth conditions, because of that, we end up saying things like, love doesn't exist. So this is why I want to say, step back, see how we got into this position. Where does the notion of the proposition come from in our thinking about these things? It's a relatively recent invention, the proposition. Similarly with the notion of a propositional attitude. And once certain I mean, it's true, it's partly, what I'm saying is partly rhetorical, but that's partly because people are persuaded to think things by rhetorical, by great rhetoricians like Russell or Quine. Quine was a very, very florid rhetorical writer who painted a picture of the world and somehow persuaded people to agree with him about certain things through sheer force of, this sort of Olympian elegance of his convoluted prose. And yet it's all based on a very shaky grasp of what he's talking about. And, not all. I mean, in this particular case of intentionality. So yeah, I think thinking about things historically is a philosophical task. It's a way of trying to see how certain things that seem to you now to be absolutely obligatory, and that were not always so, and that there may be other paths we could have taken. Thanks.
Thank you for the wonderful talk. I want to ask about qualia.
Yeah.
So you nicely explained how, according to one view, we should distinguish between propositional attitudes and qualia, whereas qualia are considered as non-intentional, intrinsic, ineffable properties.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, what do you think about, is the concept of qualia useful, and could we redefine it? Could qualia be considered as relational and intentional properties? What do you think about
Right. Thank you. Yes. So I think Oscar Wilde said, "Evil is not one of my words." I think he said that. It's like qualia is not one of my words. So I think we don't need the word qualia. We don't need this concept qualia. We don't even know how to pronounce it. So. I think we already have our common sense psychology, our everyday self-conception, gives us enough words to describe conscious experiences, and we don't need this concept. And I think it adds to all sorts of confusions about what consciousness is. So I think it'd be better off to get rid of it, rather than say, as in the second part of your question, rather than say, well, what qualia really are intentional. Right? I'd just rather say there's consciousness, right? There's experience, there's sensation. There are the varieties of sensation. There's pain. There's sensations of warmth, and so on. All the various varieties of sensation. There's the varieties of consciousness. That's enough of a vocabulary to describe them. We don't need to say that on top of that there are these mysterious qualia. Now, I have a view about how this all came about, which relates to my question my answer to Alex, that you've got to have a historical understanding of this, I think, in order to understand why people talk in terms of qualia. And so for me, it all goes back to behaviorism in psychology, because behaviorism had the view that you see, a lot of behaviorists didn't deny consciousness. They just thought they were so preoccupied with their scientific standing as a subject that they needed to only treat things that could be scientifically measured. So it's not that there isn't consciousness. It's just you can never have a science of consciousness. And so the person who invented raw field, the expression raw fields, which is the kind of synonym of qualia, E.C. Tolman, he said something along those lines. And so I kind of think that when people rediscovered consciousness, they still had that conception of consciousness in mind. It was what was left over after you've done the functionalist causal story of the mind, and you've talked about intentionality and everything else, and there's still this extra thing which can't be treated by science. And I think that's the origin of that idea of qualia. That's my short form of. There's a paper on my website about this if you're interested. It's called "The History of Consciousness in the 20th Century" or something like that. Some modest title like that.
So does everybody agree upon the concept of qualia, that this is, I mean, we can argue about whether they exist or not, or whether
Yeah.
we need the concept or not. But does everybody agree that these are intrinsic?
No, they absolutely don't agree. No, I mean, this is one of the problems. So you get people furiously denouncing Daniel Dennett for saying that he denies qualia, because he insanely, he's denying consciousness. How can you deny consciousness? Well, and Dennett doesn't deny consciousness, he's denying a certain picture of it. Nonetheless, Dennett likes to wind people up, and he likes to be controversial, so he makes it, he says things like consciousness is an illusion. But what he means by that is that our ideas about consciousness embody certain illusions or mistakes. So those people who think that denying qualia is denying consciousness clearly aren't using the word in the same way. If it could be agreed that qualia is just a synonym for consciousness, then of course there are thought qualia, because there are conscious thoughts. But saying that there are thought qualia sounds odd, given what qualia is meant in philosophy. So this is why I'd rather not use the word, because obviously there's conscious thinking. Conscious thinking is not necessarily sensory phenomenology, I think. So we'd be better off not using the word qualia, I think. I don't know.
What about what its likeness? It seems like nowadays people are more using the term.
Yeah, I like the term "what it's like." Yeah, what it's like is good. Yeah. Thanks.
I was wondering if you could say more about your the reasons why you reject phenomenal intentionality. You say it's because the notion of phenomenal property is inseparable from intentionality. So does this mean that you accord to intentionality a kind of primacy or a representationalist? Is that the case?
I think intentionality does have a sort of primacy. Yeah, sort of. I think. And I think the idea of intentionality is the idea of the subject's point of view on the world, or the subject, or for there to be intentionality is for the subject to have a point of view, by which I don't just mean a visual point of view. I mean their whole psychological orientation on reality or unreality. I mean, depending on what they're thinking about. So. And I think it's very natural in the case of consciousness to describe the conscious aspects of that point of view on the world as phenomenal, because phenomenal has the traditional meaning of relating to appearances, so how things appear. And so those are my starting points. And what I can't get from people like Kriegel and Pitt is a clear idea of how you identify ostensibly non-intentional phenomenal properties out of which you're going to construct in some way intentionality. So that's my basic worry about the obscurity of it. And I wonder. I sort of understand the mental paint view of Bloch's view, but that's just a view about vision. There's no thought paint, right? Just as there are no thought qualia in the usual sense of qualia. So I'm, I mean, I suppose one thing I think we have to be very careful about is sort of making things up, making up theories about stuff that isn't real. I'm stating the obvious. I'm constructing sort of paramechanical models of things like perception, whereas there is a theory of visual perception. It's in cognitive neuroscience, and that's the theory of how visual perception works. What we're trying to do in philosophy is not the same. I don't know if that answers your question at all. But,
Can I ask one about cognitive phenomenology?
Yeah.
Because I didn't really understand your view on that, because you said that I mean, it leads to issues how to, I mean, because content and consciousness have like separate characterization.
Yeah.
It's like baffling how they could be together. But then later you said that intentionality and phenomenality or phenomenal character are sort of intertwined. They are always difficult to separate. So does that follow that you still say that there is some sort of phenomenal character to thinking that be?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I wasn't. Yes, thanks, Bruno. I wasn't very clear about that. I believe in cognitive phenomenology, but where that means that thinking, conscious thinking, has a phenomenal character, and I think that that phenomenal character isn't exhausted by the phenomenal character of certain sensory things going on. I think not everyone who believes in cognitive phenomenology has that view. So those people who don't think there's a proprietary cognitive phenomenology, they think it derives from sensory phenomenology, like Jesse Prince, for example, or Ty and Briggs Wright in that paper in the Montague book. So I want to distance myself from that view. And I agree. And also I think it's also, what I was saying about that view was that I think that view puts such a strong distinction between phenomenality and intentionality that it's hard to bring them back together. So the non-proprietary view.
Could you say what's the non-sensory phenomenology like?
I'm going to say something about that tomorrow.
Okay, it's
I
possible
hope.
to say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was wondering if you can go back to the scholastic concept of intentionality to endorse it, because much of your argument is against contemporary analytical propositional attitudes, such as Aristotelian metaphysics or any kind of historical background. Maybe some possibility for you to endorse.
In Aristotelian metaphysics or in the scholastics, I think there's a lot to learn from Aristotle and the scholastics, and I'm not a scholar of these things, and I'm attracted to some aspects of what's now called Aristotelian metaphysics. I'm going to talk about that in the last lecture a bit. But when it comes to intentionality, so as I understand Aquinas, maybe there are people here who know Aquinas better, but that Aquinas tried to extend Aristotle's idea of perception to the whole of intentionality. I don't know. Are you a student of the scholastics at all? Yeah. Right. Okay. So I think Aristotle thought that in visual perception, the soul or the organ, it's a bit disputed, or the visual or the eye, took on the form of the object of perception without taking on its matter. So you see a horse and your eye takes on the form of a horse, or you see something red, your eye takes on the form of redness without taking on the matter. Aquinas, and here this is totally secondhand from Kenny and some other people, Anscombe actually, Geach, said that thinking about something also involves taking on the form of that thing without taking on its matter. Clearly, if you did take on the form of something, if you thought about a horse by taking on the form of a horse, you better not do that in the way that a horse takes on the form of a horse, otherwise you'd have to become a horse whenever you thought about a horse, which would be a bit like the children's cartoon, Baba Papa, this one keeps changing his shape all the time. Everything you think about something, you change your own shape. So what Aquinas said, as I understand it, is that the form of horse, when you think about a horse, the form of horse exists differently in your soul or your mind than it does in the horse. In the horse, it exists naturally, the form exists naturally, it has esse naturale, and in your mind it has intentional being, it has esse intentionale. what does that mean, right? I think it means, on the one case, the horse is a horse because it's a horse, and when you're thinking about a horse, you're representing a horse. I'm saying the horse, the form of... The thing is, if you don't believe in form and matter, so I don't believe in form and matter, that's not my metaphysics. I don't have the hylomorphic conception, so if I don't have that, then I can't take that story literally. So I can say... Kenny has an essay where he discusses this, and he says it's a bit like Wittgenstein, that Wittgenstein says when you think about something, your thought doesn't stop short of the thing itself. He said Aquinas was making the same point, that your thought doesn't stop short of the horse itself, it takes on. Well, all that means is that, to my literal-minded way of thinking, that what that means is you're thinking about a horse by directing your mind on the form of a horse. You're representing the form of a horse. That's it. So, yeah, short answer, if you're not a hylomorphist, then you can't have that theory. Okay, thank you.
I was wondering about the historical, how you got to this view of intentionality in terms of propositionality.
Yeah.
And but the way you characterize the story, how we got to this point, from more rejecting idealism. There it seemed that Moore wasn't trying to put forward a general theory of intentionality. He was just trying to reject a certain way of thinking about truth. And if I come up with a sufficiently objective story about propositions, then I can reject idealism in that sort of degrees of truth instead of
Yeah.
truth of being a subjective, relative thing. And
Yeah.
I was wondering how we got from the project that Moore started to this view of now let's apply propositional attitudes everywhere. So, because I haven't actually been reading those people like Stolnaker and later the Neo-Russellians as trying to come up with a story about intentionality in general, but just an account of propositional attitudes is itself sufficiently complicated. Just those that we've been working on phenomenon of propositional attitudes and not trying to generalize their views to all mental. So I was wondering why people make that leap?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, obviously the story is much, much more complicated than the simple picture I painted there. With regard to Stolnack, actually, the first chapter of his book, Inquiry, Inquiry as it's called in its home country, Inquiry, is called The Problem of Intentionality. And in that book he articulates the notion of, he talks about belief and desire, and how the contents of beliefs and desires should be thought of in terms of sets of worlds. So, so I think Stolnacker was in the business of understanding intentionality in a certain way, in a way I'll try and explain this afternoon a bit more. Yes, so Moore, I was running a number of things together. I mean, Moore's refutation of idealism is actually about sensation, perception, sensory perception. What I think is the spirit of the Moore and Russell rejection of idealism is that everything you think about has to be something independent of your mind. And so that's how you get to even to things like the idea that they toyed with, even sense data were things that were independent of your mind. The sense data had to be non-material things, but that they were mind independent too. So there was these sort of strange ideas came in. But both Russell and Moore changed their view a lot at this time, so I'm trying to, and I don't want to follow all the different changes of their view. What I want to do is capture a general sense of what was important to them, and I think what was important was judgment. Apart from perception, judgment was very important. And judgment was important because truth was important. The notion of the proposition emerged at one point as a response to the idea that, could the same thing be both, response to the question, could the same thing be both true in some circumstances and false in another? Or the same thing that's true, actually true, could it be possibly not true? Those kind of ideas. And that's where the notion of the proposition comes from. Then Russell abandoned the idea of the proposition because of this multiple relation theory of judgment, but that didn't really go anywhere. So I think the proposition was central because of judgment, and that interacts with Frege because Frege had a calculus of propositions and a method for mechanically determining truth values of propositions, and Frege and Russell argued about the nature of the proposition, and then so that's the beginning. I think the beginning, the refutation of idealism and the beginnings of logic or the philosophy of logic of that period, I think, are closely connected, I believe. Now, how you get from there to Fodor, Field, Stolnacker, and the 1970s and 1980s is a long story. But one thing that you need to bring in is the idea of one of the uses of mental. So Quine attacked all this mental terminology, and he thought that was all rubbish, and that we should all when we're limiting the true and ultimate structure of reality, the fundamental language was something else, and it didn't involve all this backward, prehistoric mental discourse. But one thing that emerged out of that is that there was one part of mental discourse which was okay, which is what became known as belief-desire psychology, that you can explain people's actions by talking about their beliefs and their desires. And this fitted in with a number of trends in philosophy and related subjects. One is functionalism about the mind. Another is decision theory and rational choice theory, which had a sort of independent life, but is basically a very simplified belief-desire psychology. So belief-desire were states with propositional content, and that you could explain people's behavior in terms of what they believe and what they desire. Those are states with propositional content. That was all kind of okay. You did the theory of the proposition. And that was intentionality. Intentionality was beliefs and desires with plus propositional content. And then the connection between that and Russell was that is the notion of the proposition, which was a theme that ran through the whole of 20th century philosophy. I said it's big picture speculation, but
so this generalization, the propositional attitudes, sorry, I'm trying to apply that to consciousness, sort of an attempt to vindicate this other all of these other mental phenomena. So, propositional attitudes are fine, and these other things are kind of like that. Is that
I think it's rather so I think it was rather. Here again, this is very sketchy, but there's a paper by Gilbert Harman called from the 1990s, I think, called "The Intrinsic Quality of Experience," where he's criticizing the idea that functionalism can't account for qualia. And there was that debate that went on in the 70s and 80s about whether functionalism can account for qualia, because two people could be functionally identical, but one could have qualia and one not. And then Harman said, what is all this stuff about qualia or the intrinsic qualities of experience? There aren't any intrinsic qualities of experience. If I introspect my experience, all I find is the object of the experience. And that then became, that idea was taken up by various people and became a defense of intentionalism about perception and consciousness generally, where people say functionalism. So Harman was defending functionalism by saying when we introspect experience, we don't find intrinsic qualities, we only find properties of the things represented. But then I think some other people realized that that's the way to understand consciousness. Consciousness really is just the representation of the world. We already have a theory of the representation of the world, which is the theory of the propositional attitude. So let's apply that theory to the theory of consciousness. That's how I make the connection. It would require many more footnotes and speculation. Thank you very much, and thank you to those funding bodies as well. So my first lecture was an introduction to the ideas of intentionality, which I think have shaped contemporary debate in philosophy, and I expressed some skepticism about those. In my next lecture, I'm going to talk about the idea of the proposition. I'm going to talk about four things. First, Frege's famous essay, The Thought, which I realise has the wrong date there. It should be 1918 to 1919. So much for scholarship. Then I'm going to talk about what Frege called thoughts versus what he called ideas. And I'll say something about the idea of propositional content in my scheme of things, where the thought plays a role, and what propositional content is for. And then I want to distinguish what propositional content is for, what I call the semantic conception of representation, from the more general idea of intentionality. So let me, in honour of Frege, begin with this famous essay, Der Gedanke, The Thought. He called this, the subtitle is A Logical Inquiry, and it was published in a journal. I think it may be the first issue of this journal, dedicated to the study of German idealism. And the main thrust of the article, its main message, is an anti-idealist message. It's a defense of a resolute realism about truth and objectivity, the objectivity of judgment. Truth, he says, is the aim of logic at the beginning of the paper. And so, as other enterprises have other aims, logic has the aim of truth. But truth figures in logic in the sense that it is the subject matter of logic. So logic should explain truth. It's not just that logic looks for truths, it looks for the explanation of truth. And the thought he defines as that for which the question of truth arises. A thought. It's that for which the question of truth arises. Thoughts, he says, are not subjective mental entities. They are bearers of truth and falsehood. So thoughts are objectively true and false, regardless of whether they are judged or not. They are independent, that is to say, they're independent of individual acts of thinking. Thinking presupposes the grasp of a thought. Grasp here is a metaphor for whatever it is that puts you in a relationship with a thought when you understand a sentence, for example. So understanding a sentence presupposes grasping a thought. Judgment is the move from the grasp of the thought to an affirmation of its truth. Thoughts, as I said this morning, are composed of senses, that is to say, the modes of presentation of objects in the world, things in the world. Thoughts are not worldly things like Mont Blanc. Thoughts are things like the mode of presentation of Mont Blanc, the way of thinking of it, a certain way of thinking he doesn't say way of thinking. That this is something Gareth Evans says in his exposition of Frege. Mode of presentation is or mode of givenness, Art des Gegebensein is the word. And these things exist in a third realm, as he called it. The third realm is not independently characterized, but the third realm is just the realm that is not the material realm or the realm of ideas, of mental things. So these are the characteristics of thoughts, and thoughts are what logic deals with. And thoughts and the relationship between thoughts. So thoughts, their internal structure, and the relationships between them. The thought, in other words, is the proposition. So this is what the thought is for Frege. Propositions are the contents of judgments, of beliefs. And so when I talk about propositional contents, I just mean the same as propositions. So propositional content, proposition means the same thing. And again, the fundamental idea here is truth and falsehood, that we start with the idea of truth. We understand the thought as whatever it is which is the ultimate bearer of truth. So it's very important that mental acts of judgment, assertions, things like this, these are not the ultimate bearers of truth. They are bearers of truth derivatively because the thoughts that which they incorporate are themselves bearers of truth. So this robust realism, involves this idea that, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, it was still true that 2 + 2 = 4, that grass is green, and so on. So this is the idea of an objective proposition which you attempt to grasp in your act of judgment. I should also say that thoughts are what are communicated in rational communication. So when I try and explain these ideas to you, I'm trying to, on Frege's view, I'm trying to communicate some thoughts, some propositions, and communication succeeds, according to Frege, if you associate roughly the same thought with my words that I do. Just to remind you again of the theories of the propositions that we were talking about earlier on, those are the three dominant styles of theory of propositions. But one very important idea here is the idea of structure. It's sometimes said sets of possible worlds are unstructured propositions in the sense that they're just sets. So the proposition that pigs fly is, or perhaps it's best to say, it's modelled by the set of all those worlds in which pigs fly. But it doesn't have any structure other than just that set theoretic structure. But it's often said that thoughts themselves are structured. This is something that Frege himself believed. And here's a recent example of this. I come across this in a book by E.J. Lowe, where he says that even the simplest thoughts are structured like sentences, containing referential and predicative elements. And studying these structures is the main task of philosophical logic. So Lowe is someone who believes in this enterprise called philosophical logic, which studies the structure of thoughts. And I suppose, insofar as there is such a thing, Frege's essay is an exercise in philosophical logic. Frege's own theory of the structure of thoughts relied on a fundamental distinction between what he called objects and concepts. Now, again, the terminology or the translation into English could be confusing here, because you might think that a concept is something mental. The concept is something more like an idea in someone's mind. So for Frege, that's absolutely not true. The word he used, begriff, this word, and translated as the English word concept, this is not something in the mind, but it's something out there in reality. A concept in his use of this word is a kind of function in the mathematical sense, a function that takes objects as arguments and then gives you a value of true or false, depending on whether the object falls under the concept in the world. Now, I suppose, or you could think of it as that the simple concept takes as its value the object A. This monadic concept takes the object A as its argument, and if A is indeed F or has the property of being F, then you get the value true, and if A has that doesn't have the property of being F, then you get the value false. And that basic function argument structure, Frege said, was at the heart of the structure of the thought, as well as the structure of sentences. So the structure of thoughts mirrors the structure of sentences in his way of thinking. This, of course, is a representation of the concept F. The concept F is a function out there in reality. the A is a representation of is a representation of a name, which is a name picks out some object in reality. So essentially, the idea is you plug the object into the function, and you get either true or false out at the end. And it was for this reason that just as the object is the reference of the name, the concept is the reference of the concept word, or what we might call a predicate to get today. The truth or falsehood are the references of the sentences in question. So that's Frege's basic semantic ideas, or logical ideas. I'm going to come back to this idea of function argument structure in a moment in this lecture, but just bear that in mind. I suppose I should say one more thing. Frege's idea was that an object was something which was complete in itself, whereas a concept was something that required completion by an object. He said that the concept was unsaturated, and the object needed to complete the concept. So concepts are sort of incomplete thingies. Okay, so my second theme this afternoon is thoughts contrasted with ideas, and this is at the heart of what I want to say, the contrast that Frege is making here. Now, in the Grundlagen, Frege said, I have used the word idea always in the psychological sense, and have distinguished ideas from concepts and from objects. So at this point in his thinking, he didn't have the notion of the thought as he worked that out in later philosophy, but he had the idea of the concept and the object, which are out there, objective things. Ideas are something psychological. What is the content of my consciousness? He says later on, my idea should be sharply distinguished from what is an object of my thought. Now, I'm not entirely sure what he means by an object of my thought there, but let's suppose it's the thing in the world that the thought concerns. And then in that case, he's making the same distinction, distinguishing ideas from these worldly things. Sometimes people use the phrase object of a thought to mean the propositional content of the thing you're thinking. So when you think that it's raining, then the object of your thinking is the proposition that it's raining. Now, I must confess I don't know how Frege is using the word object of thought there, I realise. But if he's using it to mean propositional content, then he's distinguishing propositional content from ideas, content of consciousness. If he's using it to mean worldly object, then he's using it to distinguish worldly objects and concepts from ideas. So, I think that the analogy which Frege used actually enables me to sum up my very simple conception of this whole subject matter. So there's a famous analogy he uses in his paper on sense and reference, where he compares someone using a word to talk about an object with someone looking at the moon through a telescope. So this will be very familiar for anyone who's studied the theory of sense and reference. We compare the moon. The moon is analogous to the reference. So you're looking at the telescope of the moon. The moon is analogous to the reference. I suppose the whole thing is analogous to the act of referring to something. The image on the telescope is the sense, because the image is a mode of presentation of the reference, but it's partial. It's not, you're not grasping, so to speak, the reference itself, but just a particular aspect of a particular perspective on the reference. But it's a perspective that can be grasped by anyone else who goes to look through the telescope from that point of view. So in that sense, it's public. It's the property of many people, as he says. And then there's the image on the retina, which is someone's individual property and cannot be shared with anyone else. And that's what he says is analogous to the idea. Sorry, I've misspelt that. It says Vorstellung. It should be Vorstellung. So Vorstellung means is the word that's translated as idea. Now, to jump ahead, just to give you my view in a capsule summary, is that my view is that philosophy of mind and the theory of intentionality that I was talking about this morning in the philosophy of mind has concentrated on these two things and has pretty much neglected this thing. Whereas I think intentionality should really all be about the ideas. It should be about the subject's subjective perspective on things. And these notions are semantic or logical notions. And, as Frege says, we should always sharply distinguish the logical from the psychological. Intentionality is psychological, if anything is. So philosophy of mind has misdirected itself onto the logical when it should have been concerned with the psychological. Tomorrow I'll say something more positive about the idea and how we should conceive of the idea. But here are a few things that Frege says. Ideas need a bearer. So this is the important thing. Remember, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, the thought that 2 + 2 = 4 was still true. An idea is not like that. An idea needs to be instantiated, or needs to be, he said, the sense impression he has of green exists only because of me. I am its bearer. I see green, or something like this. It seems absurd that a pain, a mood, a wish should rove around the world without a bearer, independently. An experience is impossible without an experiencer. The inner world presupposes the person whose inner world it is. So he's just describing some obvious truisms about experience, that there's no experience without someone experiencing it. All experiences are owned by the subject of experience, the bearer of the properties. A pain has to be owned by someone who has the pain, and so on. And this is contrasted with thoughts. So ideas are mental states, I'd rather put it, or perhaps mental states or mental acts or mental events, depending on how you think of this. They are subjective in the sense that they depend for their being on the subject who grasps them. A thought is not subjective in that sense. A thought does not depend for its being on the subject who grasps it. And they are not always straightforwardly communicable. So it's not a requirement on communication that you share ideas. Communication is about communicating things in the objective world, about the thoughts you're trying to express, or talking about objects in the world. So I'm going to say a little bit more about ideas tomorrow, since I think my thesis could be summed up by saying that ideas, in Frege's sense, are the subject matter of intentionality. This word Vorstellung is translated as idea in the translations that are used in English. The same word in Kant is translated as representation. In Brentano, the word is translated into English as presentation. So it shouldn't actually be surprising that I say that the notion of an idea, as it's used in Frege, should have something to do with intentionality, since representations in Kant, presentations in Frege in Brentano, are simply intentional phenomena, ways of describing the phenomena of intentionality. So that's so far I've said that I've talked about Frege's view on thoughts, and I've talked about the distinction between thoughts and ideas. And you can see that the picture that emerges in Frege is a very dramatic one. It's, as I say, it's a resolutely realist picture of propositional content. The truths are all like laid out there, and what we're trying to do is to grasp them with our minds. Now, he doesn't say anything about what grasping with our minds is. I'll come back to that. His main aim in that paper is to defend an idea of an objective truth and the objective bearers of objective truth. So, propositional content then, a thought is an instance of it's a kind of propositional content. I think asking what is propositional content, it might be better to ask what is propositional content for? What's the point of it? What is the point of the notion of propositional content? What does it do for us? Then we can ask about the notion of a propositional attitude considered as a relation to a proposition. Are there really such things? Are there? Should we think of ourselves as related to these propositions? Is that the best way to think of things? Are intentional states really relations to propositions? And I'm going to say something about that now. So there's one very unrealistic picture which I want to shift from the centre of discussion, and I've already mentioned it this morning, and that's the idea that we stand in a relation to these propositions. In the Fregean terminology, we have to grasp the thought first, and we proceed then to judge the thought having grasped it. These propositions, of course, for Frege are in the third realm, whatever that means exactly. But it means they're not part of ordinary world. So, it's not like grasping a teacup or a glass. Your grasp here is a metaphor for something like understanding. There was a time when philosophers of mind who were inspired by Frege said that there are two parts to the theory of thinking, the theory of thought. One is the theory of the proposition, and the other is the theory of the grasp of the proposition. So it's like you start off with the proposition and you say what it means for there to be these Fregean thoughts and how you distinguish between them, and then you explain what it means to grasp those things. Now, roughly speaking, I think lots of theories fall into that pattern. I think Fodor's the way Fodor introduces his language of thought theory falls into that pattern. I think that Hartree-Field's way of introducing his mental representation theory that I mentioned this morning, that also falls into the pattern. But they're both motivated in a certain way by materialism, but you don't have to put it that way. See, in Christopher Peacock's book from a few decades ago, A Study of Concepts, he starts off by talking about concepts as kind of abstract entities, concepts as, so this all gets rather messy, not in the sense that Frege meant concept, but rather something more like the sense of a concept word, the sense of a predicate, the mode of presentation of this function in the world. Peacock was talking about that in this book, The Study of Concepts, and he starts off talking about concepts, and then he puts forward the view that there can't be anything more to a concept than would be given by an account of what it means to possess that concept. So it's like the concept is one thing, possessing the concept is another thing. And somehow you shed light on what the concept is by saying what it takes to possess the concept. Now I think that in a certain sense this is making work for yourself. You've started out characterizing these things abstractly, and then you say, what does it mean for us to stand in a relation to these abstract things? What facts about us make it the case that we stand in a relation to these abstract things? So it can look as if what we're looking for is actually a discovery about which abstract things we're standing in a relation to. There's an analogous thing that used to be discussed in philosophy of language many decades ago, which was called the problem of the actual language relation. And this starts off by thinking of languages as abstract objects. And then we realize that there's actually an enormous number of abstract objects that we could be speaking, because we all speak slightly different languages, and the abstract object language that we speak, so to speak, is not determined by anything we've actually said across our life. So it's underdetermined by it. So what we have to establish is the actual language relation. And there used to be discussions of this, the actual language relation. It's like there are all these languages in this Platonic realm, and then we have to figure out which one relates us to the actual language we speak. Now, I can understand why people say things like this, but it seems to me this is starting in the wrong place. And recently some other philosophers of language have said similar things, sceptical of propositions, perhaps for nominalist reasons, thinking that we don't want any of these abstract objects in our ontology. They've given reductive accounts of propositions, reducing propositions to types of mental states, for example, types of judgments. So the judgment that 2 + 2 = 4 is a type, my individual judgment is an instance or a token of a type of judgment. And if you think of all those all the instances of that type of judgment, it's that type of judgment can be considered to be the proposition that 2 + 2 = 4. There's been some interesting work on this by Peter Hanks in his book Propositional Content, and Scott Soames, Jeff Speaks have been talking about this recently. So here the idea is what we want is a reductive account of propositions themselves, right? So there can't really be propositions in the world, so we have to explain what that really means in terms of something that we do think is in the world, like judgments or something. Which I think is an interesting way to go, but I don't think it's necessary. I think a better approach is to accept propositions and instead think of the relations to propositions as not as something in my picture that I drew earlier on, where you are related by this, you're related to the proposition to this abstract proposition by some relation, whether it's grasping or judging or doubting or something like this. Don't think of that as a fact, so to speak, that needs to be explained. Rather, we should think of that as hypothesized by a theory which is trying to explain something else. In other words, think of relations to propositions and propositions themselves as theoretical constructs which are intended to explain some phenomena. And this is beautifully expressed in a fairly recent paper by Ian Rumfitt, where Rumfitt says, there is little mileage, he says, in discussing whether Gedanken or Russellian propositions best match our pre-theoretic notions of saying or believing the same thing. So what he has in mind here is the debate about whether, for example, we should use Russellian propositions as the contents of the ancient astronomers' belief that Hesperus was not phosphorus, in which case it's the same belief as the belief that Hesperus was not Hesperus. You give them a contradictory belief, or whether you use a Fregean or Gedanken. So and that's the debate I was mentioning this morning about what are the propositions to which we're related in propositional attitudes. And Rumfitt says there's little mileage in discussing which of these things match our notion of saying or believing the same thing. These entities are best conceived as constructs, postulated for various theoretical purposes in philosophy, linguistics, and psychology. The proper topic of debate, then, is whether a given construct serves a specified theoretical purpose. It is entirely possible that Fregean Gedanken might serve one such purpose, Russellian propositions another, and indeed Stolnakerian propositions, sets of possible worlds, a third. So you have the Stolnaker propositions, so sets of possible worlds, are a very useful way of capturing some things about belief. For example, they might capture the fact that if you believe something, then you always believe something else by the fact that those things are necessarily they occur in all the same worlds or something. So, on the other hand, Stolnaker propositions don't do very well in capturing the idea that people can believe distinct necessary truths. since the necessary truth is true in all possible worlds, then all necessarily true sentences express the same proposition. So 2 + 2 = 4, and bachelors are unmarried, and water is H2O, express the same proposition. Now that's obviously a very unsatisfactory state of affairs, and these brilliant philosophers have put their minds to constructing a response to it. But I think the best response is just to say, all that shows is that this is a partial picture of what's going on. That the set of possible worlds approach to propositions is a partial model of the thing that we're trying to understand. And this brings me to one of my main claims, which is that we should think of propositions as models in one of a number of senses used in the philosophy of science. In today's philosophy of science, I mean. By models, so those familiar with logic, I should point out that by proposition as a model, I do not mean a model in the sense of model theory. So model theory is part of logic, the semantics of a logical language, which aims to explain the truth of sentences in those languages in terms of their relationship to a model, where a model is a set theoretic construction. So I'm not talking about explaining the truth of something. I'm thinking of a model in the sense in which model is used in philosophy of science, not in logic. So, for example, the way in which the Bohr-Rutherford solar system model of the electron is a model. This is what I was taught at school. Sorry, of the atom. You've got the atom has a nucleus, and then it has, orbiting the nucleus, you have electrons, and in the nucleus you have protons and neutrons, and that's a model. That's a picture. I don't know whether people are still taught that picture, but it's a picture that explains certain things. But it's not as if that's what an atom really looks like or something, or that if you got down to the atomic level and per impossibile you could sort of see things that that it would all be a bit like that. It's just this is a way of representing something by comparing it to something simpler. This is Weisberg says it's an indirect theoretical investigation of a real-world phenomenon. By indirect, he means you model something, you take a model, and the model could be many different kinds of things. So the model could be an image, it could be an actual concrete physical model, like when Crick and Watson actually made a physical model of the structure of DNA. Or it could be a mathematical model. And the point of models is that you try to understand a complex phenomenon by comparing that phenomenon to something simpler whose behavior you do understand. So mathematical models are good because you can use mathematical techniques to explain the behavior of a complex system. I don't mean complex system in the technical sense, I just mean in the sense of a system that's complex. So you've got something you're trying to explain, and you compare it to something simpler, and by that way you understand it. And that's what, I think, this is an exaggeration, but I think it's fair to say that that's what science is. Science is about building models of various kinds. It used to be said in philosophy of science that science was about scientific theories were collections of sentences, and that explanation was a matter of deductive relationships between sentences. I think the revolution in philosophy of science that happened in the last few decades is to discard that conception of scientific theories. Instead, think of scientific theories as collections of models. The sentence picture is known as the syntactic view of theories. The model picture, for some reason, is known as the semantic view of theories. I don't think that's a very good reason, but a very good name, but that doesn't really matter. So what I think we should do is we should think of propositions in propositional attitude attributions as models. And then we have to ask ourselves, well, what is it that's being modelled? Now, the normal, I suppose one of the things I said in response to, I think it was to your question this morning, was that interest in intentionality was preserved even when people weren't thinking about consciousness, because they thought that there was a perfectly legitimate role for intentional concepts in the explanation of behavior. That we could say that someone did something because they wanted to. So someone goes to the fridge and opens a bottle because they were thirsty and they thought that the bottle was in the fridge and they thought that this would be a way to satisfy their desire for thirst. So the simple belief-desire psychology that I think is at the heart of sort of decision theory and those sort of projects too. So there the idea is explaining behavior in terms of propositional attitudes. But there's another thing too, which is explaining the subject's point of view. And I think the subject's point of view, how the subject sees the world, literally and metaphorically, can also be modelled by propositions, which are the contents of the attitudes. The good thing about thinking in terms of models is that we can see immediately that they have certain features which are thought to be problematic in the case of propositions. Models simplify. So when you attribute to someone a belief, you might attribute to someone the belief that the world is round or something. Well, maybe many people can believe that the world is round, and maybe for all of them, it's slightly different, involves different connotations, it may involve different connections with behavior, they may have different ideas of roundness, maybe that's not a very good example, but you can see how there can be people who all believe the same thing in a sense, abstracting away from all those psychological differences. Nonetheless, you can simplify by associating their belief with a single proposition. So a model is a simplification. A model is an idealization. You strip away from messy detail and you idealize as models do in science. And for my purposes, this is very important, that there can be many viable models of the same phenomenon. So there's this model of the atom, then there's the model of the atom, we're thinking of it in terms of shells. There are these different ways of thinking of the same phenomenon, different ways to explain the same phenomenon. And it's just not a question. I mean, some models can be better than others, but they're always better than others for some purpose. It's just not a question that you just have to find one exactly correct model. As we might be aiming in the propositional attitude project to find the proposition which you believe of a given belief. I want to suggest to you that there may be no such thing, particularly when we get down to the level of the unconscious, which I want to talk about tomorrow. There may be no such thing as the proposition that you believe. There may be very different ways of modelling your belief, your underlying point of view, and your behaviour. And these models can all be viable in different ways. So this leads me to agree with David Chalmers when he describes a doctrine that he calls content pluralism. And what he has in mind is that when there's a dispute between different conceptions of propositions in a particular kind of mental state, supposing someone wants to think that perception involves, in some sense, a propositional content. So that's, supposing the subject here is seeing a tree, we want to say that subject's state of mind has a propositional content as its, and so different philosophers say different things about this when it comes to perception, and some philosophers say that in order to capture the object immediacy of perception, that when I'm looking at one of you here, it just seems to you that you are manifestly here, and it doesn't seem as if there's merely I'm merely just representing that some condition on the world happens to obtain. So there just seems to be an object involved in my experience. So the sense in which experiences are object involving can be captured by a Russellian proposition in all this terminology. So that could be one proposition. But we might also want to say that experiences can be more or less the same. So there can be someone else, or the same person on a different day, looking at exactly the same tree. Or there could even be someone who is not seeing a tree, but they're hallucinating a tree. But it seems to them as if there is a tree. So there's a tree representation in their head. It seems to them as if there's a tree. Things could seem exactly the same to the hallucinating person as to the perceiving person. How do we capture that in a propositional representation? Well, we can say there's another kind of proposition. And let's call this a purely general proposition, or this kind of proposition, let's call it the general proposition, which just says there is a tree in front of me. It doesn't say something like that tree is full of green leaves. Now, Chalmers says you can say both of those things to capture different aspects of the state of affairs, so long as you think of these as related by different relations. So this is related by one perception relation, and this is related by another perception relation. Right. So that's the picture. There are different kinds of propositions. There are singular propositions and general propositions. There are object-dependent and object-independent propositions. There are Russellian versus sets of possible. So there are all these different kinds of propositions. And the point of content pluralism is that you don't have to choose one and say that is the propositional content of your thought. Now, you might say, well, this is a cop-out. This is what do you mean? I mean, it's like saying, can't we be can't we be pluralists about moral values? Someone comes along and says, I'm a utilitarian, and someone else comes along and says, I'm a Kantian. We have completely different values about different things that we should do. Could Chalmers come along and say, well, we just need to be value pluralists. You're related to one set of values by one bunch of moral judgments and related to another by another bunch of moral judgments? Can we say that about everything? Do all philosophical disputes just evaporate by stipulating different relations? What I want to say about that is that there's a very specific reason for adopting content pluralism in the case of propositional attitudes. And the reason is that this is what it means to be related to a proposition. There aren't actual relations to propositions in reality. I mean, they're not natural facts that we find out about. What there are people talking about each other's mental states. And they talk about them by relating their mental states to propositions. And here I did then appeal to the analogy beautifully, beautifully used by a number of philosophers, especially Robert Matthews in his book, The Measure of Mind, but it's also been used in various places by these leading philosophers of mind. The analogy between using numbers to measure physical magnitudes and using propositions to, so to speak, measure mental states. And I think this analogy was invented by David Lewis. I was told by an authoritative source that David Lewis invented it. It's very David Lewis in a certain way. If you think of a physical object like a bag of sugar, so supposing a bag of sugar weighs 1 kilo, then we can say that this bag of sugar stands in a relation to the number 1. And let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that the number 1 or that numbers are Platonic entities outside the world of space and time. So it stands in the relation weight in kilos. Now this is a very useful way of talking about weights, because you can see that, roughly speaking, although not exactly, the combinations of physical properties like weights combine in ways that can be modelled by the by combinations of numbers. You add two bags of sugar together and you get twice the number. So this is something to do with how mathematics applies to reality, which is a mystery, but nonetheless it's a truth. And so you can do similar things with propositional attitudes. And we also have the fact that, of course, that the weight, that we can be related to the number 1 in this weight, so weight in kilos, but it could also be related to the number 2.2 in the more Brexit-friendly weight of weight in pounds. There you go. So I think probably, there are probably people in my country who think that somehow this relation to this number is more real, that somehow it's more real, and this one's some sort of made-up foreign thing. But, here we can see that that's a myth. Daniel Dennett likes to use this analogy with Americans going abroad who say, what's that in real money? And that they really do think that in the dollar, there's some sort of real, what Dennett calls vim, vis, some real force, Okay. I was in America recently, and I said to someone, and the temperature, it was very, very hot, and someone said, oh, it's at least 98 degrees. I said, what's that in real money? And he looked at me and he said, there are two kinds of people in the world. There are those people who measure temperature in Celsius, and there are those people who've been to the moon. Okay, so propositional attitudes are models. Propositional attitude ascriptions are models. They're abstractions, they're idealizations. We should accept content pluralism to some extent. Of course, these are obviously governed by explanatory considerations. You can't just associate someone's state of mind with any old proposition. It's got to be the proposition that makes sense of their point of view or what they're doing. Most importantly, or not most importantly, but something that's very important, which isn't there in the weight case, that propositional attitude models are normative, that they carry this normative component. Now, that is to say, when you ascribe someone a belief, you're trying to make the best sense of them as if they were a rational person. Now, this is something that Dennett, Davidson, and others have worked on. Bruno has worked on this subject itself. It has led to a conception of intentionality as dominated by the idea of interpretation. And I think that's an incredibly important part of the picture. It's not the whole picture, but it's a very important part of the picture. So, summing up on this point, and then I'll come to my very final point, which is about semantics. The question, are propositional attitudes relations to propositions? I just want to say yes, in a sense, because if I describe your thought by relating you to a proposition, then I've set up a relation between you. If that's a good explanation of what you're doing, I've set up this explanatory relation between you and the proposition. But we also want to say, I'll press the question, are propositional attitudes really relations to propositions? Are beliefs really relations to propositions? And that's when I want to say no, fundamentally no. To say that there are relations to propositions is true, but it's not a truth that, so to speak, lies very close to reality. It's a truth that's a long way from reality. It's quite an abstraction away from reality. What's in reality is whatever it is that's going on in your mind. And that may well be, just to put it in context, that could well be just functional states of your brain. That's perfectly consistent with what I'm saying. So this whole picture is, of course, consistent with the functionalist story, which is what Lewis and others intended. That you use the proposition to pick out some node in your functional organization. And that's perfectly consistent with what I'm saying here. Fundamentally, what a mental state is some sort of dispositional state of your brain, say, or of you, depending on how you want to put it. And so fundamentally, relations to propositions don't figure in the picture. But nonetheless, it's true in a certain way that there are relations to propositions. Why carry on talking as if there are relations to propositions? Well, this leads me to my last point, and this is because of the project of semantics, systematic or formal semantics, sometimes called the theory of meaning. So let me just say a few things about semantics, just to put this in context, to put what I'm saying about intentionality in context. I think this is a question that is insufficiently addressed in the study of intentionality, which is what is the relationship between the theory of intentionality and semantics. Sometimes these things are treated as closely linked. Sometimes people start, in fact, it's a very common way to learn about propositional content is to first of all start with propositional attitude attribution. So we say, we all say, that the ancient astronomers believed that Hesperus was not phosphorus. We say that, Sally believes that the bus will be late. We give these common sense examples, and we say, we all say things like this. What is it for these things to be true? And then a few pages down the line, you get the idea. There are propositions, and people are related to these propositions. That's a standard way of introducing it. So we go via the semantics of the attitudes, what's needed to make these things true, to the theory of intentionality. And the quote I had from Fodor this morning is a paradigm of that. That it looks like these sentences which report propositional attitudes relate you to a proposition. So let's have a theory that preserves that appearance. So what psychologism is all about is about rejecting this. Semantics, I say, is about that for which the question of truth arises. It's about the proposition. And I say intentionality encompasses much more than the proposition, the theory of the proposition. There are non-propositional attitudes, as I said this morning. There's the subject's point of view, which we have to understand in some way. There's the inner life, Frege's phrase, the inner world, and there's consciousness. So none of these things figure in a semantic theory of propositional attitude attributions. What I call the semantic conception of representation, and I have a quotation here from Jeff Speaks, which I'm not going to read it out. It's very boring, but I mean it's perfectly correct. But I'm running short of time now, so I'll just tell you what this bit is about. What I'm calling the semantic conception of representation is just the conception that's involved in formal semantics. So if you've done semantics for elementary logic, then you'll know what I'm talking about. And on formal semantics as part of linguistics extends with great sophistication the machinery of sometimes of first order logic or introducing new things like the Montague grammar and those sort of structures to explain and what they're trying to explain is how it is that a sentence is true. Not in the sense of how is this possible that there is such a thing as truth, not that metaphysical question, but how, given any sentence, that sentence comes to be true or false. What determines truth and falsehood of sentences, or what determines their truth conditions? So here are two quotes from David Lewis and from Montague. Semantics with no treatment of truth conditions is not semantics. The basic aim of semantics is to characterize the notion of a true sentence under a given interpretation. It's the theory of the proposition, of what determines the proposition. So, you might start off by thinking sorry, I shouldn't say what determines the proposition. I say what determines the truth of a proposition. You might start off with some rule that assigns, for example, objects to all the names in your language, and some rule that assigns sets to all, or functions to all the predicates in your language, and then you explain how a sentence combined of those names and predicates is true, just in case the object, which is the reference of the name, falls under the predicate, which is the order. So it falls on. So sort of standard semantic procedures. They're about determining truth and falsehood of things. The concern with sense and reference in analytic philosophy, so Frege's theory of sense and reference is all about that. It's an attempt to be a compositional semantics, or at least it's used in that way, whether Frege intended it that way or not. The analytic philosophy of the last 60 years has investigated intentionality by investigating sense and reference. That's my claim. But sense and reference are semantic concepts. And they're broadly speaking logical. I mean, we can discuss the distinction between logic and semantics, but there's a huge overlap between the machinery of logic and the machinery of semantics. So these are logical notions, sense and reference. And if we go back to Frege's moon analogy, you can see there that there's the third element is what's left out, which is the idea. Psychologism, the alternative, says that the investigation of intentionality fundamentally should be the study of ideas. And this, I say, is in accord with Frege's advice that we should distinguish the logic from the psychological. So I think ironically, it's the philosophers who claim to have been following Frege who I think have not followed Frege on this particular point. I think analytic philosophy is concentrated on sense and reference. Now, I want to end just with, this is not immensely important, but I think it's an interesting, perhaps historical observation, that Michael Dummett, who's famous for his interpretation of Frege and his conception of Frege as a philosopher of language, wrote a book on the origins of analytic philosophy. And he defines analytic philosophy in this very tendentious and eccentric way, but it's sort of interesting. He says what distinguishes analytic philosophy in its diverse manifestations from other schools is the belief, first, that a philosophical account of thought can be attained through a philosophical account of language, and secondly, that a comprehensive account can only be so attained. So he says that's what characterizes analytic philosophy. Now, I think it'd be very hard to recognize most of analytic philosophy in that definition. It's kind of interesting that he, who was a great philosopher, saw this as what defined analytic philosophy, but it says more about him and people around him than it does about analytic philosophy itself. I mean, putting it that way, then psychologism, I say, involves the rejection of analytic philosophy in Dummett's sense. By saying start with ideas rather than sense and reference, then we're rejecting that whole venture. Doesn't mean we're rejecting analytic philosophy, of course, but it was just more importantly, I would say it rejects the standard approach to intentionality, which puts reference and truth first. And here I'd like to draw your attention to Gareth Evans's famous book, The Varieties of Reference, which was advertised as introducing the idea that to understand language, you have to understand thought. So introducing an idea that's overturning Dummett's conception of analytic philosophy. But when you open Evans's book, the first 3 chapters, there's a chapter on Frege and a chapter on Russell and a chapter on Kripke on names. So the foundations of this book, which is supposed to overturn Dummett's theory, actually start with fundamentally semantic notions. So these are my conclusions then now. The Frege's theory of the proposition, I think it's indisputable. It's been one of the dominant approaches to the study of intentional states. The best way to understand this, I say, is to think of propositional contents or propositions as models, in the philosophy of science sense of that word, models of some psychological phenomena. Of course, only those psychological phenomena that are propositional attitudes can be modeled as propositional attitudes. Semantic modeling, I want to say, must be sharply distinguished from psychology in accordance with Frege's instruction. And philosophy of mind should look again at what Frege called ideas. So thank you.
Thank you. It seems that I'm really aptly entitled the Frege lectures.
Yes, I wasn't expecting that, but it happened. You know.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have a two-part question, basically. So first off, on your view, on the way that you use these models, modeling quite some kind of structural similarity between the model and whatever is modeled.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what is it? What's the structural similarity in the case of modeling the subject's point of view by a belief assumption? So that's the first part.
Right. Great. That's a great question. So I think it's going to depend on the particular case what the structural similarity is. I mean, because I think if every proposition involved predication, you might think that corresponds to something like how the thinker is representing the world. Say, consider vision. If you're trying to model the subject's visual point, the subject's visual world in terms of something like predication, and there is an element of structural similarity there, which is, so supposing you say there's the proposition that you see the black camera over there, you describe my visual state now by saying that Crane sees the black camera in the corner. So you're saying that I see the camera, so it follows from that I see the camera. So there's that structural relationship between what's being described and the proposition. I mean, it follows from the fact that I see the black camera that I see a camera, and it follows from that I see something black. So I want to say those elements are structurally in common between the propositions and the relationships between them, and the sort of facts about my mental state. I don't myself think that necessarily means that there is something like predication in experience. I think predication is a logical notion, but so I think so that's one thing. I mean, so in the case of belief, we might say that you're modeling inferential relations between beliefs. That if you believe this, then you will believe this, or then maybe you should believe this, right? And those inferential relations between beliefs are modeled by the inferential relations between propositions. So something like that.
Yeah, that leads to the second part. So it seems that belief attributions, in a sense, try to model possible transitions between subject mental states, right?
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah. Mm.
So I'm just wondering that those transitions between the mental states are probably correlated with transitions between brain states, right? And if there's this similarity between propositional entity descriptions and those transitions of mental states, which also correlate with transitions in brain states, then this starts to look like a language of thought hypothesis.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah. It does start to look like that, but two things. I mean, I could say a lot about this, but and I used to find that argument quite compelling. That is, in effect, Fodor's argument for the language of thought. I want to say it does. Well, for one thing, it doesn't follow, right? So it doesn't. The conclusion doesn't follow. The brain could be organised in all sorts of ways. I mean, the brain doesn't have to mirror the inferential structure of thought. One reason that it doesn't have to is that I think that the attribution of the inferential structure is an idealization. And we're going to find so many cases where it just fails, that because someone believes this, then they believe that, so. And so there are all these argument, things and so I don't know if you know Stitcher's book, Folk Psychology of Cognitive Science, which is a classic book from the 80s, where he uses that point, the fact that we have all these breakdowns in thought, in our attributions, our attributions to people give up when we encounter people, who've had brain damage or various psychopathologies and things. We want to say that they believe this, but they don't draw the inferences and so on. And he says, oh, that means belief should go out the window. But I don't draw that conclusion. I draw the conclusion that Dennett does, that belief is a normative model.
Alex?
I think I missed a part, and I was hoping you'd go. So I'm wondering, on one hand we have, say, different measurement systems, and it doesn't seem as though there's any reason to say one is more good than the other. On the other hand, you have kind of conflicting theories of the same subject matter, and then you want to say that either one is better than the other, or there's a third one is better than both. And you're asking us to think of, I don't know how to phrase this, thought or propositional attitudes is more like the different systems of measurement rather than conflicting theories.
Yeah.
And I was wondering what the reason was for favouring one over the other.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, it's only an analogy. So in the case of the numbers, that's a very simple analogy, particularly when you've got these just simple quantities like this. What I want to take from the analogy is the idea that relations to different kinds of propositions can illuminate different things about the mental state. So just very briefly, relating someone to a Russellian proposition which actually contains the objects and properties itself can illuminate the fact, there's the person, they're seeing the thing, they're seeing it, they're both related to it, that's that. It doesn't mean externalism is true, it doesn't mean your mind extends beyond your skull, it just means you can describe their state of mind by relating to this proposition. But there may also be another point of view in which it makes more sense to say, let's count the person who's perceiving and the person who's hallucinating as in the same mental state. And I'll say from that point of view, that's also good. I feel there is some ultimate thing that settles the matter, though, which is a bit like, the real money or, the real temperature, which is how things are from their point of view. So how their mind is configured, to use this phrase of Mark Sainsbury's. It's one thing to say what propositions characterize their various states of mind. It's another thing to say how things seem to them from their subjective point of view. And I think that, in a way, is the fundamental thing. I'll talk about that tomorrow a bit.
Okay.
That's what I call the phenomenal conceptual content. Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering about there's content pluralism, and then you're pointing out semantics. So what if semantics forces a view of content on us? Is that directly related? And so you said that semantics isn't concerned with things like consciousness and the inner world. Right?
Yeah.
For instance, when Stonecker developed the theory of propositional attitudes, he was partly motivated by giving support to semantics, rather it was like semantics was a young discipline, and Stonecker was trying to develop an account of propositional attitudes so that the propositional attitude theorists are not stepping onto this total semanticism. And I'm wondering if Stonecker, if one has to do that, what Stonecker is doing, because you can imagine coming up with a theory like being this content pluralist and attributing these different Fregean propositions to a person. But then you will end up making sentences like somebody believes that S believes that A is identical with A, but doesn't believe that Fermat's last theorem is true. But then the formal semanticist is constrained by the formal semantics theory, and then said, well, I have no choice but to model those sentences having the same truth condition. And then I have to be able to make the substitutions in the subclauses. And then your theory, in the light of my theory, is putting forward a contradiction. Believing that A is identical with A, but don't believe that A is identical with A because I could substitute the subclause, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that if you want to be friends with formal semantics, so to speak, then you have to accept their constraints because they're going to model your theory language in their semantics, so to speak. I felt like one way in which the Stalnaker may have felt that the need to be compatible with formal semantics is that, because if you don't want to reject the semantics, you have to develop a theory which is compatible with it. And so these sort of more fine-grained notions of propositions, it's going to be difficult to do that if you just if you want to just distance yourself from the semantics.
What do you mean by a theory? Sorry, you need to develop a theory.
Like theory of proposition, so like
Right.
Fregean theory of propositional attitudes or Russellian theory
Yeah.
of propositional attitudes. So, I hope I made myself clear.
I'm not sure I've quite got your point. I mean, I wasn't I wasn't saying that formal semantics is a bad idea.
Right.
I was saying that we've got to distinguish that thing from giving a psychological account of people's mental states.
Yeah. Well, my worry was that maybe you can't draw that distinction
Right.
sort of loosely, but sort of easily.
Yeah.
Because you will still have to attribute, your theory is going to count certain attributions of propositional attitudes as correct, right? Even if you're working on like a Fregean theory of propositional attitudes, you say, well, somebody can believe this thing without believing the other thing, even
Yeah.
though those two things have the same truth condition. And then the formal semanticist is going to have to sort of treat your attribution as an inconsistency because their view of propositions is going to be much more coarse-grained. And so you must either be able to attribute more fine-grained propositions to people, think of propositionalities as more fine-grained things, then you must either reject formal semantics or somehow find, sort of get the formal semanticists to somehow recognize those fine-grained propositions also in the semantics.
Yeah, I mean, so I suppose the one question, I think I see what you're saying. So, I think what I said here was very simplistic, but there's a question of what evidence counts in favour of a given semantic proposal, and if the semantic proposal ends up attributing to people massive inconsistency, then that doesn't look like such a good proposal. Where does that evidence come from? Well, it comes from some sort of view that we have about people not being on the whole inconsistent, or but I think I think that the idea that you can sort of use evidence to refute a semantic claim needs to be distinguished from the idea that there are some areas that some semantic theories work better in than others. So if Frege can't distinguish between and but in his semantics, and you might think that's a disadvantage. So from his point of view, it wasn't a disadvantage because he was just interested in the preservation of truth. But if semantics is a theory of meaning, but differs in its meaning from and, so we need another kind of theory to distinguish, like, as you say, a more fine-grained theory to distinguish and but. These seem to me to be disputes within semantic approaches.
I was wondering, the only reason I was asking is that you were sort of trying to say that what the semanticists are doing is one thing, and what the theories of propositional attitudes are doing is another, and so they don't have to.
So what I think is what is one thing is the semantic attributions for semantic semantics of attributions of propositional attitudes is one thing. The nature of belief as a mental state and what makes different beliefs different, that's another thing. So, and what I'm going to say tomorrow is, I know I keep saying I'm going to answer that tomorrow. This is because tomorrow then I can say, oh, I'll answer that next week. But what I think can be true is that, you know, it can be literally true that someone believes something and someone else believes something, but their psychological organizations can be very different, even if they have. Yeah, sorry, I was a bit slow.
I'm wondering if you've given thought to how this might apply to attributing propositional attitudes to animals. Like in the debate about it, people like Stitch, I think, says that maybe like, I don't know how you say this, de jure versus de re.
Yeah,
We could attribute to an animal some sort of propositional attitude, like the cat is in the tree, de jure, but not de re because it probably doesn't have the capacity to actually have those concepts.
I think you're thinking of de dicto and de re. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. De jure is a matter of law, and
yeah. But it seems like in this account, maybe there is no real matter of fact. So it's completely sufficient to be able to, as a matter of law, attribute to an animal a propositional attitude.
Well, this is an example, actually. This is the sort of example that makes me think that what we're doing, what I just said to you, sorry, I don't know your name. Sorry? Ina. Indrek. Oh, you're Indrek. And, is one thing to say that something is true of somebody, and it's another thing to say what psychological organization they have that warrants that truth. So, in the case of animals, it's plainly, we want to say it's plainly true that the cat thinks or believes that the squirrel went up the tree. That's got to be true. And anyone who says it isn't true, they're missing something. They've just got a mistaken conception of reality. Of course, cats, dogs think things, pigs, horses, and monkeys, and they think things. They want things and think things. What is the precise propositional content of their thought? Well, that's something that philosophers have sort of struggled with. So, Donald Davison, for example, says in order to have propositional attitudes, you have to have the concept of a propositional attitude, or the concept. In order to have beliefs, you have to have the concept of belief. But this is clearly too strong a requirement, and this rules out animals having beliefs and things. So, what we need to do is somehow we need to be able to say they've got something which functions like a belief in us. It's something that's trying to get the world right. They've got that bit of their mental organization. And we can perfectly well model that with the proposition the cat thinks that the dog went up the tree, or the cat would think that the squirrel went up the tree. Even though for us, thinking that the squirrel went up the tree has all sorts of implications, like the distinction between the tree being a living thing versus a non-living thing, that the tree is different from a lamppost, that trees have leaves, that trees shed their leaves in the winter, that squirrels are different from rats, and all these things that we cannot be confident that the cat has any conception of. In fact, we know the cat has no conception of that. So that the circle that we're trying to square is to say it's true that the cat thinks the thing went up the tree, even though it doesn't have to think that in the way we think it. But if you think that the psychological reality there that's going on in the cat, can be decoupled to some extent from the propositional attitude attribution, you can make sense of that. You can say, this is a good way of describing it. This is basically what Dennett says, actually. If you've read Dennett on, there's essays in Brainstorms and The Intentional Stance when he says these things. This is basically what he's saying. He puts it by saying something like, a 4-year-old child can sort of believe that her dad's a doctor. You can sort of believe it. Right? You know exactly what he means. He sort of believes. It doesn't have all the consequences of belief that we think it has, but it's true. But they believe it. I literally am going to say something about that tomorrow if I have time. So.
I have another question. You talked about the importance of description. Once you've adopted a sort of view of proposition attitude, a sort of models, description would be then sort of constructing this model for you, so to speak. So it's I'm pairing you up with a certain way of modeling. And at first, I thought that the view that you were putting forward is that it's the philosophers of propositional attitudes that are doing the modeling. So we can sort of describe these people as in different ways. We can use Russellian propositions or Fregean or Stalin-Carrier propositions. But now I'm thinking that maybe there's another, that maybe you're putting forward a different claim, that the way to understand propositionality descriptions in everyday language is that we are all modeling each other all the time. So that's the point of propositionality is to sort of develop these models for each other. So are these two different views?
That's a really good point. I was wavering between those two. Actually, I think both of those things are true, and they're different points. I've got to make that more clear. I believe both of them. It doesn't imply the first.
I mean, if everybody's modeling each other, and then philosophers would also be doing that, then there would just be an instance of the general.
Oh, yeah. But it's rather that there's what the philosophers say about the different kinds of propositions. That's one kind of thing. And then there's what people are doing when they talk about other people's mental states. And those are two different projects. And it's the second thing that I think is the most important thing to get. And in order to model someone's mental state, you don't have to have the concept of a Russellian proposition or a set of possible worlds. But it's something more like this. You know, you say, did Oedipus want to marry his mother? And you could imagine a sort of dispute about that, like saying, I know, I saw the play, he wanted to marry his mother. No, he didn't want to marry his mother. He didn't realize it was his mother. Well, he did in a sense, but he did in another sense he didn't. Right? That's the fact of the case, that in a sense he did and in a sense he didn't. That sense is actually captured by different propositions in the more elevated vocabulary of philosophy. But in ordinary propositional attitude attributions, or intentional state attributions, it's captured by that kind of disagreement.
Yeah, a quick follow-up. I'm wondering whether if it's the ordinary description that ultimately we want to explain, then could be that all of those theories of propositional attitudes and propositions that philosophers come up with, so maybe we shouldn't be choosing pluralism, but maybe we should just reject those theories and look for a single theory which would explain the sort of modeling behavior among people. So it's like part of it is like Russellian, and part of it is like Frege, and part of it is like Stalin-Carrier. So maybe we're just not seeing what the real theory is.
Yeah. That's a possible way to go. I mean, I think you could see. That's interesting. You could see something like inferentialism. I don't know if you know, like Brandom and those sort of people. That they start with different primitive ideas. They don't really have propositions. They have patterns of inferences and the notion of normative connections between things and the game of giving and asking for reasons and that kind of thing. Or another example actually is Davidson, who departs from the terminology of propositions completely and instead has a theory of interpretation of people, which is a way to try and make sense of what I'm calling the modeling behavior in folk psychology. Yeah. So I suppose what I mean is it's not essential that you have all the talk of propositions. Yeah.
going back to David Lewis' analogy of numbers.
Yeah.
See, there is an object and it has a property called weight. So you're representing that with a number.
Yeah.
Whereas in the case of propositional content, there is a propositional content and you want to represent it through a proposition. But the belief does not come from the propositional content. It comes from outside. So how is it right to parallel these two? To place them in...
What do you mean the belief comes from outside?
Belief actually is not a property of the content of our proposition.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from the observer, from the person who tries to...
Yeah, I don't want to say that. So let me be a bit clearer about it. So there's there is the belief. The belief is the state of the person. So the person believes something. They've got this belief in their head, in their brain, or their soul, or somewhere. Or just them. They've got this belief. I say that belief is modelled by someone saying, they believe that so and so. And they say something, and someone, and then someone else, P1, and then someone else says something different, and they say, no, he believes so and so. He doesn't believe this. And I want to say both of those could be true ways of capturing this belief in the person's brain, just as these could be true ways of capturing this. Now, the difference, as I think you're pointing to, is that, in a sense, propositions are representations of reality, or that they're things that are true or false, whatever the metaphysics of this is, and the things that are true or false. So is this a representation? So what you're doing is you're modelling I say this is a representation, so this isn't just a brain state. You could have that view that this was just what you're doing is modelling brain states. That's what Robert Matthews basically says. He's more.
My question is basically like the object, the weight is the inherent property of the object.
Yeah.
Whereas the belief is not inherent property
It
of
is.
the propositional content.
So, the belief is not a property of the propositional content. No, it's rather the other way around. The propositional content is a property of the belief. Yeah.
So how can you just compare these two and make it?
Well, these are analogous to the numbers. This is analogous to the weight. That's the thought. There are differences too. The weight is a property of the object. The belief is the property of the thinker. The propositions measure the belief. The numbers measure the weight. That's the analogy.
I'm not sure I buy it because, simply put, the belief is equivalent to the property weight.
It's analogous. Yeah.
So the weight is an inherent property of the object.
Yeah.
Whereas the belief is not the inherent property of what we're concerned to express about.
The belief is a property of the person. That's the analogy. It's you that believe things. Propositions don't believe things, right? You believe propositions. Is that way? Okay.
How much there's room in your picture for Frege's notion of assertion or judgment?
Yeah.
Because judgment is usually considered as the internal acknowledgement of the truth of the proposition, which is different from assertion, which is something explicit, and is of course different from grasping, from the Gestalt. And for instance, it's not the case that Wittgenstein interpret assertion in a psychological sense, not in a logical one. Maybe that's one of the origins of the problems, distinguishing logical and psychological. So, this idea of judgment, it seems something that help us to understand the picture in the sense that it is internal and somehow related to psychology. But on the other hand, it's the acknowledgement, it's not just grasping, it's the acknowledgement of the truth of the position, and the external counterpart to this is the assertion.
That's
but
right.
Still, it seems that this notion of judgment, again, Frege, is something that can make some bridge between the logical and the psychological, and maybe it's an important way in the story.
Yeah, thank you very much. And what you said is, of course, absolutely right. So there's grasping the thought, And that is a relation between someone's mind or them and the thought grasped. There's acknowledging the truth of the thought, which is judgment, and then there's expressing that, which is assertion. And of course, Frege wanted, and all of those things are have a mental component, apart from the thought. All of them, I mean, grasping, assertion, and judgment have a mental component. Frege wanted to build the idea of judgment into his logic, so that you need a sign for judgment. Yeah, the judgment stroke. It's controversial to what extent assertion, that you can have a logic of assertion. And Davison makes this point, that you can't have a sign in a formal language for assertion because it could be used on the stage. And in the theatre, someone could say, supposing it's, I'm really asserting this now, and someone says, I'm really asserting this now, the president has just been assassinated. And someone could just say it on stage in a play, and that wouldn't make it an assertion. So something about assertion. Assertion has to be the expression of your belief. So that's what it is for assertion to be sincere, I guess. This is expression of your belief. So that does involve psychological elements. I don't think there's a logic of assertion. Whether Frege's right to have a symbol for judgment in his system, I'm not really qualified to say, but I don't think there's a logic of assertion. I think so. Absolutely, of course, there's a connection between the psychological and the logical on this picture. There's this thing, whatever that is, right? But I would rather think of it this way: logic is a normative science that tells you about, or part of logic anyway, tells you about inferential properties, and that we describe people in as more or less logical by, to the extent to which they live up to that. But there's a world of difference between the logical properties of inference and the psychological processes of, what does Gilbert Harman calls it? I think he calls implication is the logical one, and inference is what goes on in people's minds. So, there's what's going on in people's minds, and then there's normative models of it in logical inference. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's time to end here. Let's come back tomorrow.
Thank you very much. My first lecture was about intentionality. My second lecture was called Thoughts. This is the third lecture, which is called Thinking. And the final lecture this afternoon will be called Thinkers. Let me just remind you of what we were talking about yesterday. I talked about intentionality. I introduced some ideas related to the history of intentionality, explaining how we got to where we are today in philosophy. And I characterised what I call the propositional attitude project, which I thought was the dominant approach to the study of intentionality. I claimed that the propositional attitude project gives an unsatisfactory picture of the whole of intentionality. There is some truth to be extracted from the view, but it can't give a whole picture of intentionality, and I focused on the phenomenon of consciousness. I said that propositional attitude attributions should be thought of as models in the sense described in philosophy of science of aspects of psychological reality. So of those, I should make it clear that they're models of those aspects of psychological reality that have a particular relationship to truth and falsehood. So, belief is a propositional attitude because the content of belief is true or false. I say, love isn't a propositional attitude. The content of love is not true or false. There is such a thing as true love. That's a different concept. So propositional attitudes work. Propositional attitude attributions work in a slightly different way from the way I think that some people think of them. I rejected the picture that we start with relations to propositions and try and, so to speak, give a reduction of that. And I said that's the wrong way around. But what we still need to understand is the conscious phenomenology being modelled, and I said we should do that in the way I call psychologistic, which I've characterised at the moment in negative terms, in terms of what it isn't. I'll try and say something more positive this morning. So, in my lecture called Thinking. So I'm contrasting thoughts and thinking because these are the Frege lectures, and Frege's views on thoughts were his views about the proposition. That was the subject of yesterday afternoon's lecture. Thinking, I'm thinking of now as a generic term for actual mental processes. I'm going to say three things today. One will be about this notion of an idea in Frege's essay, The Thought, and my claim that ideas should be the subject matter of the study of the mind, or the study of intentionality. And I will put forward a proposal about how to think of the conscious content of ideas, and then I'll say something about conscious perception by way of illustrating that proposal. And finally, I'll say something about unconscious thinking, contrasted with the conscious. So let's return then to ideas, Frege's notion of an idea. I claimed yesterday that what Frege called ideas are the contents of consciousness. And by that I mean just whatever occupies consciousness, whatever inhabits your consciousness, whatever is in your consciousness in a very loose metaphorical way. I don't know if it's metaphorical. I mean, I don't mean literally spatially contained, but rather what your consciousness consists of. Right? But I think they are also intentional states or episodes, or intentional episodes. Now, Dummett, I find myself in disagreement with Dummett again. When he talks about ideas, he says that Frege accounts for tone, and tone is an aspect of language, a property of language. You know, the difference between words which have the same sense and reference but differ in some sort of connotation. So the difference between, I don't know, horse and steed or something, if there is such a word anymore in the language. He said Frege accounts for tone as a matter of the association with a word or expression of certain ideas, by which he means mental images. That's what Dummett says in Frege Philosophy of Language. There are very few references to ideas in Frege Philosophy of Language, which is interesting. Dummett is wrong about this. Frege does not mean mental images, at least if that means mental image in the normal sense. And it's clearly, he's clearly wrong. This is what Frege said. The inner world of sense impressions, of creations of the imaginations, of sensations, of feelings and moods, a world of inclinations, wishes and decisions. I want to collect all these, with the exception of decisions, he says, under the word idea. These are not just mental images. They are, these things, sense impressions. Creations of the imagination, maybe those are mental images. Sensations are not mental images. Feelings and moods are not mental images. Inclinations are not mental images. Wishes are not mental images. So it's quite remarkable that Dummett just makes this comment that Frege thinks of ideas as mental images, when it's just... This is the one place where he discusses ideas in any great detail, as far as I know. I think it's also wrong to think that mental images are just qualia in the sense we were discussing yesterday, in the controversial sense of qualia. Inclinations, wishes, imaginings all have intentional objects. So if you're inclined to do something, or you're inclined to think something, what you're inclined to do or think is the object of that inclination. If you have a wish about something, that's as an object. An imagining has an object. They also have intentional contents, in a sense I'm going to explain in a minute. And as I said yesterday, this just falls out, I think, of the way that the word Vorstellung is... sorry, I've misspelt it again. Vorstellung is translated in translations of Kant and Brentano, for example, as representation or presentation. I should say some philosophers want to make a big deal of the distinction between representation and presentation, and I think it's certainly possible to make a distinction there, but I don't think that distinction is significant in the difference between the way Kant and Brentano use the word, as far as I can see. But I don't claim any expertise on that. So, if they're representations, they have intentional content, so it's not surprising. But what do I mean by intentional content? I will now just summarize what I have said about this elsewhere very briefly. I know that some people in this room read my book, The Objects of Thought, earlier in the year, so you will know what I'm talking about here. The object of an intentional state is what it is directed on. So if you're thinking about a person, the person is the object of your intentional state, that person. The content, I use the word content of an intentional state to be the way the object is represented in a given psychological mode, where the mode is imagining, memory, belief, or so on. The content is the way the object is represented. So you can think about a person as the former President of the United States, or you can think about him as Barack Obama. There's two different ways of thinking about Barack Obama. They are two different ways of representing Barack Obama. They're two different contents to those acts. So, it's in the same ballpark as Frege's distinction between sense and reference, but I don't want to take on all the connotations of that distinction. This is supposed to be a less controversial, phenomenological distinction between content and the object. I'd say some more about this in my book, The Objects of Thought. Now, I think it's useful to characterize content, the phenomenal notion of content, that is the content of a conscious episode, in as general a way as possible. And I'm going to try and characterize content in a very general way that allows us to make sense of the idea that phenomenal aspects of experience are also part of the content of experience. So what I'm trying to do is to undermine the tendency for people to think that the only thing you could mean by the content of experience, which is after all a technical term, it could be defined in all sorts of ways, but you meet the objection sometimes that the only thing you can really mean by the content of experience is something propositional, that is to say, something representing the world in a way that's either true or false. In her Stanford Encyclopedia entry on the contents of perception, Susanna Siegel defines content as what is conveyed to the subject by her perceptual experience. So that's the content of a perceptual experience. In a more general sense of conscious content, we could say what's conveyed to the subject, the content is what's conveyed to the subject in a conscious episode, including what's conveyed in thought, in conscious thought, imagination, perception, maybe even including sensation. My own view is that we can think of sensation as intentional in a certain way, but I'm not really going to defend that in these lectures. But by sensation, I mean things like bodily sensations, like pains and things like that. I don't mean perception. Now, I distinguished yesterday between the semantic content of an episode or state and its phenomenal content. The semantic content I think of in terms of as a proposition that models some aspect of conscious or unconscious psychological reality. So, but conscious and unconscious mental states can have semantic content, which means that they can be interpreted in terms of, they can be described in terms of a relation to a proposition. Modeled, I mean. The phenomenal content, though the notion of phenomenal content only applies to the to conscious episodes. And that's the phenomenal content is, in accordance with my definition of content, is how things are actually represented to the subject in a particular conscious episode. Now, I'm going to suggest a thesis about phenomenal content, which emerges from the contrast with semantic content. Where phenomenal content is concerned, this is the thesis, and then I'll go on to explain it. Where phenomenal content is concerned, there isn't a distinction between the medium. That's a mistake. There isn't a distinction between the content and the vehicle of representation. This shouldn't say medium and vehicle. This should say content and vehicle. Sorry, that's a mistake. The content is everything that's given to you in the experience, not just the content as contrasted with the vehicle, in a sense I'm going to explain. And here I'm conforming with something Michelle Montagu has said in her recent book, The Given. Now, I say given to you. This is a metaphor in a sense. It's very natural to think of experience as, perceptual experience, as receiving something from the outside world, so to speak. That's what's given to you in the experience. Of course, in other mental states, it's not so right. That metaphor doesn't quite apply. If we think of the content of an intention, we don't want to say that that's what's given to you in the experience. It's rather that in forming an intention or making a decision, there is a conscious phenomenology, and everything that you are aware of in that experience is the content of the intention. Now, that's the way it is with phenomenal content, I want to say. In the case of semantic content, there is a distinction between the content and the vehicle of the content. This can be defined in various different ways, but let me just define it with an example, or introduce it with an example. This sign means children crossing, or caution, children crossing, or take care, children crossing. That's what that means. That's the content of the sign. This is a similar sign. It says children crossing. It has the same content. Two signs with the same content, but they're different representations. They're different, and I want to say they're different vehicles. So the verbal vehicle is one way of conveying the content. The pictorial vehicle is another way of conveying the content. So that's semantic content. The semantic content emits of that distinction. And it's obvious that it should admit of a distinction. If we go back to what I was saying about semantics yesterday, I didn't actually read out that long quote from Jeff Speaks, but what he says in that quote is, what semantics does is it takes a bunch of objects, say symbols or letters, words or something, or sounds, right? And it associates with these objects certain kinds of other objects. So you might associate, for example, with a predicate, you associate a function or a set. But the predicate itself is a word. It's a mark on a paper, or it's a type of mark on paper, or it's a type of sound. So there's distinction in semantics between the words and their meanings. What more obvious distinction could there be? Now, I'll say that's an instance of the general distinction between the content and the vehicle. The words are the vehicle of representation, and what the meaning is, the functions or the objects that the semanticist assigns to the sentence is the content. And that's how. But we can also have pictorial vehicles. Now, I'm afraid I have to say something negative about Dummett again. I don't know how this happened exactly. But I find myself disagreeing with not just what he says about Frege, but what he says about how to study these things. So Dummett talks about Frege's attack on psychologism. He said, when Frege engages in a polemic against psychologism, what he is concerned to repudiate is the invasion of the theory of meaning by notions concerned with mental processes, mental images and the like, and the confusion between the processes by which we come to acquire a grasp of sense and what constitutes such a grasp. Now he's talking here about psychologism about meaning, actually, psychologism about semantics. That's distinct, of course, from psychologism about logic or psychologism about mathematics. So assuming that Dummett is right, that Frege is attacking psychologism about meaning, then Dummett's point is that there's a confusion between the theory... He doesn't like the invasion, right, this is a negative term, the invasion of the theory of meaning by talk about mental processes, mental images and the like. And it's a confusion, he says, to mix up, talk about the process, the mental process, which explains how we come to grasp meanings, and what constitutes grasp of meanings. And I think what he means by what constitutes grasp of meanings, he means a non-psychologistic philosophical account of what it means to grasp a sense. Right? And you shouldn't thereby appeal to mental processes. This is incredibly obscure, why this is supposed to be so. Actually, it's not incredibly obscure, I shouldn't say that. It's in the background is this preoccupation with the idea that meaning should be public and that meaning must be communicable. And that if you try and explain meaning in terms of private mental processes or mental images, then you're lost, right? Because meaning can never then be communicated. So meaning has to be a public matter. Ideas are all private, so the ideas and mental processes cannot be involved in meaning. That's basically the background assumption. Now I want to say, well, maybe this is a plausible idea, and it is a plausible idea when it comes to modelling with propositions, with the semantic content. There may be something to be said for it. But when we're talking about the when we're talking about the phenomenal conception of content, then psychologism is the only way to go. Otherwise, we say the incomprehensible things that we found strong intentionalists saying yesterday, like the phenomenal character of an experience is identical with a proposition. And I said that's hard really to make sense of. So the psychologistic conception of content holds that mental processes, mental images and the like are part of the subject's representation of the world, and in that sense part of the content in the broadest sense that I'm trying to characterize. So if the content is how the intentional state represents reality, or how the intentional state represents its objects, then mental images, mental processes, etc., can be part of the content in that sense. And it's not just a stipulation, it's a natural consequence of just thinking of content as how the objects are represented. Now, I'm going to give an example now, the second part of my lecture, which is about conscious perception, and an analogy with pictures again, which I mentioned yesterday. So perception, I think, is a paradigm of conscious intentionality. Recent philosophy of perception has treated perception as a propositional attitude. I don't need to give evidence for that. That's a very common view now in the philosophy of perception. Maybe the dominant view is that perception is a kind of propositional attitude. It has representational content. It represents, a perceptual state represents that the world is a certain way. I say this is the standard view. It's representationalism or intentionalism. There are other views. There's the naive realist view, which doesn't treat experience as representational, and there's the sense data view, which thinks of experience as consisting of a relation between the subject and some mental item. But the standard view, I think, the orthodox view, is that perception is a kind of representational state. Now, it may be true that perception has a propositional content. It may be true, and I'm going to say that it is true, that we can say it has a propositional content. I once wrote a paper trying to argue that it didn't, but I think that was unsuccessful, that argument, and the paper. But it's also an idea, in Frege's sense. So perception has propositional content, so it has a thought. Perhaps a thought is, in Frege's sense, is the content. But it's also an idea. And the sense impression I have of green, he says, exists only because of me. I am its bearer. Sensible perception of things, we need sense impressions as well. I mean, as well as thoughts. And these belong entirely to the inner world, Frege said. So we are in the ballpark of ideas, of representations, but that fact in itself does not mean that the state does not have propositional content. Or rather, let me put it more simply. It's easy to see how perception has a propositional content in the sense I was describing yesterday, in that it can be modelled by relating it to a proposition. And it will have all the features of models. So, you see, I mean, I think people say things like this. You know, Alex Byrne has a nice paper on perception where he says, supposing a subject perceives a red ball, and the content of his experience is, there is a red ball, or something. So this is the content of experience. Well, that's a sentence whose content gives the content of the experience. So there is a red ball. Now, it's perfectly okay to say that your experience has that propositional content. That's a model of part of the experience. It's inconceivable that could be a description of the whole experience, as if you could simply perceive a red ball without perceiving anything else. And that's not the way our perception is. So there's nothing wrong with thinking about the perception as having a propositional content, as long as you remember that that is a model. So this characterizes, as I say, part of its content, its full content, or I think what Husserl would call its real content. I will leave the Husserlians to tell me whether I'm on side with Husserl there. But what about the phenomenal content? So there's the whole content. The phenomenal content is the whole conscious content of the experience. That can be characterized in terms of a proposition. But we want to say something more to give a characterization of the phenomenal aspect of that. As I said yesterday, if perception is a representation, perception itself is a representation, then modelling a perceptual state, a mental state, with a proposition is modelling a representation. And that's what I suppose distinguishes modelling in psychology from modelling in other things. If you model weights with numbers and functions and things like that, then you're not modelling representations, you're modelling physical properties. Modelling mental states with propositions is modelling something that already is representational, or so I say. And as I said yesterday, there's another way you could go here. You could just think that propositional models just model brain states directly without any intervening mentality. I don't want to take that line, but that's consistent with the modelling picture. But I think that what's modelled by the semantic method is a representation, and this representation, I say, is the phenomenal content of the perception, or that representational state has the phenomenal content. Now, I want to illustrate this with a comparison with pictures, and my aim here is not to say that perceptual representation is pictorial, only that we can learn something about perceptual representation by comparing it to pictures. And I'm thinking here of pictures which aim to represent how things look, roughly speaking, representational pictures. I say pictures can have propositional content, and again, what this means is that they can be associated with a proposition as a model. The proposition can model what is represented by the picture. So I'm thinking of representational pictures that aim to represent how things look. This picture, for example, doesn't. This is Brancusi's portrait of James Joyce. Has anyone seen this picture? Brancusi's picture of James Joyce. Apparently when Joyce's father saw a copy of this picture in Dublin, he hadn't seen Joyce for a long time, Joyce's father said, "Well, the boy's sure changed a lot since I last saw him." I'm thinking more of pictures like this that attempt to represent how something might look in a certain way. Now, remember, this is Napoleon crossing the Alps. Remember that the content pluralism, we can characterize that, what I just said, Napoleon crossing the Alps, in terms of different kinds of propositions. Here's a representation of the Russellian proposition, the set theoretic terms, and the Fregean thought, Napoleon crossing the Alps. I'm not quite sure how to draw the Fregean thought, but that's the fine-grained thought. And then you have a set of possible worlds, that is to say, all those worlds in which Napoleon is crossing the Alps. So those are the propositional contents that you can use to characterize how the picture represents things as being, but content in the broadest sense is going to involve more than that. I said that the vehicle content distinction applies clearly to the case of semantic content. But and this is my thesis about phenomenal content, that in phenomenal content, the vehicle is, so to speak, part of the content. It's part of what is given to the subject. The subject has an experience. There are things which, in the picture, for example, the picture has content in this broad sense too. That I'm not going to say that aren't captured by a proposition, but that you can get that you can get the entire content all at once in what's given to you here. And that entire content involves so much more than the proposition. It rules out more possibilities, you could say. That's the way that possible worlds people think. But it's not just that. There are things like the paint in the surface, the way the paint in the surface is given to you. If you see the actual painted picture, or the pigments that come on, or the colours on this screen here, and the way that's given to you. What's represented, how it's represented, all these things are given to you in the experience. And by saying that, I don't deny that you couldn't give a complete representation of this picture in propositional terms. Maybe you could. I don't know. How could you show that that was impossible? But the point is that representation that would emerge would just be a list of propositions. Whereas this thing that you're seeing all at once is a different thing and has it's a different mode of representation. So that's why I want to talk about content in the broadest sense. Content in the broadest sense is what is given to you, including what might otherwise be called part of the vehicle of representation. Right. So those two pictures that I showed you of the sign for children crossing, they have the same semantic content but different propositional content. Sorry, but different phenomenal content. That's why I say that with the phenomenal content, the vehicle is part of the content. Now, I've talked about the case of perception, and a proper account of this, a full account, is going to have to deal with the cases of conscious thought and other conscious mental states too. And this is the project, the psychologistic project, is to try and understand how all of those states can have phenomenal content, in my sense. Some of them will have propositional content, semantic content, but all of them will have phenomenal content. The ones that have semantic content will be those whose content, that is the way they represent their objects, is accessible as true or false. But then there will be phenomenal states that don't have contents that are accessible as true or false, but they still have phenomenal content. So, this is why I say it's content in the broadest sense, the way the experience represents the object. And I think that's the way to start understanding Frege's notion of idea. As Frege said, ideas are part of the content of his consciousness, content of consciousness. But that's an incomplete. Then the notion of an idea, as described by Frege, is an incomplete description of the entirety of intentionality. Because I believe, I think along with most people, that there is also unconscious intentionality. And this is what I want to talk about in the last section of my lecture. So there's the question. If ideas are the contents of consciousness, then where does unconscious content fit in? How can we talk about there being unconscious mental states in the psychologistic sense? One option is to say that there isn't such a thing as unconscious mentality. John Searle, for example, says this. John Searle thinks of the mind, everything in the mind is conscious. When we talk about unconscious mentality, what we're talking about really is some state of the brain that has some disposition to produce a state of consciousness. So you could have that view, but I reject that view. I think the order that we find in our psychological lives and in our behavior, and the order that psychology finds, has overwhelming evidence for the existence of unconscious mentality. That is, we have a classification of ourselves in terms of mental categories, which I will talk about this afternoon, which does not presuppose that all their outputs are conscious and are distinctively mental. Okay, so psychologism is the study. If psychologism is the study of ideas, how can it make sense of the unconscious? Well, it can't. So psychologism better not be just the study of ideas. I say psychologism is the study of ideas in Frege's sense, partly as a polemical thing, partly as a way to distinguish myself from the rest of the tradition, and partly because this is the Frege lectures. But that's just a way in to the doctrine. What we discover with the notion of an idea is the idea is an intentional state, a subjective, private intentional state that has a representational content. Now, in thinking about the unconscious, there are many ways to go. I myself would like to have a general account of the unconscious that applies to unconscious mental states as talked about in cognitive science, for example, the unconscious processing of representations that cognitive science appeals to, but also to the unconscious as applied as it's used in common sense psychology. So when we talk about unconscious beliefs and memories and so on, also as it's used in social psychology, behavioral economics, when people talk about unconscious effects on behavior. So, for example, in social psychology, the recent interest in the phenomenon of implicit bias and what that actually involves. I think we need a picture of the unconscious as a whole, which was going to cover those things as well as states of the brain, and as well, I think, as the unconscious as conceived of by psychoanalysis. Now, psychoanalysis is something that's, I'd say, is generally out of favour in philosophy, in analytic philosophy and in psychology. But I believe there are some insights there in the psychoanalytic tradition which need to be incorporated into a full account of the unconscious. But for the time being, I'm going to restrict myself to talking about unconscious belief, which, although is not a simple case, it's simpler than some of these other cases. So for the last section of my lecture, I'll say a little bit about unconscious belief. Now, I've mentioned the idea that propositional attitudes are attitudes to propositions, relations to propositions. If you take what used to be called a realist view of these, the sort of view that Jerry Fodor holds, the idea is that there really are these relations to propositions, and inside your brain there is some mechanism that mirrors that relation, as we were talking about yesterday. Fodor's idea was that the mechanism has to correspond to the structure of the sentences that we use to report these states of mind. So you have an area of your brain, some functionally characterized area, which you call the belief box, and when you have a representation in the belief box, then the count as believing something. That's the language of thought thesis that Fodor put forward. Now, it seems to me that this picture implies that there is an answer to the question, how many beliefs do you have? Because if there really are all these states in your brain, and if to believe something you have to have a sentence written explicitly in your brain, then how could it be otherwise? How could there not be an answer to the question? It's like there is an answer to the question, how many neurons are in your brain? There's an answer to the question, how many hairs are on your head? That's an easy one, but there's an answer compared to how many neurons are in your brain. But there also should be an answer, you might think, if this realist picture is true, to the question, how many beliefs do you have? But that seems like a really bad question. Bob Dylan was asked by a journalist, how many protest singers are there, Bob? And he said, either 136 or 142. So, ask a silly question. And I think that's the same in the case of belief. In some recent work, I've tried to argue for an alternative picture of unconscious belief, and I should say at this point that I'm assuming that all belief is unconscious. I'll try and defend that a little bit this afternoon. I think that believing something is commitment to the truth of a proposition. It's a commitment to a truth of a proposition that persists even through periods of unconsciousness, for example, in dreamless sleep. And that commitment it should be thought of as a persisting mental state. Consciousness consists rather of episodes. You can consciously bring to mind what you believe, but that is not itself a belief. Bringing to mind what you believe is not the same thing as believing it. I'll say a little bit more about that this afternoon. My alternative picture is that you have a total doxastic orientation towards the world, which is to say you're trying to get a picture, metaphorically speaking, a picture of the world that aims to represent how the world is. Belief is the truth-directed attitude. It's trying to get a picture of the world that's correct. That's the point of the state of belief. That's its point. That's its function in your mind. It's trying to get the world more or less correctly represented. Call that total representation, whatever it is, your doxastic orientation. I'm going to call that your worldview. It's not literally a view, because it's not conscious, but your worldview is the totality of your doxastic representations. It's not a set of all your beliefs, because that implies that the picture that you have all these separate beliefs held together as a set. It's rather a part of your functional organization that is aiming at getting the world right. Now, I think that what is undeniably true is that our worldviews are incomplete. They're often indeterminate. When you're trying to figure out what you believe, there's something in your mind about what you believe about this subject matter, but it's often not made determinate until you actually make a decision on it. Or you can clarify exactly what you believe or think on some subject matter. I think our beliefs are often very confused, and I think that our beliefs are often contradictory. Now, what I'm saying when I'm gesturing towards a psychological reality that I think we ought to be able to recognize in ourselves, and I think that it's one that psychology recognizes, and I think it's certainly one that psychoanalysis recognizes or presupposes. Psychoanalysis, I think, presupposes that there are, at least this, that there are things in your mind which are repressed, and then there are hypotheses about the mechanism of repression. But whether those hypotheses are right or not, there are things that are repressed in the sense that they are very, very hard to recover in your consciousness, but they affect the things that you do. So they help explain why you're doing what you're doing, even though you yourself may not acknowledge that they are there. And they need special conditions in order for you to recognize that these things are there. Now, I think that's the truth in psychoanalysis, that that part of our mind is like that, or our mind can be like that. And it's an extension of the idea that we are not transparent to ourselves, that we do not know, that we do not simply scan the insides of our minds and find out exactly what we think and what we want. And so what is going on in your worldview may be something which is, as the late Peter Goldie, my former student, put it very nicely. He called it the mess inside in his recent book, The Mess Inside. Now, I think a realistic picture of human minds, their motivation, and how our mental states bring about our behaviour has to acknowledge all that kind of complexity and confusion. And I think that the picture of beliefs as individual beliefs as relations to individual propositions is, at best, an idealization of that picture. As I said yesterday, the folk psychological modelling of belief with propositions is a normative model. That's something that Robert Matthews brings out very well in his work on this. It's a normative model. So when you say, someone believes something, well, then they must believe this other thing too. We're looking at the relations between the relationships between the propositions that we can see, so to speak, and we're saying that's what their mind must be like. But most of us aren't like that. Most of us don't see all the consequences. Many of us don't even see very many of the consequences of the things that we think. So the propositional attitude model is an idealization. I do say that the worldview can be modeled by propositions, and that's imposing a certain kind of order on the chaos. And I say some more about this in my presidential address to the Aristotelian Society, The Unity of Unconsciousness, which is on my website. But I'd like to conclude by discussing a particular example of Dennett's, because I think Dennett is someone who has consistently opposed what I'm calling the realist picture, not because he doesn't believe in mental states, or he doesn't believe in intentionality, or he doesn't believe in consciousness, but he thinks that philosophers here have got the wrong picture. And I want to return to an old paper of his called Brain Writing and Mind Reading, where he discusses an example of a made-up case of something a character he calls Sam the Art Critic. So it's a rather poignant story. It says, Sam the reputable art critic extols, buys and promotes mediocre paintings by his son. Two different hypotheses are advanced. Sam does not believe that the paintings are any good, but out of loyalty and love, he does this to help his son. Or, Sam's love for his son has actually blinded him to the faults of the paintings, and he actually believes that they are good. Now Dennett uses this example, and then he develops the example in some detail. If you haven't read this paper, I really recommend it. It's a wonderful paper. He's talking about it in the context of the idea that in our minds or in our brains are explicit representations of the things that we believe. Brain writing. And so this is part of an attack on the idea of a language of thought or something like that. And he said, well, supposing you had this neurocryptographer, someone who could read the code of the language of your brain, and they got down to the belief box and they found in there, at the end of Sam's life, a sentence that meant, literally, unambiguously, I have fathered a great artist. And supposing they found that in the computer readout of the neurocryptographer's mind reading. I have fathered a great artist. It's written there in language of thought or mentalese. Then it says, what would that show? He said, well, it wouldn't show that hypothesis B is correct until we've also ruled out the hypothesis that Sam is not deceiving himself. So how do we rule out that hypothesis? Well, we have to find some other sentence. I don't know. How do we have to find somehow? We have to have a mechanism of self-deception. And I think the lesson he wants to draw from this is not that we should go looking for a mechanism of self-deception, but that we should abandon the whole picture of explicit representations in your brain of what you believe. It may well be that the most you can say here is that there's no fact of the matter about which of these hypotheses is correct. I think that's what Dennett actually thinks. There's actually no fact of the matter about this. That Sam has got himself into a frame of mind where each of these hypotheses, which seem clear to us, sort of vaguely through a glass darkly describe some aspect of his mental organisation. And that's as far as we can go. Stuart Hampshire puts this kind of predicament beautifully when he says that a man may think that he believes P, while his behaviour can only be explained by the hypothesis that he believes not P. Perhaps the confusion in his mind cannot be conveyed by any simple account of what he believes. Perhaps only a reproduction of the complexity and the confusion will be accurate. And this is, I think, what we ought to be trying to accommodate within our picture of these things. We shouldn't think there has to be some story. If someone is in a position where it seems that they believe P and they also believe not P, that we shouldn't think that they really believe one of them and they're just deceiving themselves about what they think they believe. And that may be a story sometimes, but there may also be the story where someone is so confused that you just get down to the basic facts that they think P and not P. They believe P and not P in their organisation. Now, Stephen Stitch, in his book, From Folk Psychology to Cognitive Science, Stitch's book from the 1980s, he uses examples like this, and he has some real-life examples, and he has a very poignant example of an old woman who is suffering from some kind of neurodegenerative disease, and has only sort of partial memories of things and a lot of confusion. And she believed that President McKinley was assassinated. I don't know if you know this example. But when asked, and this is a real case, so when asked, is President McKinley dead? She says, well, I don't know. But she goes on, if you ask her whether President McKinley was assassinated, she says, of course he was, he was a great man or something. And she say all sorts of things. He was president. She knows that he was the president, that he was assassinated. He was one of a number of presidents who've been assassinated. Stitch draws the conclusion that the philosophical view of belief falls apart when we apply it to these cases. Many people have discussed those kind of cases in trying to defend the philosophical conception of belief, by which I mean relations to propositions, explicit representation. But I think what we should do is re-examine the philosophical conception of belief, not throw the philosophical conception of belief out just because we can't make it fit with this case. the philosophical conception of belief describes some aspect of a normative model of our worldview, but we also need to have a descriptive model of the confusion that's actually there, so that you can say that someone believes that someone was assassinated, and they also believe, or they also have no opinion on whether they're dead on that. So that's my picture of unconscious belief. Of course, I don't have a distinction between phenomenal content and semantic content for belief, because there is no phenomenal content in belief. So representation in consciousness is a very different thing from representation in the unconscious. And I suppose in this way, my view of the unconscious is more like Freud's than it is like some other philosophers who've talked about the unconscious. Leibniz, for example, thought there were unconscious perceptions, as he called them, but the conscious perception was made up of the gradual accretion of the unconscious perceptions. What I want to say is that the unconscious is something completely different with its own rules and principles, although it can be modelled by propositional attitude psychology. So this is where I've got to, that the worldview approach, I say, I'm proposing it as a more realistic psychologistic picture of unconscious psychological reality than the standard picture of individual belief states. I say modelling also explains why we're inclined to attribute idealised features to belief. This is the feature of models in general, as we saw yesterday, that the models idealise. And models, the folk psychological models, idealise in the sense that they employ normative principles in helping us interpret one another, as Daniel Dennett and Donald Davidson have argued. So this raises, of course, many other questions. What it is to bring your belief to consciousness, how do we exercise what's known in the philosophical literature as self-knowledge? How this sort of picture is supposed to apply to the brain as opposed to the person. But I'll leave those points perhaps for discussion. So, let me conclude then. The study of ideas, I want to say, should be the study of intentional content in its broadest sense. So, conscious and unconscious. So, when I stopped talking about Frege, which is not because I don't admire and respect Frege, but because I think we need to start from somewhere else, but when I stop framing this in terms of Frege, I won't say that psychologism is the study of ideas, because ideas are contents of consciousness. So the study of intentional psychologism is the view that intentionality should be understood in terms of content in the broadest sense, of which semantic content is a special case. Semantic content, I say, allows a distinction between vehicle and content. That's obvious because of the way that semantics is defined. That you have symbols and then you have the things that you assign to those symbols. Phenomenal content, on the other hand, I want to say, allows no such distinction. But they are both content in the broadest sense. What I'm calling the worldview, which can be modelled by semantic contents, does also have a content. It's a psychological, part of your psychological organisation, and it's proposed here as a psychologistic account of unconscious belief and its content. So that's where I've got to so far, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I can't really resist having myself the first question.
I think that is your right.
It's people study like a temporal content or contents that have temporal properties.
Yeah.
There, in that field, it's quite common to distinguish between vehicles and contents. Think of Dennett's work on time and observer.
Mm.
And there the point was that, although, the brain can process representations and contents in different order in which they actually consciously appear to.
Yeah.
So there are these funny temporary illusions. And then the question is, when you talk about that in the case of phenomenal content, there is no distinction between vehicles and contents. And the question is, what are the vehicles there? So if the vehicles are representations in the brain or something like that, then there must be some sort of distinction. But when you say the vehicles are something mental, as you might say, like sensations, then it might be a question how those vehicles relate to the things that underpin them maybe in the brain. So what is it about that?
I was following you up to that very last bit. How which vehicles relate?
I mean, first question is, what do you mean by vehicles in case of phenomenal content? And when you say that they are just something mental, then the question is, how do they relate to the happenings in the brain?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So I think that the vehicle content distinction applies to the case of representation in the brain. So if a cognitive neuroscientist says that there's part of the cortex which represents the decision, or which instantiates your decision to do something, then there's some collection of neurons which is so to speak the vehicle, or some organization of neurons which is the vehicle for the content. Yeah. So in the cases you're talking about, I think you can make sense of a vehicle content distinction there. My hypothesis is that distinction can't really be made in consciousness. And I'm not quite sure how that applies to the Dennett and the time and the observer cases. Okay. So let's. Sorry, if I could just. Sorry.
No, they're talking about, was it qualifying or?
Okay.
Present flashes. The thing is that somehow you should already know where the next flash is. Because then your brain makes a coherent line of the flashes.
Yeah.
And you don't get that coherent line if you don't see the second flash.
So
What's going on there?
So I want to say there are two things here. One is the experience of the experimental subject as they're doing the color phi or something. And that experience, I say, has a phenomenal content. Right? And then there's the contents attributed to states of the brain, which are semantic contents attributed to neuronal vehicles. And you ask, what's the relationship between those two things? And I don't know. I mean, that's the mind-body problem, I suppose.
Afternoon's lecture.
This afternoon's lectures will be about, we'll solve the mind-body problem, and then I'll mention that. Yeah.
Okay, but the first question was, what are the vehicles in a phenomenal content case? So
in a sense, there are no vehicles. I mean, you have content without vehicles. That's the idea. Of course, there's a brain. Your brain is responsible for this, but that's not best thought of as the vehicle of representation, in the way that a word is a vehicle of representation.
So what you have is just consciousness.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question about this phenomenal content.
Yeah.
On the one hand, it seems that, and I think you also explicitly said this is something that is not truth accessible. This is not truth theft. Otherwise, it would be, it leads back to the semantic content.
Yeah.
It's something that belongs to the semantic content.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, this phenomenal content is also something that represents. So can you explain how should you understand this representation that is not at all connected with truth?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. I mean, So not all mental states are truth apt. Or, and when we say that, so beliefs, we say beliefs are truth apt. And we say that because they have a content that represents the world in a certain way, and that content can be true or false. I think an intention, for example, is not truth apt. So an intention to go to the meat market for lunch is not the same as the belief that you will go to the meat market for lunch. The intention, the content of the intention is going to the meat market for lunch, or you yourself going to the meat market for lunch. And that's not true or false, but it's a representation. It's the, I think, imagining or something. You imagine being on a beach. Right? You're not imagining something that's true or false. You're just imagining being on a beach, visualizing, deciding. I think when you decide to do something, that isn't true or false. So I think belief and judgment, those are the truth-directed. I think of judgment as like the formation of a belief or the acknowledgement of a belief, or something you believe. These are things that are clearly cases of being truth apt. I don't actually think desires are truth apt. And people can force desires into the propositional attitude model, and you say that to desire a cashew nut is to desire that it be the case that you have a cashew nut. Is that true? No, it's probably false that you have a cashew nut. Or I don't know, maybe it isn't. So I suppose just generally I want to separate the notion of representation from the notion of truth. So I also think a name is a representation, it's not truth apt. So thinking of someone by their name.
So if you think that those concepts like representation and content and truth and false are kind of intertwined, so we should kind of let go of this picture and start to think like representation as something that is not necessarily connected to that you can think of this that is kind of true or false.
That's the picture I want. Yeah, I think. Of course, the picture I'm rejecting comes from Frege. It's only in the context of a sentence that the word has any meaning. So the sentence is the primary unit of meaning. And you understand the contributions to the sentence in terms of their contributions to truth or falsehood. And that's fine for semantics. So what I'm saying is, psychology is not semantics. Mental representation is not semantic representation in that sense.
These two questions, so just ask one. So what do you make of Frege's point that all this stuff you're talking about belongs entirely to the inner world? Is that a problem for you?
The inner world. I think it's true. I think the inner world, but I think the inner world is, I think we all have an inner world, and we can know to some extent about the inner worlds of others. I don't think that because something's part of the inner world that it's concealed behind this impenetrable veil of blah 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 blah. If you know what I mean. Cartesianism, right? We're at risk of Cartesianism. That's the worst possible thing that you could say to someone that at a certain time in philosophy that you are a Cartesian. But I'm a Cartesian. I think there's an inner world. I'm not a Cartesian dualist. I'll say something about that this afternoon. But I'm a Cartesian. I also think that I'm a Cartesian in the sense of the second meditation. That I think the mind is better known than the body. So I think we have a kind of access to our inner world that's not infallible, but I know my inner world in a way that you don't. You can know about my inner world, but you don't know it in the way that I know it. So.
He meant in a pejorative sense, right? Frege meant
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think he was pejorative about ideas. I think he was psychologistic about the psychological. I think he thought that the psychological was subjective. Well, he definitely thought this was the realm of the subjective, and that shouldn't infect stuff that should be objective, like logic and arithmetic and science. But as for psychology being about the subjective, then you might think that's exactly what psychology is. So Wittgenstein is one of the enemies here too, as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how the content of this lecture relates to the historical tendency that you were talking about in the first lecture.
Right.
So the historical tendency was something like either to try to analyze consciousness in terms of intent, like representation of states,
Yeah.
or to treat them as somehow radically distinct and different in a way that's problematic. So I take it that you're trying to describe, make us think about certain mental phenomena in such a way that then you don't take these two things to be radically distinct.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So, so here's a way of hearing what you said, in which it's not clear that you've done that, and then you can.
Yeah.
So you distinguish between there's two senses of content, right? So one is as representation, and the other is sort of like the metaphor of the thing inside of something. So the contents of something.
Yeah.
Maybe I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
So then, and the second sense was this broader sense that can kind of include both consciousness, aspects of consciousness, and representation and content.
Yeah.
And then you're saying that we can think of certain mental phenomena like perception as having both of those aspects to them. So that makes it look like there are mental states which have these two different things. So they're still very distinct things. It's just that you're saying that certain states have both aspects of them. But then I can't see how that's going to be not an example of treating them as radically distinct. It's saying there's a single state that has both of these aspects, but they're still, we might still think of those two aspects as radically distinct in the way that it's supposed to be problematic.
Right.
So I'm wondering, presumably I've gone wrong.
Right. Well, maybe I didn't make it clear enough. I mean, it's not that I think there's one thing which is content in the sense of representational content in the usual sense, and then there's what the experience contains. Maybe that wasn't that important, what the experience contains. I was just trying to align my terminology with Susanna Siegel's. What's important is rather the definition of content that I give in my Objects of Thought book is that, which is a bit vague, but I think it's correct, which is, actually it's good because it's vague, because it fits all sorts of things then, which is that the content is the way the object is represented. That's content in the broadest sense. So perception has content in that sense. Here's the way my experience is representing, the way that my mental state or the world is being represented to me in my experience. It's all this around me now, right? My visual world right now, that's the content of my perceptual state. So I'm drawing a distinction between that, that's content in the phenomenal sense in the case of perception, because it's conscious, and modeling by semantic content. And I use the notion of modeling by semantic content to make sense of propositional attitude attributions, which is a thing. And you've got to make sense of that thing. You can't say that it's all just bullshit. So propositional attitude attributions are real. They relate people to propositions. That's semantic content. So I am distinguishing two things. That's true. In fact, I distinguish the conscious from the unconscious as well. So yeah.
Which precise sense was... So there was some respect in it was problematic to radically distinguish between intentionality and consciousness.
Yeah.
That you were describing in the first lecture.
Yeah.
So
That's the propositional attitudes qualia. Propositional attitudes, non-intentional qualia. Right?
And then the position that you're presenting today, like, doesn't buy into that dichotomy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't because
there's the fundamental reality is one thing, which is the subject's point of view, which is the subject's lived world. This is it. What's given to us. Right. So in the case of perception, that's a unity.
like a primitive notion that should not be understood as either falling into qualia or intentionality. It's this generis thing.
Well, it is intentionality. That's what I call. So intentionality is.
The rarefied propositional attitude, logical sense of intentionality.
That's right. So I'm going back to the idea of what's given to the mind or the mind's direction on its objects. That's the starting point. The starting point is, what is it to have a mind? It's to have a world. For there to be a world for you. Now, you could, if you like, try and break that down into, which is what analytic philosophy has done, unknowingly, this is what it's done, it's trying to break it down into intentional states understood as propositional attitudes and qualia understood as non-intentional states. And I think that picture is hopeless. Right? Not because it's a dualism, because dualisms, are just distinctions, or dichotomies. But this hopeless picture of our relationship to the world, which I call intentionalities. So intentionality is the broad category, and then propositional modeling by semantic content is my way of making sense of the propositional attitude tradition. And qualia play no role whatsoever. So, for the reasons I said yesterday.
I have a question. So, in your conclusion, you mentioned that the study of ideas should be the study of intentional content, and both conscious and unconscious. I have two questions in this. Intention is the byproduct of our consciousness. So, how is it even possible to have an intentional content in the unconscious? That is question number one. And the second question is that, if we have no access to the unconscious, as it is usually held, how can our model access that and make a relationship between the conscious and unconscious contents?
The second question first, because that's somewhat easier. I think we have introspective access to some parts of our unconscious. So I think we have introspective access to many of our beliefs and our desires, and it's a hard question to say what that involves, that introspective access. And that's what the philosophical literature on self-knowledge is about. It's not about knowledge of yourself, it's about knowledge of your mental states. So we do have introspective to some. We don't have introspective access to the representations in our brain. So there's no way of getting at that through introspection. I want to say those representations are unconscious and that they have semantic content. I think that's how cognitive science thinks of representation. So they're not accessed by introspection, they're accessed from the third person point of view by the scientist looking at your brain or looking at your behavior or something. So that's the second question. The first question was that intentionality has its origin in consciousness. I haven't committed myself to that, actually. I'm not committed to that. But even if it's true that all intentionality comes from consciousness at some point, then I think the way to think of the unconscious is the sort of the repository or the depository or the build-up of your acquired information, knowledge, memories, beliefs, prejudices, tendencies, character traits, all those things that may have come from originally from conscious experiences. But I don't think it's plausible that everything in your unconscious comes from consciousness. I think sometimes it's the other way around. I think you can see that people are born with certain tendencies and certain traits. Those traits can manifest themselves in consciousness, activated by certain things. So I suppose I don't really believe in a tabula rasa, blank slate. I think that's implausible, but I don't have any positive thesis about that. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I'm going to have a question that you think should not be asked in the first place. And the question is, what does phenomenal content do? Why do we need that? What is it that semantic content cannot do?
Oh well, it can't. The notion of semantic content cannot give a proper description of consciousness.
Right, but that's just.
The phenomenal content of an experience is the phenomenal content as a whole is the conscious content of your mind, everyone's experience of the world. What does that do? It does a lot for you. When you ask, I think that's not what you're asking. You're asking why. I'm sorry?
Does it explain things that semantic content cannot?
No, it's a fact, so it needs to be explained. It doesn't explain things. I mean, I'm trying to explain or describe some phenomena of the mind and consciousness in terms of the notion of phenomenal content. If I'm right that there is such a thing as phenomenal content, then that's something that needs to be understood or explained. I mean, there are two things. There's the notion of phenomenal content, then there's phenomenal content itself. Phenomenal content itself doesn't explain anything. It does various things, but it doesn't explain various things. I mean, it makes a difference to your life whether you're phenomenally conscious or not. For example, if you are in a persistent vegetative state, then you're barely phenomenally conscious. Maybe you have some traces of phenomenal consciousness. So that's what it does for you. It's the difference between being in a PVS and not being in a PVS, for example. Or being in a dreamless sleep. Let's suppose, if there is dreamless sleep, which I think there is, then that's a state of where you lack phenomenal content. And I think that's not what you're asking.
But there's this danger of phenomenalism in the back of my mind. You have this phenomenal content, which kind of sounds intuitive, but doesn't really do anything. But this you haven't told us what it does.
Well, what I'm trying to do is to describe certain phenomena of mind. I'm trying to give a systematic description, or as systematic as I can, description of what it is to have a mind. If the notion of phenomenal content succeeds in characterizing consciousness, since we agree that consciousness exists, then the notion of phenomenal content does do something, namely it correctly describes consciousness as a form of intentionality. That's the picture. If the notion of phenomenal content fails to describe consciousness, then it doesn't. Then it shouldn't be used. But not because of anything to do with epiphenomenalism. It's because it's a bad notion. Like qualia. See, I'd say my objection to qualia is it's a bad idea. It marks out the wrong things, the wrong distinctions. It doesn't, and so we shouldn't use that idea. People may say the same thing to me about phenomenal content.
I have a question again. How do you individuate phenomenal contents? I mean, is that what I see? Just one content, or are there several contents? I see several people.
I'm going to talk about that this afternoon. No, I'm not. Well, I will a little bit. I think. I appeal to William James's idea of the stream of consciousness. I don't think we should think of conscious experiences as there's this experience, then that experience, and that experience. We have something that's more process-like, that has a temporal extension and a temporal shape, so it has temporal parts. Not.
Does it have a forward and backward-looking part as well?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and so the specious present, or whatever that is. The conscious present does have. Sorry, no, that's a different point. I think the stream of consciousness does have a forward-looking aspect.
But I'm also committed to the view that what's given to us in consciousness is somehow unified and continuous. because there is a dispute about it. I mean, some people say that actually our consciousness is discrete, it has gaps, that it's like as a focus and periphery, and sometimes it gets overwritten, like then it's multiple tracks. So it's like a very messy thing, but it somehow might appear as something unified.
Right. I think we have to distinguish between how it appears and what the mechanisms are that produce that appearance. On the whole, neuroscientists are very bad at making that distinction, despite all the things that they've discovered. Even some of the best neuroscientists that I've heard talking about things, they say that we think that conscious perception is this seamless whole, without any gaps. But in fact, it really has gaps, and we don't really see all the things that we're seeing. What they mean is, the brain constructs this experience. Now, some people don't like talking in that way, but let's talk in that way. We say the brain constructs this seamless, gapless experience out of a much more minimal input resource than you might previously imagine. You might previously have guessed. If you had to figure it out, figuring out actually how much information is coming from peripheral vision, or you would get it completely wrong. And so they've discovered that, in fact, the input base that the brain uses to construct this seamless experience is much more minimal than it seems. And I think that's an amazing discovery. It doesn't show that consciousness is an illusion. So I think we've got to think about describing, of course, consciousness has a foreground and a background, and we've got to think about how to describe that. Some consciousness has foreground and background. But I want to distinguish very sharply between a description of the phenomenology and the mechanisms that give rise to that phenomenology.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question may sound very absurd, but let me try. If I understand correctly, there are four kinds of phenomenal content. The contents are composed of consciousness only, or unconsciousness only, or both consciousness and unconsciousness, or neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. But metaphysically speaking, there may be another possibility, something different from consciousness and unconsciousness, which is the fifth possibility, like the Buddhist metaphysics. Some early Indian Buddhists distinguishes 5 kinds. So in your worldview, is there any possibility outside consciousness and unconsciousness?
I think I have to say no to that. I think that mind, mental phenomena are either conscious or unconscious. I don't think there's a third way, so to speak. I don't know the Buddhist thinking on this. I'm sorry to say, but I would like, at some point in my complete understanding of human thought and reality, I would like to get to understand that. But at the moment, I'm working on the strong assumption that, or strong conviction, that mental states are conscious or unconscious. Okay.
And the last question goes to just.
So let's try to speak your language. So the world is given to us intentionally in 2 ways, roughly, which for analytical purposes can be distinguished. Maybe they're really not distinguished. The phenomenal way and the semantic way.
I wouldn't want to put it like that. No, the givenness of the world that's the fundamental fact. That's what's real, right? Relations to propositions, which is the semantic modeling of bits of your mind, is something that the theorist does when describing, or we do to one another when we describe someone's mental life. So it's not that it's a different way of being given to the world is being given to you. It's a way that you might describe the way that the world is given to you. So it's something that only comes with language. There is no, so I could come clean about Frege. I don't believe in eternal propositions. I don't believe in the third realm. I can say they're abstract objects, it's fine, but that's a way of talking. I don't think that can possibly be a realistic starting point for the whole thing. So I think, of course it's true that when dinosaurs roamed the earth, then 2 + 2 still equaled 4. That you don't need propositions for that to be the case. Or that's what I'd like to say. So if there was no language, there would be no propositional content. So before language evolved, I believe people had experiences, human beings had experiences. I think animals have experiences, they have phenomenal content, their experiences, even though they have no language and they don't attribute mental states to each other. So the notion of semantic content is simply used to explain the practice of propositional attitude attribution, which is something that we do to one another with a language. It's not another aspect of content. Maybe this is, I didn't make this clear enough because Alex's question was based on a similar thought. Is that clear? Or, I'm not saying you have to believe it. It's just, is it a clear answer? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's finish this session here.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So my last lecture is on the subject of thinkers. I've talked about thoughts and thinking, and now I'm going to say something about the thinker or the subject. I'm going to say 4 things this afternoon. First of all, I'll talk about the relationship between psychologism and the traditional mind-body problem. I will say something about the notion that I have of mental capacities, how I think of these things. And I hope that will shed light on my general conception of intentionality. This will require me to make an important distinction between mental events and mental states, which I hope will illuminate what I said this morning about the unconscious. And finally, I want to pull this together with some themes in the discussion of the person or the subject. It seems to me that philosophy is often very compartmentalized and divided into sections and subgroups, and someone could spend their life working on the topic of personal identity without touching the issue of the nature of the mind, for example, or they could spend their whole life working on the mind-body problem without touching the issue of subjectivity and what it is to be a subject and the subject-object connection. I'd like to try and bring some of these things together because I think they have to be connected. There is, in a certain sense, one subject matter here, and I will try and describe my big vision of that subject matter, biggish vision of the subject matter at the end. Okay, so first of all, let me say something about the mind-body problem and psychologism. I haven't talked in this way in these lectures, but I sometimes describe psychologism as the view that there is a self-standing psychological reality, by which I mean there's a psychological reality that is there to be investigated, which is not the same as investigating our mental concepts, our folk psychological concepts, and it's not the same as investigating the brain, and you need a variety of different methods and approaches to understand this autonomous psychological reality. And understandably, some people might think that this commits me to some kind of dualism or non-naturalist view of the mind. And so I have to explain how I take a stand on the traditional distinction between dualism versus materialism or physicalism. I will use the words materialism and physicalism interchangeably. You can use them for different ideas, but I'll use them for the same idea. Now, just to so there's no suspense about what I'm saying, I'm going to say that psychologism is actually independent of the question of physicalism, of the mind-body question. And talking about an autonomous psychological reality in the way I do should not be thought to be committing myself to dualism. My own position is that I'm not a physicalist. I don't think I'm a dualist either. I'm a dualist in some sense, but not in any offensive sense. So, but that's not part of psychologism as I understand it. So the mind-body problem, I think of the mind-body problem as having two parts. And one part is the problem of causation or causal interaction between mind and body. How the mind can have an effect in the physical world. And this has been part of the whole mind-body dialectic since Descartes' correspondence with Princess Elizabeth. Excuse me. The problem of mental causation is the problem of the causation of physical things by mental things, so how your desires and intentions and decisions move you to act in the world, thereby making a change in the physical state of the world, or the state of the physical world. There's not thought to be a comparable problem in the relationship between the physical world and the mental world. So those philosophers who are epiphenomenalists think that mental things can be the effect of physical things even if they don't cause them. Now, I won't say what this mental causation problem is, except to say that I think that it points you towards a materialistic or physicalistic view. That it's in other words, the only argument, as I can see it, for physicalism about the mind, it comes from the existence of mental causation, and it's a strong argument. I think all the arguments for physicalism are versions of the mental causation argument. I think it's a strong argument for physicalism, but I think it's not ultimately a successful argument. But I think it's true. It's fairly true to say that the source of materialism is something like, the argumentative source of materialism is something like the mental causation problem. But on the other hand, you have consciousness. And consciousness, thinking about consciousness, points you away from materialism because, as I was saying yesterday, it just seems incredible that states of consciousness could be the product of this 2 kilos of, well, I don't know, maybe 1 kilo of yogurty, fatty substance in your brain. That is your brain, I mean. That just seems very hard to believe. So I think of the mind-body problem as a sort of dilemma, in a way. On the one hand, you have causation, which forces you towards materialism, but on the other hand, having arrived at materialism, you're forced away from it by the phenomenon of consciousness. Now, I've formulated in that way, independent of what mental and physical things are. Often the question about mind and body is formulated in terms of two kinds of substance, whether we have one kind of substance or two. And as you know, I'm sure, Descartes thought that the material world was one substance, it was one thing, and each of us was an individual mental substance or a soul. Now the thing is that if that's the question, then it presupposes a concept of substance. It presupposes the intelligibility and the applicability of that concept of substance. And we don't necessarily have to work with that concept of substance. Descartes' concept, of course, was the concept of something that was capable of independent existence. We don't have to work with such a concept. We might want to work with another concept of substance, or we might want to abandon the concept of substance at all. It seems to me that most of analytical philosophy, of metaphysics of the last 60 years or so, has not employed the concept of substance. So if it hasn't employed the concept of substance, then what's all the fuss about with respect to physicalism? Well, I think it's not about substance, so we don't have to think in terms of substance. And materialism or physicalism does not have to be conceived in terms of the idea of substance. How should materialism be conceived? Well, one way to conceive of it is as the idea that everything is physical. I'll say physicalism rather than materialism. The idea that everything is physical, so all objects, properties, events, states and things are physical, where physical means, in this context, physical means the subject matter of physics. Physics is thought to be the universal science, and that physical things are things which are dealt with in the universal science. So that doctrine is a very strong doctrine, and I think most physicalists think, or people who are trying to articulate the physicalist thought, think that that's too strong a version of physicalism. All you need instead is the idea that the physical facts or things or objects are in a certain way fundamental. And the way that I think we should express that thought is through the idea of the physical facts determining all the facts, or fixing all the facts, or necessitating all the facts, or the physical things necessitating all the things, or physical properties necessitating all the physical property, all the properties. So we can ask ourselves, what would it take for God to create this world just as it is? And the physicalist says, God would only have to create its physical nature. And everything else would come for free. So here's God doing a bit of creating. And on this view, on the physicalist view, then God would not need 6 days to create the world and 1 day off. God could do the whole creation of the world in 1 day. Or maybe in 1 second. After all, he is God. He just create the physical nature of the world and everything else come for free. So we could have had 1 working day and 6 days holiday a week. If physicalism were true, that's how we should think of the week. We should have 1 day's work and 6 days holiday, because that was the day that God rested. But on this view, God rested for 6 days. So it's a shame that physicalism isn't true. Otherwise, the working week would be much more tolerable. Spot the flaws in that argument. Anyway, so physicalism is the view that is not the view that everything is physical, but rather the idea that everything is determined or necessitated by physical things. That's physicalism. And I just want to say that it's entirely consistent with that view that there is a self-standing psychological reality in my sense. All that physicalism constrains is that there couldn't be any difference in a world that contains a self-standing psychological reality without some difference in its underlying physical nature. So for those who know about this, I'm talking about David Lewis's conception of physicalism as the doctrine that physicalism is the doctrine that any minimal physical duplicate of this world is a duplicate in every respect. The global supervenience thesis. And that global supervenience thesis makes physicalism a contingent truth, because it's a truth about this world, but it's a truth about what is necessitated in this world. So it's a truth of that formulation allows it to be a doctrine of a contingently true doctrine of necessitation of all the facts by the physical facts. So I think it's pretty obvious that psychologism is consistent with that. Everything I've said about psychologism so far is consistent with that. Because I don't have to say, for example, that phenomenal content is identical with some physical entity. All I need to say is that once God has created the world's physical nature, that also ipso facto creates phenomenal content in some of us. So much for physicalism. It's not only is it not true, but it's also irrelevant. It's irrelevant to this important issue that I'm discussing here. So what about the mind? How should we understand this talk of the mind in relation to the psychologism that I've been developing in these lectures? In particular, if we reject talk of mental substance, does this mean we can still talk about the mind? Well, some people say not. Some people say that this talk of the mind is in itself committed to a sort of Cartesianism or some sort of view of the mental as a substantial entity. Here are some examples. Donald Davidson said that there are no such things as minds, but people have mental properties, which is to say that certain psychological predicates are true of them. That's Davidson's view in an article entitled Davidson, Donald. What it is actually is it's a sort of self-portrait of his views in a companion to the philosophy of mind from 20 odd years ago. Putnam says more sort of assertively, the mind is not a thing. Putnam says the mind is not a thing. The talk of our minds is talk of world-involving capabilities that we have and activities that we engage in. Now, of course, if you thought that thing means substance, then I've just said that the mind isn't a well, I've said I'm not committed to any doctrine of substance. I think even if I were committed to a doctrine of substance, I wouldn't want the mind to be a substance. I think the most plausible doctrine of substance is the Aristotelian concept. Well, yeah. Yes, I think that. So the Aristotelian concept, not in the sense of the hylomorphic concept we were talking about yesterday, but rather the idea of a unity with a substance as a real unities with their own principle of activity and individuation. So where organisms are the paradigms of substances. So an organism would be a paradigm of substance on the Aristotelian view, not something like a mind. A mind isn't a unity with its own principle of organization, I want to say. But not all things are substances in most senses of the words. I mean, thing is the most general ontological category, and there are many things that are not substances, in any sense of the word substance. So I say that it's possible for the mind to be a thing without being a substance. My assertion, my claim, my thesis, for which I don't have any argument, but I'm just going to describe this claim. I think when I describe it, you'll see that it's obviously true. I once heard John McDowell say this, that John McDowell said that what we're trying to do in philosophy is that we're trying to describe things in such a way that when we've described them in that way, it just strikes us as exactly right. He said so. It's much harder than it looks, if you have any sort of standards. The mind, I want to say, is a collection of mental capacities, and a collection can be a thing. Mind is a collection of mental capacities. And the first thing the consequence of this, I think, is that you can make sense of a different kind of mind by collecting different mental capacities. So a bat, for example, that has the ability, let's assume that there is something it's like to be a bat, that the bat has subjective experiences and has a mind in some sense, but the bat has this echolocation way of perceiving things. That's a capacity that we don't have. It has a different kind of mind, it has a different capacity. Dogs have ability to hear very high-pitched sounds. They have a different capacity for hearing than we have. Pigeons are tetrachromats, so they see different colours from the colours we see. They have a different capacity and therefore a different mind. So the notion of different capacities it falls out of the idea that a mind is a collection of capacities, that we can have different kinds of minds, which I think is something we should want to say, and that there isn't a sharp distinction between anything and anything. Actually, that's my view. There's no sharp distinction between anything and anything, but in particular, there's no sharp distinction between minds and non-minds. So my next topic then is the idea of a mental capacity. So if I have this thesis that the mind is a collection of mental capacities, actually, sorry, I should have said, even within a species, we should then allow that people can have a mind even if they don't have some of the mental capacity. So people who lack the capacity for hearing something can still have a mind. It's not this. So it's not what I want to say is there's no. It's not that there is one capacity that is essential to having a mind. There is consciousness, of course, and there is intentionality. Those things are essential. Those are not mental capacities. I'll come back to that in a minute. So consciousness and intentionality are not mental capacities. So 3 questions this raises. What is it for a capacity to be mental? What is a capacity anyway? And what are mental capacities of? And in the rest of this lecture, I'm going to answer those 3 questions. So the first is, what is it for the capacity to be mental? And there won't be any surprises in what I'm going to say, which is the thing I've been saying for some years, is that I defend Brentano's thesis that intentionality is the mark of the mental, that all mental phenomena, all mental states, events, processes, and so on exhibit intentionality. So mental capacities are all intentional capacities. I understand intentionality, as I've said before, but let me remind you, in terms of these 3 notions of intentional object, intentional mode, and intentional content. The intentional object is what it is in the world, or what's taken to be in the world, that your thought or mental state is directed on. The intentional object is not part of the state of mind. So I have a transcendent conception of the object as opposed to an immanent conception. Brentano had an immanent conception of the object. The object had to be contained within the state itself. The object had to be in the state itself. That's why he talked of in-existence. Intentional in-existence means that the object exists in the state itself, or in the act itself. I agree with the early Husserl, who thought that the intentional object was transcendent. That is, the intentional object is not in the state itself. It's what the state of mind is directed on. The state itself can be dissected into its intentional mode and intentional content. Intentional content, as I said this morning, is the way the object is represented. So every intentional state has an object. Every intentional state represents its object in some way or other, or under some aspect. In every intentional state is a state of some mode or some mental modality. And what I mean by that is something like, I take this term from John Searle's book, Intentionality, and I mean a mental kind, like belief or decision or intention or sensation or imagination or feeling, or it's an empirical question what the intentional modes actually are, but they're the kinds of mental attitudes or states. So some people call them attitudes. I call them modes. I think Chalmers calls them manners. I call them intentional modes. Not the same thing as Frege's mode of presentation. Perhaps I shouldn't have used the word intentional mode, but I'm stuck with it now, so I don't want to change the terminology again. Frege's mode of presentation comes here, really, in the sort of intentional content end of things. So an intentional state is this compound of an intentional mode with an intentional content. And the intentional object is something else. Even when it doesn't exist, the intentional object is not part of the mental state, if you know what I mean. Well, that's a whole other issue. But this is what I'm saying here is that for the capacity to be mental, it has to exhibit intentionality. And to have intentionality is to fit in some way into that abstract structure that I've just described. Now, one thing that I really want to emphasize is that intentionality then as such has no further essence. So it's not as if you could describe all the mental features of a person. You describe their intentional modes and their contents of all the states, and then you have to say, Oh, and by the way, the intentionality of these things consists in the following metaphysical property. As if intentionality was something over and above intentional mode and intentional content. That's not the way I'm thinking of it. Intentionality isn't some further property. It's only a property in an abstract sense. It's the property of having states that are structured with this sort of structure. That's what intentionality is. So I have no interest in views that try to say that intentionality must be intentionality itself must be analysed in terms of some causal feature or some inferential feature or some mysterious noetic feature. Talking about intentionality is just a way of talking about states with intentional content. So that's a very important part of my view, to me. That's a very important part, that intentionality isn't some further thing. So it's not some mysterious quality or something that needs to be injected into mental states. The concept is a way of describing the structure of our mental states. So the way to say more about intentionality then, if people want to say, well, what more have you got to say about intentionality? You've talked about content, you've talked about mode. The way to say more then is to actually go into the intentional modes themselves. And I've tried to do that a little bit in these lectures by talking about belief and perception. Those are intentional modes. But that's the way to do it. You don't invent more ways of saying that the mind is directed on its objects. And since I'm not a physicalist, I'm not obliged to adopt a theory of content. What I want to do as a psychologistic intentionalist is to talk about the intentional modes. So the intentional modes, as I say, are psychological kinds. And by psychological kinds, I mean things like, here's a list: perception, will, memory, reasoning, emotion, language, imagination, bodily sensation, including proprioception, kinesthesia, and interoception, if interoception is mental, which I think it is. Now, that's not supposed to be an exhaustive category, and I don't know how you could have an exhaustive category of mental. And this is the good thing about talking about a collection of mental capacities. You have these capacities: the capacity of perception, the capacity of the will, capacity for memory, capacity for reasoning, emotion. Well, that's a ragbag category that involves some other things that needs to be addressed on a separate occasion. The capacity for language, the capacity for imagination, the capacity for bodily sensation, to feel pain, and so on. Those are the psychological modes, the psychological kinds. Studying intentionality is studying those kinds. And it's worth pointing out, these could be, with the exception of some of them, I think the will is a contentious case, that these could be the chapter headings in a psychology textbook. If you begin any psychology textbook, it will actually have, if you open a normal psychology textbook, that will be the list of things. They don't start off by saying, the mind, mental events, mental properties, mental processes. They say, perception, chapter 1, perception, chapter 2, language, chapter 3, reasoning, chapter 4, I don't know, imagination or something, memory. These are the things that psychology studies. So I think, for what it's worth, and I don't think it's actually worth very much, because I think this is not a very useful debate at all, but I think this way of thinking is more naturalistic than physicalists, of the physicalist way of thinking. I mean, just think for a minute about David Lewis's worldview. David Lewis, who is supposed to be a naturalist, his worldview is this. You start off with space-time, four-dimensional space-time. You think of properties, what he calls perfectly natural properties, which are physical properties, instantiated at space-time points. And then you say that's the arrangement of, that's the Humean mosaic of properties in the universe, and everything else supervenes on that in the way I described earlier on. That any world that's a minimal duplicate, a physical duplicate of that world, is a duplicate in every respect. Now that's an incredibly abstract description of the world, and if someone said, how does a naturalistic theory of the mind fit into that? You say, well, it's because naturalistic theory of the mind, the mental states will supervene on the physical states distributed across the whole of space-time. So I want to start somewhere else. I want to say, don't start with this very general idea of the universe and space-time. Start with things we actually know. And things we actually know are that there are people, organisms, with mental capacities. Mental capacities are things like perception, will, memory, reasoning, and so on. Right? So this is a sort of ad hominem point who against people who say that my view is anti-naturalistic or something. And I say, if naturalism means fitting in with the rest of knowledge of nature, then I think my view fits in better naturalistically than some of the more magnificent physicalist constructions. So, capacities then. What are capacities? This is the answer to question 2. What makes something a capacity? I want to distinguish between the capacities and their exercises. The exercise of a capacity is what happens, is the result of that capacity being activated. Either the activation of the capacity can be something that's under the control of the subject, or it can be something that's automatic, or something that just happens, that the subject is passive with respect to, like perception, for example. You open your eyes, and then you're off. Your capacity to perceive, your capacity to visually perceive is activated. And the result of that are specific perceptual experiences. Well, Bruno asked this morning, and it was a good question, how do you individuate these experiences? Well, I think it's pretty arbitrary what you decide to call one experience rather than another. The upshot of a perceptual capacity, a visual capacity, is the visual stream of consciousness, and you can call that different perceptual experiences or processes if you like. But it's not as if the capacity is producing experiences as a tennis ball machine shoots out tennis balls. It's not like that. It's more like a flow. So you have the capacity for perception, capacity that you have even when you're not exercising it, and you have specific perceptual experiences. Another example then is judgment, or the capacity for judgment. Perhaps this is part of your reasoning capacity. And then the specific judgments that you make on specific occasions. These are the exercises of your capacity. The will, if you believe in the capacity of the will, which I do, then the exercises of the capacity of the will are decisions. So you have the capacity to make decisions, which is your will, and you exercise that capacity by deciding to do things, and so on. So that's the picture we're distinguishing between capacities and their exercises. Capacities are a kind of property. So they're a property in the sense that you have the capacity for visual perception or for memory, and that capacity is a property of you. It's a very complex property, so maybe it's some sort of structured collection of properties, I don't know. It's a disposition. It's something that you have even if you're not exercising it. So a capacity is I could say dispositions if you like, but I like, for some reason, I like the word capacity, mental capacities, I think, or mental faculties, I think sounds closer to the way that I think psychology thinks about these things than mental dispositions. It's a complex disposition. The capacity to perceive is a complex dispositional capacity. I say it's a disposition because you have that capacity to perceive even when you are asleep with your eyes shut. Exercises of a capacity, then, are a kind of event. So something that, when you exercise a capacity, something happens. And something that happens is an event. Which brings me to my third theme for this afternoon, which is the distinction between mental states and mental events, which I think is it's an important distinction, which is sometimes overlooked in the philosophy of mind. But it has various consequences, I think, for the way of thinking about intentionality. I should say here that there's been some very interesting work done on this by Mike Martin in his paper on emotions that he has, and also by Matthew Soteriou in his book The Mind's Construction, which came out a few years ago. Helen Stewart's book, The Ontology of Mind, is also useful. I want to distinguish between events, which are things that happen, and processes, which are similar in a way. There are things to say about the difference between events and processes, but I'm not going to say much about that here. I want to distinguish those two things from states. State, I think the concept of a state comes from physics, I think. But a state is something, the way I think of a state is that a state is an object or other particular having a property over a period of some time. So you having a certain height, having a certain weight, these are states of yours, they're properties of yours. You having that property is a state. A mental state then is something like a belief. It's a belief is something like that you believe that Tallinn is the capital of Estonia. Supposing you believe that, that's a state of you. It's a property that you have, the property of believing such and such. Now that doesn't. That happens. Presumably, that there is a time when you started believing that. And there may be a time when you stop believing that. The fact that the belief has a beginning and an end in time is not what I mean by having a temporal structure. I think the events, unlike states, have this property that Soteriou describes as unfolding over time. That is to say, they have a temporal. They have temporal parts. They have a certain kind of temporal. There's even if they're very short, they take time. They occupy time in a different way than a state occupies time. So I think this is a really important distinction. An event is an occurrence, it's a particular. A state is an object having a property. And some mental phenomena are events and some are states. We should note different uses of the word event in this context. Jaegwon Kim wrote many papers trying to defend another concept of event, where an event is a thing having a property to time, so it's something more like a state. This seemed to me to be a rather unhelpful reorganization of ordinary terminology. It makes you having a certain weight over a period of certain number of years. It makes that an event. So it ignores the distinction between things happening, that is taking up time by unfolding over time, and things merely being a property of you. So I think that wasn't a good way to think. I mean, David Lewis also calls events classes of space-time regions. The person I would follow in this is Donald Davidson, who's wrote very clearly about this matter. Seemed to me settled it in some papers on events in his collection called Essays on Actions and Events. But we can talk about that if you like. But I'm following Davidson's way of thinking when I talk about states and events. Now, how does that relate? How do capacities relate to states and events? Well, I said that the exercise of a capacity is an event, something that happens. So there's your capacity to judge, or your exercise of that capacity is a judgment. But the result of that exercise can be a state. So if you think of you've got this capacity of reason, you make a judgment, and the judgment is a formation of a belief, which is then a persisting state. And the thing about a belief is you don't have to keep on judging that it's true. You've committed yourself to the truth of something. So when you judge something to be true, that judgment is an event, and if all goes well, it adds a belief to your stock of beliefs, which then persists beyond the judgment and beyond the moment of consciousness. And we find a similar structure in the case of the will. I think the capacity of the will, the exercises of the capacity are decisions, and decisions, if all goes well, result in the formation of an intention. And an intention is a state, which is created by the making of the decision. So you make a decision to go to Tallinn tomorrow on the 9:30 bus, and then by doing that you form the intention to do it. And the intention then is preserved in your mind, so to speak, but you don't have to keep on reconsidering it or keep on making the decision. And this is, in fact, one of the arguments for intentions that is distinct to psychological state used by Michael Bratman and Richard Holton and other people, is that you need intentions to serve this kind of planning function, so that you're not constantly having to make decisions all the time. You can make it's efficient and rational for you to make a decision now about what you're going to do in the future, to commit yourself to doing something in the future, rather than leaving that open and wasting all that time wondering which bus you're going to get. And these arguments are very convincing, I think. So we have this general structure, and I don't know if it works in every case, but we have the capacity, the exercise of the capacity, and the state that's produced by the exercise of the capacity. That's the picture. Now let me say how this relates to consciousness. And I said, I've explained to you what I mean when I say intentionality is not a mental capacity. Right? It's not intentionality. It's the mental capacities have this property of intentionality, which means they have that structure that I described. That's it. I also think consciousness is not a mental capacity, and actually you don't find consciousness as a chapter heading in a psychology textbook. Why not? The reason is that some states and events are conscious and some aren't. So, of course, we can study consciousness, but if you're going to study consciousness psychologically, you're going to have to study some particular psychological mode. You're going to have to talk about conscious will, as Libet and Wegner and others have done. You talk about conscious will, that is to say, the decision-making. Or you talk about conscious perception, or you talk about conscious sensation. Or you could talk about conscious imagery, as when the psychologists worked on image rotation, for example. They're talking about conscious imagery. So it's not that consciousness is some extra further capacity that we have. It's rather that consciousness is a property of some exercises of the capacity. Consciousness is not a property of the capacity, it's a property of some exercises of the capacity. That's how consciousness fits in to the picture. So that's why I say consciousness is not a capacity. Consciousness and intentionality are the defining qualities of the mental, but what the mind is a collection of mental capacities, and consciousness and intentionality are not mental capacities. Some states or events are conscious and some are not. Can we explain that? Well, that's the $65 million question. And the problem with that question is that no one can really quite agree what it means. And no one quite agree what it means to explain consciousness. I'm going to take it for granted that postulating qualia is not an explanation of consciousness, but rather a statement of that consciousness has a certain character. So if the qualia enthusiasts can postulate qualia and say that there are qualia, and that's part of the story about consciousness, and I can say some intentionality is conscious and some isn't. In other words, some exercises of intentional capacities are conscious and some aren't. I don't think I have an explanation of that, but I have a story about it. About how it all fits together. I think conscious thinking, by which I mean thinking in the more specific sense, not including perceiving. I mean thinking something through. So you're thinking about some problem, or you're planning something, and you're thinking consciously about something. It's episodic, it's event-like or process-like. And conscious thinking occupies the stream of consciousness. And here is William James on the stream of consciousness. I won't read this. what I will do is I will give all the slides to Bruno, and if anyone's interested in having the slides, they can have the slides, and we can find a way of distributing them, because you might want to keep some of these quotations. William James says that in talking of consciousness, let's talk of the stream of thought, of consciousness, or of subjective life. So the image of a stream is two things. It's process-like, and it's sort of continuous. And it's not chopped up into bits. Now, how does that relate to the idea of believing? So I think this is where I want to come back to believing and to belief, and explain what I said this morning, which is that belief is never conscious. So belief is not in the stream of consciousness. Belief is not a state in the stream of consciousness. I think the stream of consciousness can be thought of as a process, but there are also states which are conscious, but belief isn't one of them. So why do I say that? It's actually quite important to me because of my story about the worldview. Wittgenstein said, in his inimitable way, believing is not thinking. A grammatical remark. So grammatical for Wittgenstein means something like it's a conceptual truth. What it certainly doesn't mean is grammatical. When he says it's a grammatical remark that one plays patience by oneself, the card game Patience, it's a game that you play on your own. This is a grammatical remark. One plays patience by oneself. It clearly doesn't mean grammatical, because there's nothing ungrammatical about saying one does not play patience by oneself. So he didn't really help himself or his mission by using this word grammatical. What he should have said is it's a conceptual truth, or a necessary truth, or a necessary psychological fact that believing is not thinking. He didn't give us any reasons for that. I think that's another part of saying it's a grammatical remark, is that it's something that you don't give any further explanation for. Here's a rather better description of the situation by the great Kent Bark in a very underrated paper called An Analysis of Self-Deception. And Bark says, philosophers sometimes distinguish between occurrent and dispositional senses of believe, but I will use the term believe only for the dispositional sense, and I will reserve the word think for the would-be occurrent sense. I say would-be because I deny that occurrent believing is believing at all, or in my terminology, that thinking that P is either necessary or sufficient for believing that P. Unlike thoughts, where by thoughts here he means episodes of thinking, not propositions. So, unlike thoughts, beliefs are states, not occurrences. So Bark gets it completely right, it seems to me, that beliefs are states. They are dispositions in a certain way, dispositions to produce actions or produce experiences or linguistic utterances. Thinking or thoughts are occurrences, something in the stream of consciousness. He doesn't say stream of consciousness, but he could have done. And those thoughts, well, actually, he doesn't say it because there's nothing inconsistent in his view with saying that there is unconscious thinking too. So, yeah, I want to allow. I shouldn't have said that. That was a different point. But the important thing is that the difference in category between thoughts or thinking and beliefs leads to this different. It explains their different metaphysical properties. It's why you can't believe something for a minute, or you can't believe something just when you're saying it. Your belief must have a commitment to what goes to going beyond. Wittgenstein was right when he said, meaning isn't a feeling that is associated with a word, as if you could say a word without meaning in a language you understand and say it with meaning. It can't work like that. But similarly, believing isn't like a feeling that you have for a moment. Believing is the commitment to a truth of something. If you really believe something, then you believe it beyond the moment that you're conscious of it. And that's why believing is not itself an episode of consciousness. So the connection there to lecture 3 is that belief is unconscious. Belief is what I'm now I think of as the the products of your capacity to your belief forming capacity, whatever that capacity is to track reality as it is, the products of that, or the product of that is your worldview, what I was calling your worldview, which is this unconscious structure of commitments. And belief is an abstraction from that. Individual beliefs are abstractions from this worldview. So that's how I want to connect capacities, states, and events with the conscious-unconscious distinction. I don't want to say that all states are unconscious. There are conscious states too, and there are unconscious events and processes. But I think what is true is that the core of consciousness is this process, event-like thing, which James called the stream of consciousness. Consciousness has this temporal structure or dimension, which no mental state has. So that's how capacities, intentionality, consciousness, states and events all fit together on my picture. Which brings me to my final question of this series, which is, what are these capacities of? So this is the final section. I've rejected the idea that the mind is, so to speak, the subject of these capacities, as if it's my mind that has the capacity to judge, or my mind has the capacity to will. My mind is not the substance in that sense. If there were a substance in the vicinity, and sometimes I'd like to believe in this, the substance would be the organism, and it'd be substance in an Aristotelian sense, of a primary substance. But as I said, people often discuss these things separately. Aristotelian substances, the subject, the mind, and the person. People discuss these things in a disjointed way, but surely there ought to be some connection between them. All of us have minds, all of us are subjects of experience, all of us are people, all of us are organisms. So are all these different ways of saying the same thing, or are they distinguishable? So in the last few minutes I just want to say how I see this matter. So I think there should be some connection between these things. I've said that the mind is a collection of capacities. These capacities are, first and foremost, the capacities of the organism. The organism is the persisting thing. This is why I think the organism has the claim to be the substance. The organism is the persisting thing that has the capacities. By the organism, I mean the animal that each of us is. I also think the organism is the subject of experience. So because if the capacities are capacities of an organism, the organism has the capacity to have sensory experiences, then it's the subject of those experiences. How is that related to the concept of the person? Well, for some philosophers, the person is the subject of experience. They're the same thing. E.J. Lowe, for example, in recent philosophy, thinks this, that the person is the subject of experience. I think psychological theories of personal identity, on the whole, tend to hold that view. For Derek Parfit, I think, insofar as he thinks of persons or people at all, he thinks of them in terms of being connected series of experiences or mental states or memories. So that goes with the psychological criterion of personal identity, to think of the subject as the person as the subject of experience. But I want to reject that idea, and I reject it for a very simple reason. And the reason relies on actually on Locke's conception of a person, that a person is a thinking, reasoning being that thinks of itself as itself, the same reasoning being at different times and places. The person, it has to be a reasoning being. And the subject of experience can exist, I think, without being a person. If you if you think that for a newborn baby, for example, is a subject of experience, which is undeniably true, the newborn baby has experiences of a certain sort. But I think the newborn baby is not a person. I think the person, not a person in Locke's sense. So a person where a person goes with rationality and self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, having a sense of yourself as a person, in other words, is what David Wiggins once called a phase sortal. It's a sortal concept, a concept that sorts things, which applies to an object at a certain phase of its life. So it's like the concept of a student. A student is a sortal concept. Some of you are students. And you are the very same thing as the student who you are. Right? There's no extra thing, the student as well as you. Right? But you are a student for a certain period of your existence. And then you stop being a student and you don't go out of existence. So it's not a substance sortal, as Wiggins calls it, but it's a phase sortal. I don't know whether that's useful terminology, but that's the way I think we should use the term person. And I think that this, once we think in that way, then the doctrine of animalism becomes very clear and very compelling to anyone who takes the animal seriously, or the organism seriously, as part of the understanding of the mind. So some people say that animalism is a doctrine about personal identity, the doctrine that we are animals, that surprising truth that we are animals, is a doctrine about personal identity. I'd rather not think of it that way, so I follow Paul Snowden here, and I say that animalism is not a theory about what the person is. Locke had the right view of what a person is, for what it's worth. That's the person is the reasoning, rational being. Animalism is a theory about what we are. We are not always persons. Not just for the reason that we're not always that the person is not always a subject of experience, or that a subject of experience is not always a person. But rather that if you agree with me, or if you believe that you were ever a fetus, then it's true that you existed without being a person, because a fetus is not a person. Now, I think the fetus may or may not be a subject of experience, and when it becomes a subject of experience is a important but insoluble question. But the fetus, you were a fetus, but the fetus was not a person. So you existed without being a person, but the animal that you are existed throughout that time. The animal that you are exists throughout your whole life. You occupy you occupy the role of being a person for a part of that life. And when you gradually acquire rationality and self-consciousness. So just as we are not always subject to experiences, we're not always persons, but we are animals. And on that grand and surprising conclusion, I'm going to end my series of Frege lectures. Let me just sum up this lecture and then sum up what I've said in the series. So, psychologism, I say, is neutral on physicalism and dualism. I wasn't interested in pursuing how you could have a physicalist version of psychologism or a dualist version. But if someone wants to do that, they can. The mind is a thing, I say, against Putnam and Davidson. The mind is a collection of capacities, and the collection of capacities can be a thing. The capacities are characterized by intentionality, but intentionality itself is not a capacity, nor is consciousness. I've distinguished between capacities and their exercises and events and states, and I've indicated some of the ways that can help in the categorization of mental phenomena. And finally, I've said that the capacities are capacities of the organism, an organism who may also be, and it normally is, a person, and may also be, and normally is, a subject. So that's lecture 4, and then I can just step back and perhaps summarise what the take-home message of each lecture. Lecture 1 was really a critique, a historically based genealogical critique of the propositional attitude project. Lecture 2 was about the proper role and the proper understanding of propositions, or what Frege called thoughts. Lecture 3 was really a way of introducing the concept of phenomenal content. And I also introduced the unconscious, but that was, I said less about that. And in this lecture, lecture 4, I've explained how the idea of intentionality relates to the idea of the mind and to the subject and the person. So I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. It's been a real pleasure to speak to such a attentive and excellent audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the lectures. And I think you can also obviously ask questions about the whole thing, not just today, right? Okay. Alex.
So I'm wondering how to fit together what you said about propositional attitude descriptions with this modeling stuff, and then you was believing a capacity. So mainly there will be certain kinds of capacities which correspond to the propositional attitude.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how those two things relate.
Right. That's a good question. I mean, I said that. The way I introduce intentional modes, I say, well, S believes that P. And I say that's the mode. And that's the content. And this is the subject. I think maybe what lies behind your question is that then I said modes are mental capacities. Well, believing isn't a capacity. Believing is a state, which is a result of the capacity. So I think what I should say is that capacities capacities have some sort of connection to modes. I mean, what we classifying capacities is a way. Talking in terms of capacities is a way of classifying together certain modes. So capacities are a way of, are kinds or groups of modes or something. So I think the capacity, in the sense of the heading in the psychology textbook, is something like reasoning, or I don't know, the belief system, if there is such a thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much for that, Alex.
Actually, I have a follow-up to this. In the psychological textbook, there's a special chapter titled language.
Language, yeah.
And what sort of mode is language? Is it language mental?
Yeah, so I think language is mental, yeah. So language, the capacity is, the linguistic capacity is the capacity to speak and understand a language. It's the exercises of that capacity are either acts of understanding or acts of speaking. So, if someone's speech acts, that's what they're called, aren't they? Speech acts. S says that P, the capacity to say that P, or to assert that P, or to ask whether P, and so on. These are the modes that correspond to the exercises of that capacity, or the products. Maybe this is the way I should think of it, that intentional modes correspond to exercises or states of a capacity. So these are the modes that correspond to the exercises or the states, or the modes that are the exercises or the states of the capacity to speak. Is that?
And you said something like that it's an empirical question which kinds of intentional modes humans have.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm wondering what kind of empirical evidence would make you revise your list of mental capacities or intentional modes.
Right. So what I mean by that, first and foremost, is that we have a large psychological vocabulary, and which is actually different in different languages as well. And we shouldn't assume that every difference in our psychological vocabulary indicates a difference in mode, in real, genuine psychological mode or incapacities. So, is wondering a distinct mode? Wondering whether something is speculating a different mode from thinking about, or from thinking in the non-judgmental sense, or that's the sort of thing I have in mind. Or maybe actually a very clear, concrete case is, we have in English and in other languages too, we distinguish between seeing that something is the case and seeing things. So in seeing that something is the case, the verb takes this complement clause with a sentence, with the that clause. And seeing things, the verb just takes a simple noun phrase. So people talk about, Dretsky introduced this terminology to describe this as epistemic versus non-epistemic seeing. And it's a real distinction in the way we talk. Does it mean there's a psychological distinction between kinds of seeing? I want to say, don't assume there's a psychological distinction just because we have that.
Yeah, I was just wondering
distinction.
What would be like positive evidence for psychological distinction?
Well, it would be evidence for whatever the psychological natural kinds are. So, why do we distinguish between? Should we distinguish, for example, between memory and other forms of imagining? So.
That was actually the debate that I had in mind with the
right.
question, because there's this debate right now.
Yeah.
Some philosophers are claiming that episodic memory and certain kinds of episodic imagination are basically the same kind of mental state.
Is it what? Sorry, is it the same kind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically the same kind of mental state. And usually they appeal to the underlying mechanism. So they say that the neural mechanism responsible for both states is the same.
Yeah.
Therefore, we could say that it's basically the same kind of mental state.
Yeah.
That's like the empirical evidence that they appeal to. But yeah, that's quite physicist way of thinking. So that's appealing to brain processes.
Yeah, I'm
psychological distinction, which is goes somewhat against what you're saying about self-standing psychological reality.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think it doesn't go against what I want to say. I think I don't deny brain evidence for things, and if that's, I'd like to ask you actually about the details of the literature on this later on, but. Obviously, so as a psychologistic philosopher of mind, I think the brain's got something to do with it. So I just think there is this higher level of organisation, which is a higher level of reality, which is the psychological organisation. And but we shouldn't be conservative about thinking that our psychological organisation must follow folk psychological categories. So supposing it's true that, supposing this is right, that there's no difference actually in the mental processing and in the brain processing in episodic memory and certain kinds of episodic imagining, which actually corresponds to certain phenomenological facts too. Does that mean there's no such thing as memory? Well, at that point I want to sort of back off and say, no, it doesn't, because memory is a concept. The thing about memory is it's a concept that implies certain things about the world. So it is actually affective or relational concept. That's the concept that we have in our folk psychology. So it's more like the concept of knowledge. Right? It's a sort of epistemic concept. So what this means is that the psychological reality is, if we simplify, the psychological reality is the same whether you're remembering or imagining. But how that psychological reality is hooked up to the rest of reality warrants different descriptions in different cases. So just like knowledge. So I don't say knowledge is a mental state, and I think I would conclude by saying there is memory, but it's not a mental state. So I disagree with Williamson that knowledge is a mental state, but of course there is knowledge, and some mental states participate in knowledge interactions and some don't. That's what I want. But it's a really good case for how I want to think about the relationship between our folk psychological vocabulary and the modes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again for this wonderful, extremely clear talks. I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you very much.
My question goes back to the point that intentionality is the mark of the mental.
Yeah.
And sometimes a distinction is being made between original and derived
Yeah.
intentionality. So I was wondering what you think about. Is this a useful distinction? Shall we just stick with original intentionality, or, and if it is a useful distinction, then how to make the distinction in particular cases?
Yeah, I think it is a useful distinction. I think, like many things, it's clearly formulated by John Searle, who's often gets so many things right in this area. And derived intentionality is when there can be representation that derives from mental acts or mental judgments or mental states or something. So the creation of linguistic artifacts or something is an example. So I think you can say the book contains representations. The book contains, in that sense, it contains intentional representations, the product of acts of original intentionality. And then original intentionality is where you don't explain the intentionality in terms of the intentionality of something else. So I'm very happy with that distinction. And when I say intentionality is the mark of the mental, I mean original intentionality is the mark of the mental.
And the other part of the question is, how do we decide which organisms or entities have mental capacities? Like, how do we know that they have intentionality?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a general informative answer to that question. I think the concepts that we have and this conception that we have of intentionality is geared to understanding each other in the first instance, understanding people like us who we know points of view on the world. We understand their behavior and their points of view. So we use it to understand or explain their behavior and points of view. I think it's a true description of people's behavior and points of view. Then we can also extend this to animals, and it's more or less successful with different kinds of animals. With some animals we can actually make quite precise distinctions. Say that certain apes can have some idea of what other apes know, even if they don't have an idea of what other apes believe, say. There's some fantastic experiments on that. And we can see other animals, dogs, we can see dogs responding to us. We can see that dogs have certain kinds of feelings and emotions. We can see that dogs can see things. So we can understand the dog having intentional states by using something like the kind of methods that we have to understand our own intentional states. So there's not a sharp cut-off. I mean, there's a huge difference between human intentionality and the intentionality of other animals, but there's also continuities, of course. Right? Where does it all stop? Where can you say an oyster has intentional states? I wouldn't want to specify a dividing line. I just know that there is one. So I don't think mosquito has a point of view on the world. I hope not. I don't want it to, because I kill them with pleasure. Normally after they've done their damage. Someone said, what's a great thing? If you think being small, you can't do anything, just think about being in the room with a mosquito at night. Yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question. It's very vague what I've said, I feel, but we've got this way of understanding ourselves. We can extend that to other creatures. I think it's important that they're organisms, actually. So I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah.
With a computer, it would pass the Turing test, counts as having intentionality.
No, I don't think so. No. Passing the Turing test is a behavioristic test, which doesn't imply a point of view. The computer doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have mental capacities. John Hogland once said, the thing about computers is that they don't give a damn. So giving a damn has to have something to do with it, I think. Caring. Heidegger. Where's the Heidegger? Only Heideggerians.
Yeah, mosquitoes were converted to two, like suckable blood and not blood.
Yeah, or maybe that's right.
In the previous lecture, you illustrated the way in which perceptual content is sort of comes in the larger chunks. You don't see that there's a red ball, you see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Supposedly, beliefs sometimes result from the capacity of perception. So there's no judgment in between. So I just see and believe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In this case, we just say that the sort of larger chunks in perception can also turn into contents of belief, so that you get this kind of content you have in seeing. You can also model the content of beliefs in that same sort of way as sort of large chunks instead of proposition as they're instead of Frege and the setting. Do you think that there's the transition from like capacity to a belief, exercise of a capacity to a belief, that the transfer of content can also occur in that same way?
I'm not sure. I think you can certainly. So when in perception you're acquiring beliefs, and there's something wrong with the idea that you're sort of acquiring beliefs, one by one, as if they're, coming off like a teleprinter. When you used to have these teleprinters and lines would come, or a telegram. Each belief is a telegram coming from your perceptual system. So I think the idea that you can get them as a whole, you can get beliefs as a whole. I haven't really thought of this, actually. I'm not sure. I think that's an attractive idea. My hesitation is that I'm thinking of perceptual experience as a event-like thing and as conscious. So the content, what I'm calling the phenomenal content, is everything that's involved in that experience. Everything that's given to you consciously in that experience. Now, belief, I don't think, is conscious, and it's not an event-like thing. So I'm not quite sure. I want to agree that belief often automatically just, so to speak, conceptualizes the content of perception, and that's how you learn. So you learn. Perceptual learning is acquiring beliefs from your perception. I can see there's a limit in modelling that with individual sentences or individual propositions. I'm not quite sure what to say. what the alternative is, actually. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that.
But would there be a problem also? Distinguish between the consciousness and the content of the perception, so that you could have that content in non-conscious beliefs, like states?
Well, I think that doesn't really fit with the way I'm, that doesn't fit with the way I'm thinking. But I'm not sure. I mean, my analogy with pictures is meant to be, the thing about a picture is that it's, it's vivid and it's there and it's coloured, and so it's like analogous with the object of a state of consciousness. If I was trying to think of the analogy with the picture, stripping away what makes it conscious, it would be like stripping away its colour and its all the kinds of properties that people talk about as qualia, and then but something else remains, a bit like, in Norway they have this dish called lutefisk. Has anyone had this dish? And it's when they soak fish in lime, lime in the sense of limestone. What's it called? I don't know. You know what I mean. The stuff they use for making cement and things. It's alkaline, very alkaline substance. And not lime in the sense of the fruit on the tree, but lime. You know what I'm talking about, lime. They soak it in that, and that destroys the lining of the cell walls, right, basically. So you're left with this kind of jelly-like fish, which smells faintly of ammonia or something. You have to cover up that taste by then cooking it in milk and pouring fried bacon on the top. And that is the Christmas speciality of Norway. Who's had it? Who's had lutefisk? No? Yeah. It's disgusting, isn't it? So it's interesting. So that's what I was thinking of stripping away, so to speak, what makes the phenomenal content conscious, and then leaving the content. My metaphor sort of runs out. My image runs out. I don't know how to think about that. So I suppose at the moment, I'm committed to thinking of it as conceptualizing the content of perception is having propositions that identify bits of the content. But it's a good question. I'll have to think more about that.
So I was sort of wondering how you describe the nature and status of the philosophy that you've been articulating in these lectures, because you say various other philosophers have really just been modeling the phenomena that you're addressing here. But it looks like you claim to yourself some kind of privileged access to these phenomena. You're not merely modeling, you're doing something else. And so what's the nature of this sort of privilege? And also, if somebody were saying, well, sure, there's a kind of plurality of models, but your approach sort of fits within this plurality of models. You're modeling perhaps with different aims in mind, or you're modeling at a lower, in finer grain or lower level of abstraction, how you'd address this. And also, well, I'm curious about the idea of philosophy as conceptual analysis. Would that fit in with these different approaches in any way? And is that what they are doing, and you reject this approach?
Yeah, thanks. Just on the second point about modelling. Yes, you're right. I mean, I'm not. I think so. I shouldn't really say what the other philosophers are doing is simply modelling, whereas I'm getting, so to speak, I'm mainlining this stuff. I'm sort of getting it straight as it is from the horse's mouth, so to speak. This way of talking is just modelling too. When I talk about phenomenal content, my talk of phenomenal content is a model, conscious experience. That's true. So thinking of conscious, so thinking of conscious experience in terms of a Husserlian noema is, or the content in terms of a Husserlian noema, is just as much a model as thinking of conscious experience as propositional. My criticism wasn't that they were modeling and I'm not. The criticism was that the particular model that they have, the propositional attitude model, is of very limited value for understanding consciousness, and that the struggles that philosophers have had to try and articulate consciousness within the propositional attitude framework are an indication of something wrong with that model, not an indication that they're just modeling. So I shouldn't have given that impression. So I could say, well, what I want to stress with the talk of propositional attitudes is the semantic modeling. So it's like using a concept that's basically a semantic concept having to do with truth to describe certain mental states. That's the limitation of the model. That's what it is. My model is broader, the model of phenomenal content, and that's a different model. Okay. Then you asked two other questions. The first one was, where do I get my authorities to say these things? Or how do I know that what I'm saying is any good? Maybe that's one way to put it. And the third was about conceptual analysis. So conceptual analysis. If a conceptual analysis is a definition, which is the way some people want to put it, then I don't want to be involved in definitions, except stipulative definitions, like my definition of content. So content is not a normal word. Intentional content is not a normal word of English, so I can define it. And a stipulative definition should try and keep pace with the philosophical tradition, even if it departs from some of the things. So it wouldn't be. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to communicate. So stipulative definitions are okay, or terminological guidelines or something. But other kinds of definitions of the sort that people used to try and do, like, I don't know, giving necessary and sufficient conditions for knowledge, or something like that. I don't want to get involved in that so much. So I agree with Nietzsche, that nothing that has a history can ever be defined. And I think these concepts that we have a history, and they have a history both inside and outside the philosophical tradition. So you have to have some sensitivity to the philosophical tradition, what they were trying to do with these concepts. And you have to have some sensitivity to what life is like outside the philosophical tradition. But we're not trying to figure out what people outside philosophy think about intentionality or even about consciousness. That's not my main concern. So we want to try and get some balance of what makes sense to say, kind of independently of philosophy, and what the philosophers have said and why they're saying it. So this is why I think some sort of historical perspective is really important. So that's my method insofar as I have it, some sort of balance between the philosophical concept and then what it's sensible to say. So then you say, well, what do you mean what it's sensible to say? What justification do you give for saying that something's sensible or not? And in some cases you can give reasons, an argument. So I can dispute things that Dummett says, because I've criticised Dummett on a number of occasions and pointed out that he's wrong about certain things. Or you can show that someone's inconsistent, or you can bring counterexamples against claims. But in other cases, you're not going to be able to do that. You're just going to have to describe a picture. You're going to do this thing that John McDowell says, that you're trying to tell it as you see it, such that it strikes you as exactly right. And that's I think that's a big part of philosophy. People often think analytic philosophers don't like to admit that that's what they're doing, but they are doing that a lot of the time. They're telling it like they see it, and they're hoping that you're going to agree with them. And sometimes now they call it intuition, but they don't have no one has an account of what intuition means, and I think Lewis is right that intuitions are just opinions. Or maybe they're the opinions that you have that you can't give any further reason for. That's that. So you've got to say things that are sensible. And I think one of the problems in philosophy is that people are too prepared to say things that aren't sensible. And they think that they can live with saying things that aren't sensible because they say that's where the argument takes them, or that's where, no one's ever said this before. Hey, it's a crazy idea, but maybe it's just right. Maybe that crazy idea just kind of works, There's a bit too much of that. When I say sensible, I don't mean we should necessarily conform to common sense or something. You've just got to be sensible. You've got to have good judgment. Now, so then you say, what's your authority for saying that you have good judgment and not? What can I say? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm right about certain things. Some things I'm really not sure whether I'm right about. And some parts of this picture I'm not sure. But there are certain things I'm convinced by, and I want to try and convince you of it through using various techniques. Part of my view is that I think my view is more sensible than other views, like David Lewis's view. I don't think there's a method. I think, sorry, can I say one more thing about this, since we're on this grand theme of what is philosophy and everything? I think it shouldn't distress philosophers that there is no method for resolving their disputes. I think because if they did settle on a method, supposing they did settle on a method that was agreed universally among all academic philosophers, supposing they all adopted experimental philosophy or conceptual analysis or Husserlian phenomenology, supposing they agreed on that, then another discipline would start up somewhere else, would question whether that was the right method to do deal with those problems. That discipline may not be called philosophy, but it would be philosophy. So that the discipline, I'm sure you agree with me about this. Although I think you shouldn't be complacent about your intuitions, and you've got to be careful about being dogmatic and pontificating about, generalizing your own autobiography to the whole of the mind or something. Nonetheless, I think the way to temper that is not to have a method, like, I don't know, experimental philosophy or something like that, but it's to have good judgment, to develop the capacity for good judgment, phronesis, or not phronesis, but the other thing. That's what I think. Okay, thanks.
Four more hands. Not too little.
Sorry, I went on too long in response to.
Not sorry, so was it Arun Kumar?
No, last later.
Okay. And then it was David.
Just some nitpicking about the third lecture, about the notion of worldview.
Yeah.
So you said something like that the worldview in itself can be inconsistent, contradictory, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering whether it makes sense to say that without implying that the worldview is a set of beliefs understood as propositional attitudes.
Yeah.
Because propositions, propositional attitudes are things that can contradict.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point. Yeah, I accept that point. I think I have to find another way of putting that. I think assume sort of functionalism or something like that, then think of the worldview as the functional causal structure of your belief system. Then that causal network, something like even the best model of that causal network will model it using contradictory propositions or something like that. That's the thing I have in mind. That you can't eliminate the contradictory elements in it if you're going to model this behavior of this system. Yeah, but that's a good point.
I also had a question about the lecture. But I'll just keep it very brief. So you said that in phenomenal content, there's no distinction between the vehicle or the content and the content.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, what would you say about examples like the Necker cube, and or cases where you just draw a stick figure in lines, or you draw it in dots? I mean, would that be the way I understood it? I thought those would be cases where in the Necker cube case you would have, I would like to say there's one vehicle but two contents. And in the other case, the two stick figures, different ways of drawing it, but the shape is exactly the same. You say that there are two vehicles with one content. And, is that
Right. That's a good question. I think I wouldn't want to say. I think in the case of the neck, so in both cases there are two experiences where there's something the same and something different. And so you want to say, how does that line, is that best thought of as in terms of the distinction between vehicle and content, as in, for example, words and their meanings? I'd like to say not. I'd like to say what's going on in the Necker cube is that a shift of attention changes the phenomenal content. So you've got two different phenomenal contents that can be brought about by shift of attention. And in the other case, there's a difference in phenomenal content, even though there's also a similarity in what's represented. The similarity in what's represented and difference in phenomenal content is perfectly good for me. So I don't think those are cases of vehicle content distinction. Thanks.
Yeah, I have a question about changing a belief consciously.
Yeah.
If I understood correctly, then like beliefs are modes, and modes are largely unconscious. And
well, belief is an unconscious mode.
Yeah.
There are conscious modes as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But belief is an unconscious mode.
Yeah.
So, like, can we be conscious of our beliefs, and can we change them, like consciously?
Yeah, I think so. So I think changing your belief, making a judgment, is an event in consciousness, or can be an event in consciousness. But that change of your belief is not itself a belief. So it's because supposing you come to believe some important scientific theorem, you believe it for the rest of your life, right? So the moment when you come to believe it cannot be identical with believing it. So I would rather say that, you bring what you believe to consciousness. And I've written something about that elsewhere, but that is one way to talk about judgment. Another way to talk about judgment is to say that you brought what you believe to consciousness and you realize that that's wrong, so you correct that belief, and you change your mind, and then you've changed your beliefs.
But what about like beliefs that you bring to your consciousness and you realize that rationally like they're wrong?
Yeah.
But they're so ingrained, so you can't really do anything about them.
Yeah, that's important. That's an important phenomenon too. That shows that we are not rational beings, or not ideally rational beings. So it's not sufficient. Yeah. So it's not sufficient to bring to change your belief, to bring it to consciousness. I think we all have. I mean, the puzzling thing here is, of course, the phenomenon that is known as Moore's paradox, which is the idea that you can't actually think. I believe that P, but P isn't the case. So I think we never describe it to ourselves like that. But you might bring something to consciousness and you think, this may not be quite right, but I don't know what to put in its place.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There are many different kinds of case, I think.
So, thank you once more for accepting the invitation to come to the lectures here, and it was an excellent lecture. It's a great honor.
Well, thank you. It was a privilege. It was a real privilege.